Thank you. Thank you very much. You'll circle. Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Orders 32, subsection 2 of the House of Commons and Section 85, subsection 1 of the Official Languages Act, I have the honor to table in both official languages the draft of the proposed official languages advancement of equality of status and use of English and French regulations. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, subsection 5, the proposed regulation should be referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. The President of the Treasury, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, subsection 2 of the House of Commons and Section 48 of the Official Languages Act, I have the honor to table in both official languages the annual report on official languages for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Pursuant to Standing Orders 32, subsection 5, the report should be referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, bracket 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the first progress report on the Building a Green Prairie Economy Act. This report is part of the legacy of the late Honourable Jim Carr, who sponsored the Building the Green Prairie Economy Act, which is the foundation for the framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Attorney General of Canada, and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, sub 2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 2024-2025 annual report from the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Non, rien. Déclaration.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Oh, no, we do have something.
Seconded by Ms. Olszewski, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Certain Acts in Relation to Criminal and Correctional Matters, Child Protection, Gender-Based Violence, Delays and Other Measures. The motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Olszewski, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton, Bikidjwanong.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, entitled Gender-Based Violence and Femicides in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Femicides are up. A woman in Canada dies every other day, Mr. Speaker. We do need to address this national crisis, and these recommendations will go a long way to helping that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The government response. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the distinct honour to present in both official languages
the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Unleashing the Potential of Canadian Agriculture and Agri-Food Sector Through Regulatory Reform. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And Mr. Speaker, we know that agriculture is one of the most important sectors here in Canada, and we have to keep looking for ways to support farmers and the sector to build it so it continues to add to economic growth. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant de...
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to table e-petition 6745 that was signed by 747 Canadians. Mr. Speaker, they cite that Canada has around 3,200 fire departments, of which approximately 80% rely solely on volunteer firefighters, that the scale and complexity of events Canadian fire services are expected to respond to have increased dramatically in recent years, and that trend is anticipated to continue, that all levels of government in Canada are involved in aspects of fire and emergency management, that collaboration and strategic coordination are necessary to prepare for major emergencies and ensure efficient use of resources, and lastly, that there is a need to integrate a fire and emergency management perspective into policy and decision-making for other issues, including but not limited to housing, green technology, transportation, TAROS, first responder, mental health and defence. And they call on the government to support motion M12 to create the establishment of the Office of the National Fire Administration or a fire liaison. This is supported by the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, Mr. Speaker, and hope all members will support this petition. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents of mine that signed it in the Coast of Bays area who want to be able to use mechanical scallop haulers. Mr. Speaker, it's a discrimination against elderly people, against people who have disabilities and physical restraints. These hauling up these rakes with scallops and rock, very, very heavy. It presents a safety damage, safety danger, and as well, the petition calls for commercial harvesters to be allowed to fish scallops recreationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of residents in Mission Matsqui Abbotsford regarding the gun confiscation program that will cost Canadian taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. They feel it fairly untargets law-abiding firearms owners. And the petitioners note the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates the cost to compensate firearm owners alone will exceed $750 million. Even the Public Safety Minister, petitioners mention, has serious doubts to the effectiveness and validity of the program. The residents call upon the Government of Canada to rescind the program and prioritize public safety with change to our bail laws. The second petition I would like to present is on behalf of angered parents again who are calling upon the Government of Canada to enforce its agreement with British Columbia and not allow for a safe consumption site across the street from a school track. Parents are calling for the Government of Canada to cease all funding to BC Housing until they come to their senses and find a more suitable location for supportive housing. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present a petition today on extortion. Petitioners are concerned about daylight shootings, murders and violence, which underscore a broader public safety issue. The residents are calling upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how federal, provincial and local governments are working together to prevent further increases in violent organized crime. Petitioners on my extortion petition raise this in honor of Darshan Sassi, who was murdered outside of his home in my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor to present a petition on behalf of Canadians concerned, I would say actually alarmed, that Liberal bloc amendments to Bill C-9 will be used to criminalize passages of the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and other sacred texts. A lot of this concern emanates from the fact that the man who's now the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture said that prosecutors should be able to, quote, press charges, unquote, for people citing scripture the government finds objectionable. The petitioners believe believe the state has no place in religious texts or teaching of any faith community, and that this House must stand firm and protect freedom of expression and freedom of religion. The undersigned call on the Liberal government to protect these fundamental freedoms and reject any incursions on them in C9 or any other legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, I'm standing today on behalf of those who are calling for freedom of choice in health care. It's becoming increasingly curtailed and further threatened by legislation and statutory regulations of the Government of Canada. Fundamental right for individuals to be able to choose how to prevent illness or how to address illness or injury in their own bodies. Canadians want the freedom to decide how they'll prevent illness and how they'll address that illness or injury in their own bodies, and they are competent and able to make their own health care decisions without state interference. So they call upon the government to guarantee the right of every Canadian to health freedom by enacting the Charter of Health Freedom drafted from the Natural Health Product Protection Association on September 4th, 2008. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, petitioners raise an issue of equity, dignity, as well as basic autonomy for people with disabilities and their families. The RDSP is meant to secure a person's long-term financial future, yet petitioners raise that the current rules create unnecessary barriers that prevent many from even opening a plan. When qualifying members lose their ability to act after 2026, and when only a narrow set of relatives are permitted, people will be left without support, could be forced into costly and intrusive legal processes that undermine their rights and independence. This petition calls on this Parliament to extend and expand access so that trusted supporters chosen by the individual can assist without delay, and to ensure these practices are consistent across Canada. At its core, this petition, initiated by Amy Ross and Sue Simpson from the riding of Waterloo, is about respecting people's self-determination and ensuring that no one is denied financial security because of outdated rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise today on behalf of the residents of Abbotsford South Langley, who are deeply concerned about the increasing prevalence of organized crime, extortion, intimidation in our community of Abbotsford. Recent daylight shootings, homicides, and other violent incidents underscore a broader systematic public safety crisis within our country. The petitioners mourn the death of Darshan Singh Sassi. These residents call upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how the federal, municipal, and provincial governments work together to further prevent the increases of violent and organized crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stay at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed.
Orders of the day, ordre émanant du gouvernement, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning pipeline construction, motion standing in the name of Mr. Upal.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending December 10th, 2025, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bill. Do honourable members agree that the bill be distributed now? Agreed. Mr. Upal, seconded by Mr. Halan, moves that the House A. Take note of the Memorandum of Understanding between Canada and Alberta of November 27, 2025, and B. Support the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen from a strategic deepwater port on the British Columbia coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. The honourable member for Edmonton Gateway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the great member from Skeena-Bulkey Valley. Mr. Speaker, today the House of Commons will debate and vote on a Conservative motion calling for a new oil pipeline to the Pacific coast, overriding the tanker ban to ship bitumen to Asia. Just eight months ago, the Prime Minister told Canadians that his government would build things previously thought impossible at speeds that we haven't seen in generations. and that he would build Canada into an energy superpower. When announcing his memorandum of understanding with Alberta, he said that at the core of his agreement, of course, is a priority to have a pipeline to Asia that's going to make Canada stronger, more independent, more resilient, and more sustainable. The language in today's motion, Mr. Speaker, comes directly from the Prime Minister's own MOU with Alberta. It states that this House shall take note of the Memorandum of Understanding between Canada and Alberta of November 27, 2025, and support the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emissions Alberta bitumen from a strategic deep-water port on the British Columbia coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. Conservatives brought forward this motion today because the Prime Minister's MOU does not actually promise that a pipeline will be built. Instead, it only commits that 7 months from now, a proposal will be referred to a federal office for 2 more years of study, while the BC Premier will still effectively have a veto on this pipeline. Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford any more delays. A pipeline to the Pacific Coast shipping 1 million barrels of oil a day to Asia at world prices would mean stronger take-home pay for Canadians and a resilient, self-reliant economy. That is what Canada needs now, a pipeline, not more broken Liberal promises and not more bait-and-switch tactics from this government. Yet this government continues to stall and stand in the way of this pipeline. They promise one thing to Alberta and another thing to British Columbia. Even their own Liberal caucus is divided. Some Liberal MPs insist that a pipeline must have BC's consent, and specifically that it must have the consent of the Premier of British Columbia, and without it, there would be no pipeline. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution reality is that British Columbia does not have a veto over an interprovincial pipeline. Only the federal government has that authority. And that's a good thing, because the BC NDP Premier has been clear that he is against a pipeline, saying it will never be built. So then why do the Liberals refuse to assert federal jurisdiction, choosing instead to allow political obstruction to continue while Canadians struggle to pay their bills? Energy workers deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Families deserve better. Canada deserves better. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to do just one thing for a pipeline to happen, to get out of the way. That means repealing the industrial carbon tax, granting a permit for a pipeline, and unblocking the billions of dollars in private sector energy investments ready to build. For an entire decade, this government has treated Canada's energy workers and energy-producing regions not as a national strength, but as a problem to be solved. They have blocked pipelines, cancelled projects, imposed punishing regulations, and created a climate of uncertainty that has driven investment out of this country at record speed. It is no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians no longer trust the Liberal promises and announcements that so rarely result in anything. For 10 years, their policies haven't just harmed the energy sector, they've hurt everyday Canadians who rely on affordable fuel, good jobs, and a strong economy to support their families. Across this country, people are working harder, paying more, and getting less. Groceries, housing, and basic essentials keep rising in price, while paychecks stretch thinner and thinner. Monthly food bank visits keep smashing records, and people who once donated to their community food banks are now lining up for help for their families. Mr. Speaker, when investment flees Canada's, workers pay the price. When pipelines are blocked, paychecks shrink. When energy costs rise, the price of groceries, heating, and housing rises with them. Good energy jobs that once sustained entire communities are leaving our country. And when that investment leaves, opportunity leaves with it. For years now, business after business has concluded that Canada is no longer a place where major projects can get approved, built, or completed. Even the Prime Minister has admitted that Liberal laws make it impossible to get anything built. From Bill C-69, the No New Pipelines Law, to Bill C-48, the West Coast shipping ban, to the oil and gas emissions cap and the punitive industrial carbon tax. These Liberal policies have sent thousands of Canadian jobs straight to the United States. Canada should be a country of big dreams and big projects. We should be attracting investment, not driving it away. But under the Liberal and anti-investment agenda, over $500 billion in private sector investment has vanished. That isn't just an abstract number. That means thousands of paychecks that never went out, mortgages that become unaffordable, and careers that were cut short. Instead of supporting workers and the industries that sustain them, the Liberals have spent a decade blocking major infrastructure, stalling resource projects, and creating uncertainty that chases investment to other countries. Instead of supporting Canada's world-class energy industry, the Liberals have undermined it at every turn. Just this year alone, from May to September, nearly $54 billion in investment has left Canada. This is in addition to more than $500 billion lost under Liberal governments, money that could have gone to jobs, wages, and opportunities for Canadian families. The energy sector is a major employer with nearly 1 million workers and contributes to $1 billion in revenue for the government. This is money that should have been building pipelines, supporting workers, strengthening communities, and lowering costs for Canadians, not building prosperity in other countries and lining the pockets of dictators around the world. Liberal policies and energy production caps are projected to reduce oil and gas production by nearly 5%, cut GDP by $20 billion annually, and eliminate over 54,000 full-time jobs by 2032. And yet, the Liberals are still committed to the same anti-growth policies that drove that investment away. Today, the House of Commons has an opportunity to turn things around and give our country a brighter future. Members will vote on our Conservative motion to build a new pipeline to the Pacific Coast and ship 1 million barrels a day to Asia at world prices, not discount prices as we see today. This motion today is about putting more money in the pockets of Canadian workers and raising paychecks across the country. This pipeline from Alberta to the Pacific Coast would mean stronger take-home pay, lower long-term energy costs, billions of dollars of private investment, and more self-reliant, secure Canadian economy. The path forward is straightforward. If the Liberals truly want to build this pipeline, they must do just one thing. Just get out of the way. Canada doesn't need more announcements or studies. Canada needs action. Canada needs jobs, and Canada needs lower costs for struggling families. Conservatives will fight for stronger paychecks. We will fight to make energy, food, and housing affordable. And we will fight to rebuild a self-reliant, secure, sovereign Canadian economy. It's time to build that pipeline. It's time to restore Canada's economic strength, and it's time to bring home Canadian prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very, very clear on this point. The Conservative Party, while in government, built 0 inches of pipeline to Tidewaters. That is the reality. Now, fast forward it to today, when we have the province of Alberta, along with the federal government, signing off on a memorandum of understanding that is being supported by a number of premiers. And then we have the Conservatives cherry-picking to try to sow division within Canadians. I find it distasteful, and so do Canadians. Will this member and the Conservative Party endorse fully the Memorandum of Understanding today?
The honourable member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, the real question is, will they support this motion? The wording from this motion is directly from their MOU with Alberta. And Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that they have left a veto in the hands of the Premier of British Columbia. Only the federal government has the authority, the full authority under the Constitution to build this pipeline and take oil to the Pacific Coast. Mr. Speaker, we need that pipeline to be built. The federal government can get it done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last pipeline infrastructure built in Canada was the Trans Mountain expansion, which cost $34 billion of public money. The parliamentary budget officers said in many of their analyses that the infrastructure was not profitable and would have to be used at full capacity for 40 years just to break even. Our Conservative friends also talk about the Liberals' dream pipeline, but there's another dream. Building infrastructure is not profitable. So we can say to the government, get out of the way, but private businesses won't build either because it's not profitable. Can my colleague explain this Conservative pipe dream of finding a proponent for private pipeline infrastructure?
Why it was not profitable was because it was under the Liberal government. The Liberal government created so many regulations, kept continuously moving the goalposts, and made it not practical for any private business to make that project profitable. So the government had to step in. What they needed to do is what we're asking them to do is just move out of the way. Private industry is ready to build in Canada. Private industry is ready to build major products in Canada, including a pipeline, if they would just get out of the way, and that would be profitable for them and be prosperous, bring great prosperity to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, North of Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and wish you a Merry Christmas, of course. But the question I have for the honourable member, great speech. The Prime Minister has written a book himself. It's called Values, where he says 50% of Canadian oil, 50% of natural gas, 75% of coal, quote, needs to stay in the ground, and even reiterated those points in interviews prior to the previous election. And I just would ask a simple question to the honourable member from Alberta. Does he fully believe that this Prime Minister really wants to build a pipeline to the BC coast?
Honourable member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, that is a great question from my colleague, because at the end of the day, this is the problem. This is why so much investment is leaving this country. Billions of dollars have left this investment has left this country because they don't trust this Prime Minister and trust this Liberal government. They say one thing and do another. They say one thing in Alberta, completely different in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, the reality is in Canada, it is very difficult, almost impossible to build major projects. That Prime Minister has actually supported the idea of keeping oil in the ground, so no one believes them today.
We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Scarborough-Walburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, I support the MOU. I believe that we need to build partnerships in order to move forward on major projects. In regards to the Indigenous communities, do you think they should have a say when it comes to the future of pipelines in this country?
So, before I let the member for Edmonton Gateway respond, using the you, the Speaker's not going to respond. The member will respond. The member for Edmonton Gateway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to hear that he supports the MOU. So, of course, he would support our motion, which the wording is from that MOU directly, Mr. Speaker. So I look forward to his support moving forward today. And, of course, Mr. Speaker, we want the Indigenous communities to have consultation, be a part of this, and to be a part of the prosperity that this...
And I did say a short one. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the motion on the floor today that the House support the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen from a strategic deep-water port on the BC coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, this is the Liberals' wording, word for word, out of the MOU. So having the Liberals oppose and debate their own motion, their own wording, is confusing. And this is why we're trying to put this motion on the floor today, because Canadians deserve an answer. Yes or no? In BC, the Liberal Party will tell BCers that there will be no pipeline built. But in Alberta, those same Liberals will say that yes, a pipeline will be built. Which is it? This is the first opportunity for the Liberals to tell the truth on their intentions to build Canada strong, to turn us into an energy superpower, to turn us into the best performing country in the G7. But what we're watching is Liberals argue with Liberals. Liberals are arguing their own climate action plan. In fact, ministers are resigning because they're saying that Liberals are walking away from their own climate action plan and their commitments to the Paris Accord. It wasn't too long ago where the Liberals were condemning everybody that didn't support a carbon tax or didn't support a climate action plan. And now Liberals are condemning Liberals for not supporting their own climate action plan. The Conservatives have been trying to help the Liberals turn Canada into an energy superpower. We wouldn't have agreed on using emergency powers like the Prime Minister promised. I think that's going too far. You remember the emergency powers? They're the ones that took convoy truckers and threw them into jail and froze their bank accounts. The courts found it unconstitutional. Couldn't have agreed to that. But the Liberals claimed they needed superpowers to get pipelines built, so they brought in Bill C-5, Building Canada. And it got passed by this House of Commons. They knew full well they didn't need Bill C-5. They had all the powers already. But this is typical of what this government has been doing. They promise, then they don't deliver when they become government. This Prime Minister promised to reduce the prices at the grocery store, and his words were, I should be judged by the prices at the grocery store. And then not one item in the budget actually talked about prices at the grocery store. Not one item. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the real problem that we're dealing with here is something that has to be revisited. How this all came about. The United States, and specifically President Trump. Now, you can't take what President Trump says about Canada literally. President Trump said that Canada should become the 51st state of the United States. You can't take that literally. But you should be worried about Canada becoming a vassal state. Now, a vassal state is a country with limited sovereignty and subservient or submissive to a more powerful state, often paying tribute in the form of taxes or resources. Canada, under the Liberals for 10 years, intentionally weakened its own economy by saying no to extracting and exporting its own resources. This would have been okay if the Liberals had replaced the economy with something else, but they didn't. And now they're scrambling to fix a problem that was created by the Liberals. Canada should not have been in this weakened state to begin with. And with or without Trump, this would have happened. When you take away the strength of a country, you leave yourself vulnerable to other powerful countries. And there's two powerful countries in the world right now, China and the United States. But let's get back to this pipeline. Canada exports oil to the United States. 93% of Canadian oil goes to the United States. So our brilliant Prime Minister banker says we got to get off the dependence of the United States. So what does he offer the United States? Another pipeline going to the United States. He offers to build Keystone. What's the point of that? And President Trump was so happy that our Prime Minister offered to export more oil to the United States. You know what he did? He imposed more tariffs in Canada. So what next? As a tribute to the United States, our Prime Minister offered to invest $1 trillion of private Canadian money in the United States. How did Trump respond? He imposed more tariffs. I mean, what is the point of negotiating when the situation just keeps getting worse? And then the Prime Minister condones an ad run in the United States, which United States lawmakers refer to as foreign interference. Canada interfering with the politics of a foreign country which just happens to be a global superpower. So what does Trump do? More tariffs, increased tariffs. Now what's happening? Upon the latest meeting with Trump, our Prime Minister, what did he learn? Trump is going to threaten to tariff Canadian fertilizer. That's more exports. And by the way, potash being shipped out of BC ports. Is that a reality? No. The company decides to ship out of the United States ports instead. More tribute to the United States. More private Canadian investment money going to the United States. Stellantis. More private Canadian money going to the United States. In this case, you could argue this is public money because this Liberal government gave Stellantis $15 billion. And then Stellantis packs up the auto manufacturing facility and moves to the United States. And then Stellantis offers $13 billion to President Trump as tribute. But this government's going to get that money back, even though they didn't read that contract that they signed with Stellantis. I hope they read it by now. On top of this, CUSMA, the trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. President Trump is offering or threatening to withdraw from that agreement. Now, the argument is that the default will be the previous agreement that existed before CUSMA. That's a weak premise, given who we're dealing with south of the border. Do you really think Trump's going to agree to that? In this new world of geoeconomics, Canada is now in a weakened position with no leverage to negotiate with the United States, much less anybody else. Now they're starting to beg Europe for some type of alliance. The fighter jets that they're talking about buying, instead of buying jets from the Americans like promised, they want to buy from Sweden. But the licensing technology belongs to the United States. Do you really think Trump, with all the insults that this Prime Minister has given across the board, saying pipelines are boring? Or who cares if our Prime Minister talked to the President of the United States? Do you really think the United States is going to allow licensing to leave any of the manufacturers all around the world? This is a different world we're living in. In Canada, you are 10 years behind the times. 10 years behind because of failed Liberal policies. The vassal state is a reality. And if it continues on the road it's going down, our grandchildren and children are not only going to have to deal with failed economics, they're going to have to deal with the politics that are playing out right now here in Canada. And we haven't even begun to talk about the Arctic sovereignty. And how are you going to fund that when you have no economy? Right now, all this Liberal answer is, let's go back to taxes. Or hide it through rates. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires, the government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge my honourable friend's speech. I do think we diverge on a very significant, point above all others, which is we believe over here in the future of Canada, in our ability to create our own future, to make our own decisions, and to choose our own destiny. And part of choosing that destiny is the negotiation with members and the constituent parts of our vast and great land, which includes, of course, the province of Alberta, which includes, of course, the province of British Columbia and all provinces, and with rights holders and with First Nations as well. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my honourable friend, would he prefer to have an MOU and everything that's contained in that MOU, including great advances on the environment, or would he prefer to just have one part of that MOU, which is what his party is advocating for?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the member for that question. In fact, it's 10 years too late to believe in Canada. Why didn't you believe that 10 years ago when you started all these policies? Bill C-69, the tanker moratorium, why didn't you believe it then?
Interrupt the member. It's through the chair, not directly to the government House Leader. The member is using the you, referring to the Speaker. Cannot use that. I remind the member can continue.
And the government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, by the way, we're not arguing. We're watching the Liberals argue over this MOU. We're watching them argue over the Climate Action Plan. We're trying to support.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The big question that we'll have to ask today, besides from the fact that the government has clearly turned its back on the fight against climate change, is whether there is truly a promoter that is interested in building a pipeline. And in this respect, there doesn't seem to be a lot of people who are lining up. Yet, both the Liberals and the Conservatives keep asking who has the biggest pipeline. But there is no business case, as we say, to build a pipeline. There is no one interested. So the Conservatives need to know, we need to tell us if they're ready to put public funds into this infrastructure. We have lost $34 billion in the past, and we need to know if Conservatives are willing to put public money into that.
Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for that question. In fact, this is a Liberals' MOU. This is a Liberal decision. This MOU never came to the House. And by the way, the idea of a private investor, there's no way a private investor will invest in Canada when we got the tanker moratorium and Bill C-69, the environmental laws. It's just too much. But today can be a signal. One signal of probably 10 to 20, maybe 30 signals that got to be sent on top of legislative amendments made to all the policies that restricted investment in the first place.
The comments, the honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Speaker, and congratulations to my honourable colleague and friend for a great speech. And I agree with him about Liberals always creating confusion. In fact, Liberals, especially this Prime Minister, always speak out of both sides of their mouth. To their Leave It in the Ground caucus, they say no pipelines. But to Alberta, they say we'll build a pipeline. The Prime Minister supports the tanker ban, but then says somehow he'll override it for maybe a pipeline. Can you talk a little bit more about how the Prime Minister says one thing to one group of people and another thing to others to create confusion and division?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my honourable member, for the question. In fact, that is exactly why we want to talk about this today. This is not definitive today, what we're talking about. This is just the Liberals' wording in the MOU. But it will be definitive once the application is made. And at that point, this Liberal government will have to make a decision. Will they allow a pipeline to be built? Will they allow it to be fast-tracked? Will it go to the major projects office? Today is all about yes or no to different provinces, depending on which audience is sitting in front of the Prime Minister.
Time for a very short question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in the House when the Prime Minister said that this pipeline would require the consent of the Government of British Columbia as well as First Nations. I then, of course, read the MOU and it says no such thing. I think the Energy Minister went to British Columbia and then said that it would require free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous nations. My question to my honourable colleague is, what's the position of the Conservative Party? Does he and the Conservative Party believe...
And I did say a short question. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley in 15 seconds or less.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And this is basically 100% of the whole problem. We don't know what the government's position is, whether we're talking about Indigenous consent or provincial consent. We don't know. Today will be a huge day for
I have to interrupt. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to take part in this debate. I want to begin by acknowledging the people who have the most at stake in this discussion: Canada's First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, and their rights, which our government has committed to uphold consistently, including in the MOU referenced in this motion. I would also like to thank the workers and communities who power Canada's energy sector, and the governments and citizens of Alberta, as well as British Columbia. Canada is in a trade war, one we did not ask for, but one we must win. In a moment like this, we need unity and execution. We need to focus on building real things that will stand the test of time, not conservative partisan theater intended for social media clips. Yeah. Canadians expect more from this House, Mr. Speaker, and we will deliver it for Canadians. That is why the government signed and supports the full Memorandum of Understanding signed between Canada and the Conservative Government of Alberta. I say the full text of the MOU because the whole agreement matters. The accomplishments of the full text is that it sets out the conditions needed to make progress that Canada and Alberta agree on. It is a framework and a path for prosperity, nation building, and reduced emissions, things Canadians elected us to deliver. But, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative motion before us does the opposite. It cherry-picks one outcome and ignores the framework that would make that outcome possible. In an attempt to score cheap political points, the motion, Mr. Speaker, is dripping with cynicism. Exactly. Yeah. Endorsing that approach does not bring a pipeline closer. In fact, by ignoring the importance of engagement with British Columbia, the possibility of Indigenous co-ownership, the role of the private sector, and the crucial decarbonization efforts inherent in a possible pipeline, like the Pathways Project and a strong carbon market, it risks pushing it farther away. Not only does it not reflect the deal that was actually signed, it does also not represent the full plan Alberta has laid out. Perhaps that is no surprise, since the leader of the official opposition has never made a deal in his life.
That's right.
That's right.
And he only parachuted into Alberta this year.
Yeah.
Does he understand what Albertans want?
Nope.
Nope.
Let me be clear about this. I support the idea that Canada should diversify its trade and expand access to global markets. I support the idea that a pipeline could be a key part of this. If built right, just look at what the TMX did for our economy in the first year alone. But that is not the same as supporting a motion that is designed to only play divisive games rather than build consensus. I appreciate that Conservatives are taking some inspiration from the deal we negotiated with Alberta, which includes diversifying exports beyond a single customer, increasing resilience to market shocks, and supporting good jobs and investment in Canada. But I suggest they read the entire MOU a bit more closely, because unfortunately, what they left out of today's motion is what would make a real project possible.
That's right.
They omitted that any pipeline must be constructed and financed by the private sector. They omitted a joint commitment by Canada and Alberta to strengthen industrial carbon price through Alberta's tier system, including a minimum effective credit price of $130 per ton. They omitted that a Phase 1 Pathways project must be approved and underway before a pipeline proceeds. They omitted the requirement to engage British Columbians through friendly dialogue And they omitted that any adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act would only be considered if necessary. Those are not footnotes. They are conditions for success. They are also part of the memorandum that actually answers Canadians' practical questions. Who pays for the project? How do we earn public trust and social license? How do we reduce emissions in a way that attracts investment and protects our planet? How do we work with British Columbia and with Indigenous partners on an approach that supports Team Canada rather than divides us? Our Prime Minister and this government know what it actually takes to build nation-building projects, and so do our provincial partners, whether they are in Alberta, British Columbia, or beyond. If they do not want to collaborate with us, perhaps my Conservative colleagues across the aisle should take cues from them. Therefore, the government will not support this motion. We must vote against it because it is incomplete by design and because it undermines the practical pathway set out in the memorandum that Canada and Alberta have agreed to. Exactly. If Conservatives actually want a pipeline built, I would suggest there are three realities they need to accept. First, the role of industrial carbon pricing. I will continue to challenge Conservatives to make clear whether or not they agree with Premier Smith that industrial carbon pricing is an essential part of diversifying Canada's energy exports beyond the United States. The Leader of the Opposition has spent years attacking industrial carbon pricing and undermining certainty for investments. Premier Smith is signing an agreement that strengthens industrial carbon pricing. Canadians deserve to know which side Conservatives are on. It does not appear to be the side of Canadians. That's right. The second reality that Conservatives must accept is that the endeavour upon which we are embarking must be legitimate. In Canada, legitimacy starts with respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples and the duty to consult. This is not a box check at the end. It is a responsibility that begins at the beginning of the process. It is about economic partnership. Many Indigenous communities want to be owners and investors in major projects, not spectators. In fact, we have already heard from treaty nations interested in possible co-ownership, a desire completely left out of this Conservative motion. Legitimacy also means working with British Columbia in good faith. It requires serious engagement with the province, with coastal communities, and with Indigenous peoples whose lands and waters must be affected. The MOU we signed recognizes that reality. The Conservative motion tries to skip it. The third reality is that we must accept that there are lessons that we should take note of from the Trans Mountain expansion. The TMX is an essential piece of infrastructure that fundamentally changed Canada's ability to be a resilient energy superpower. Unfortunately, Conservatives often try to exclude it from conversations because it does not fit their political narrative. That is because Liberals can and did actually build pipelines. Yeah. But one very important thing we can learn from the TMX is the importance of having a private proponent. There is significant work needed to be done with Alberta to attract that proponent, and that work is being done. But we will not let the federal Conservatives pretend that an opposition day motion can substitute for real project proposal work, real financing, and a real review. All theater. Now I also want to address the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act because Conservatives have cherry-picked this measure for this debate. Our approach to this is straightforward. The memorandum makes clear that an adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act will only be considered if necessary, and only in the context of an approved project. In other words, we're not going to turn the moratorium into a political football for the sake of a cynical headline. We will develop an appropriate adjustment if required, based on evidence and a real proposal, not a desire to go on television. Mr. Speaker, at its core, this Conservative motion is not about building, it is about dividing.
Right.
It tries to pit regions against each other while ignoring the collaborative nature of the very agreement that Canada and Alberta signed to create a path forward. We are in a trade war, and Canada needs a Team Canada approach. That means...
I have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. We are past time. The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton Bequidgeon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the speech from the Minister. What I would say is that the Northern Gateway Pipeline had all of the environmental assessment, had all the Indigenous consultation, and was cancelled under Justin Trudeau. So if this government asked Conservatives to support C5 so they could exempt projects in the national interest from all the terrible laws that they passed in the last 10 years, and we did support that. Now he's got a pipeline that meets all of the criteria he's been talking about in his speech. Does he want to build the pipeline, yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the members opposite wish they were still 10 years ago. That's not the government we're in today. This government is committed to work constructively with the Conservative government of Alberta on a total MOU to develop and build Canada strong. That's what we will do, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am having a really hard time explaining that expanding a pipeline cost $34 billion and no private developer wanted to get involved. Not one wanted to buy Trans Mountain. And now, magically, there's some private investor that is supposed to step up to build a new pipeline. And we know that Trans Mountain will take more than 40 years to make this infrastructure profitable. And the minister here knows how to count. He knows figures. And I would be curious to know if, in his ability, it would be profitable to have a pipeline. He has to be open with Albertans. He has to tell them the truth. If there is a private investor, does he think there'll be one that will step up to build a new pipeline, even though no one wanted to expand the other one? The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Alberta has said they want to be the proponent. They have said they will attract a private sector proponent. It is up to Alberta to do that. My understanding is they are working with several private sector proponents. If and when that private sector proponent comes forward, we'll evaluate the proposal.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouillat.
Abbotsford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few points of collaboration, a few points to discuss in the MOU regarding collaboration. The Minister of Natural Resources. The MOU states that the Government of Canada is going to collaborate with British Columbia. Under C5, the government has granted itself powers to exempt the federal government from following other existing legislation. How is the Minister of Natural Resources going to square that with an anti-energy, anti-private property premier in British Columbia who does not believe in pipelines or the development of further natural resources? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
I'd like to correct the member opposite. The MOU says Alberta and the federal government will collaborate with the province of British Columbia.
Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, constituents within the riding of Waterloo have been talking about this MOU. It's been definitely gaining a lot of attraction. What they're noticing is that it is a comprehensive document, which provides some certainty for investors. It provides certainty for Canadians, for the economy. They were pleased to see that the federal government is wanting to work with provinces, wanting to work with Indigenous communities, because it's the right approach, and we should all be able to be at the table. Premier Smith has agreed that industrial carbon pricing is essential to attract investment in decarbonized production. Will the minister explain how strengthening Alberta's tier system is key to competitiveness?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, a functioning industrial carbon price has attracted over $80 billion of clean tech to Canada over the last several years. Further strengthening the industrial carbon price will allow the Pathways project to proceed. The Pathways project will be the largest single carbon capture, utilization, and storage project in the history of the world. It will be done with Canadian technology, technology that will be exported all over the world, creating wonderful jobs, long-term careers for Canadians. That's why industrial carbon pricing is important.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Nature.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in the House this morning. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, and I would like to express my gratitude for the privilege of sharing this land with them to this day. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, today I wish to speak about our future and what the Government of Canada is doing to build a stronger, more sustainable future, not only a net zero future, but with new opportunities. Opportunities for clean, resilient, sustainable growth. Like the creation of industries with long-term jobs in all of our regions, opportunities for workers and communities. Like millions of skilled jobs for electricians, engineers, construction workers, and energy advisors, as well as renewable energy projects that are owned by communities that can help increase local wealth. Opportunities for Canadian competitiveness, like selling clean aluminum, low carbon footprint steel, and sustainable forestry projects. Madam Speaker, a climate competitive Canada. I'm speaking of a Canada that takes the lead by depending on its strengths.
Countries around the world are making the transition to clean, low-carbon energy, industries, and technology. They are competing to design the cleanest technologies, produce the cleanest fuels, and operate the cleanest industries. They are competing for capital, for talent, and for innovation. This transition reshapes opportunities in trade, investment, and jobs. It's bringing opportunities. I see these very opportunities developing in my home city of Toronto, with more public transit running on clean power, with more walkable, bikeable communities. And we have opportunities to change the way we heat and cool our homes, with heat pumps, better insulated homes, and smart thermostats that learn routines and reduce wasted energy. With cleaner and more dependable electricity, solar rooftops and grids powered by wind, nuclear, and storage. Like I saw in Edmonton, where communities were retrofitting their homes to reduce their energy bills while at the same time reducing emissions. It's impacting how we think about our sustainable future. It's also changing how we connect with nature, with more protected areas, more urban forests, and more opportunities for outdoor recreation close to home. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, a carbon-neutral future will make the cleaner option less costly, smarter, and simpler. That is why making the critical changes to reach net zero is economically judicious and is responsible fiscally. It's also essential to protect Canadians and the places they call home.
Conservative motion before us today. More importantly, let's talk about what's missing. There's no mention of climate, clean electricity grids, interties between neighboring provinces, no mention of the environment, no mention of a net zero future for Canadians. In this motion, they ignore any mention of environmental policy, environmental assessment, emissions reductions, or collaboration with the province of British Columbia. all these things were found in the MOU the Premier of Alberta signed this week with the federal government. The Conservatives have no credible policy. They have no plan on climate change. There are two things we know for certain about the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. They have absolutely no plan for the environment, and they have a complete inability to build responsibly for this country.
That's right.
They love to talk about pipelines, but they never want to talk about climate action. Instead, they're committed to being divisive and to dragging us into the past. So let's talk about what is in the Memorandum of Understanding, Madam Speaker. This Memorandum of Understanding recognizes that both Canada and Alberta are committed to achieving a net zero electricity grid that is affordable and reliable. It commits to interties with neighboring provinces. This Memorandum of Understanding is contingent upon commitments to enhanced methane regulations and to the completion of a new carbon pricing agreement to achieve a 6-fold increase in carbon credit prices. All of this, which is to be finalized by no later than April 1st, 2026. We're working with the clean electricity regulations, not around them, in collaboration with the province of Alberta to get a net zero grid. Each jurisdiction looks different, Madam Speaker, and we're cooperating to find an approach that works best in Alberta. As a country, we cannot move forward towards our targets and achieving climate goals if we're not doing it together. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that fighting climate change is both a moral obligation to our future generations and it's an economic imperative. C'est la raison pour laquelle le gouvernement.
That is why the Government of Canada launched the Climate Competitiveness Strategy and Budget 2025. The strategy will position Canada to seize opportunities offered by the global transition to clean economies by reducing our emissions and by stimulating investment. It will create the predictability necessary for investment that we need in order to build a net zero affordable future. A future where Canadian industries and businesses will be well positioned to play a role in the global markets. An economy where Canadians will know that they can depend on a solid economy with skilled jobs. And an economy where Canada will be at the lead of the global transition.
Strategy, Madam Speaker, is a central pillar of the government's plan to become the strongest economy in the G7. It's about building certainty for investors while continuing to take strong action to address climate change, building new infrastructure, and building major projects more efficiently while ensuring they contribute to a clean, competitive economy. It's about supporting clean Canadian innovation, scaling homegrown solutions, and capitalizing on projects that further Canada's standing as a clean energy superpower. It's also about exploring nuclear and renewable energy and investments in low carbon fuels and initiatives aimed at improving the emissions intensity of the oil and gas sector, expanding into emerging opportunities like critical minerals, carbon removal, resource efficiency, and high-value manufacturing, training workers to participate in these opportunities, and engaging with Indigenous rights holders as appropriate. All of these, Madam Speaker, are investments in long-term prosperity. But, Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Canada is not just entering the race. Canada is in race with some of the smartest and most talented workers. That's what we bring to the table. Some of the cleanest power, unique energy and resource sectors, and world-class industries. And we bring a strong domestic market where Canadians can be our own best customers. In sum, climate competitiveness strategies aims to grow our economy to build a stronger, more sustainable, and more competitive Canada and to create lasting prosperity. Let me close with a picture of what Canada can look like if we stay the course. It's a Canada where the power in our homes and the air in our cities is clean. A Canada where jobs in our communities are future-focused and where students can look forward to working in global leading industries. A Canada where Indigenous engagement is rooted in respect and responsibility. And a Canada where climate action is a catalyst, sparking innovation, inspiration, and investment. This is the climate competitive economy that Canada is moving towards. And we are doing it working hand in hand with Indigenous governments, with provinces and territories, with industry in all sectors, because climate action is an opportunity for everyone. This is the Canadian way. And I look forward to continuing on that work, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and forgive my cynicism today, but my riding of Mission Mascouy Abbotsford is one of the most trade-exposed regions in all of Canada. We are the breadbasket of British Columbia. We have one of the most diverse economies. And for years, we suffered the most disastrous natural disaster caused by climate change in the history of Canada. Where has the Government of Canada been on securing our supply chains so that goods can go through to the Port of Metro Vancouver? We have 3 rail lines. Where was the Government of Canada to work collaboratively with the First Nations who've been calling them to the table to sit on the transboundary committees on the Nooksack River? Where has the federal government been in our time of crisis because of climate change? They have been absent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
But no climate plan. Speaker, where have we been as a government? We have been side by side with Canadians in communities right across this country to make sure that we continue to provide the support they need, but also hand in hand to make sure that we are seizing the opportunities for the future. But if the member opposite thinks that the motion today moves us any way forward in working in partnership with his home province of British Columbia, I recommend he relooks at the wording, because nowhere in that wording does it actually refer to actually working in partnership with the province of British Columbia or respecting their agreement.
That's right. Honourable Député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for the Minister, and I know that she's in a difficult position today. But I would just like to point out that there are things here that I don't think are possible to reconcile. Sometimes in politics, we can be guided by our own ideas and intentions, but then we reach a breaking point, and I think that's what happened to the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. In my opinion, building more oil and gas infrastructure is not possible to reconcile with protecting the environment. The idea of developing a new strategy to invent low-carbon oil is not possible to reconcile with the energy transition. I'd like my colleague to explain how she can possibly square the circle here. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, let's be very clear. We will not be able to reach our targets and objectives in the area of environment and climate change without working with the provinces. When I look at what is in this agreement, I see that as a federal government, we are ready to work with the province of Alberta to create an industrial carbon price, a stronger industrial carbon price. We are currently working on stronger methane regulations. We are working together on clean electricity. I think this is a step forward. I think working with the provinces and ensuring that we continue to fight climate change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the whole origin of this MOU came because of a pipeline, but the Liberals now are trying to paint this as concerted opposition to climate action. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we're just watching the Liberals argue their own climate action plan. In fact, the minister resigned saying that the Liberals flip-flopped on her climate action plan. Does my honourable colleague agree with the minister that resigned saying that the Liberals are backtracking on their climate action plan?
Well, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I think on this side of the House, we would all be
absolutely clear that we know that under the previous Conservative government, our emissions were going up with no plan to bring them down. What we have done over the past decade is we have not only flattened that trajectory, we have brought emissions down. They are at the lowest they've been in almost 3 decades, except for the COVID years. We have shown a continued commitment to fight climate change. What we are united in knowing and saying is the Conservatives have no plan, and if they wanted to show something, they would have said something in the MOU today. They chose not to.
Very brief question from the honourable member for Saanich-Gold-Filands.
To the minister. She must have been aware that in the budget at page 348 there was a commitment to no fossil fuel subsidies for enhanced oil recovery. Was she consulted before that was reversed in the MOU? I sure wasn't.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, when we're talking about the agreement today and the climate competitiveness strategy, we have an overarching move forward to actually how do we put the pieces in place that we need to fight climate change. That includes industrial carbon price, that includes methane regulations, that includes clean electricity, and the Conservatives every time vote against.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This agreement between Alberta and the federal government is a great example of what, in my opinion, is not working well in Canadian politics. By the way, Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Repentigny. Thank you so much for reminding me. So, as I was saying, this agreement between Alberta and the federal government is a good example of what is not working well in Canadian politics. And today's debate also contributes to that. Clearly, our political processes are powerless to do anything about the oil and gas juggernaut. And apparently we always look at our economy through that lens, the oil and gas lens. Every time we have a crisis, the government decides to just invest more in oil and gas. The Conservatives are the same way. I remember after COVID, the government prepared an economic recovery plan. But as usual, that plan included more money for oil and gas. Same thing during the Ukraine crisis. Both our Liberal and Conservative friends felt the way to help with the Ukraine conflict would be to provide more oil and gas to the Ukrainians. Why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? Because it once more, well, what we are experiencing today once more confirms a pattern that I have noticed ever since 2019 when I came to this place. Oil and gas is one of Canada's strongest symbols of identity. And because of that, we are finding it impossible to engage in the clean energy transition. What we've seen with this agreement with Alberta, it was claimed that this was to strengthen national unity. The government actually decided to just capitulate on a number of matters. It completely gave up on its already weak climate proposals. And in fact, they ended up losing one of their ministers over this, who this morning appeared in the media with an open letter. But in any case, the government capitulated in order to do everything that Alberta wanted and depend so-called national unity, which of course is fine when it's in line with the interests of the oil and gas sector. But we are public decision makers and we have a duty to act responsibly, which means that we need to remember that the climate crisis is ongoing. And that hasn't changed just because we're in a trade war with the US. For example, the wildfires we see every year, the various weather problems that we see every year. We can't forget that, and yet the federal government seems to be acting as though that problem no longer existed. There's an angle of this that is very problematic that I'd like to talk about, because this government is saying that it can negotiate with the province in order to bring in infrastructure that will be the territory of a separate province without consulting that other province. What we've seen here is that BC was never consulted during this process. It simply had to accept the fact that the government had already signed the agreement with Alberta. So the government completely ignored Alberta, which is something that is really scary for Quebecers.
It means that we're asking ourselves whether they will start back with Energie S. Now, I said that oil and gas is a strong identity symbol, or so it seems. Now, I'd like to come back on a few points. First, the federal government purchased a pipeline for $34 billion. And for as long as I've been here, since 2019, I've lost track of how many times saying it's for climate change, the Liberals have invested public money in pipe dreams. They're still dreaming of carbon capture and storage. They're still talking about carbon neutral or net zero oil, clean oil. They're also way over supporting the oil and gas sector. Now, I also remember during COVID, there was an emissions reduction fund. It was supposed to reduce oil and gas emissions. The only thing that it actually accomplished was to increase the sector's production of oil and gas. Madam Speaker, in my view, it's very clear Canada is prisoner to its own energy policy and has trouble getting out of that or changing. I talked about COVID and the transition out of a crisis, but now there's a trade war. So the government is using the trade war to take rapid action in one industry, the fossil fuel industry. We're still waiting for action in the forestry sector, though. Let's take a step back, though. Here's what I think might happen. First, I don't think the pipeline will happen. Albertans should be told the truth. Why will there never be a pipeline? Because there will never be a proponent. Unless the Alberta government decides to foot the bill, the whole bill, but that would be catastrophic because this could be like what happened with Churchill Falls, where the federal government ended up having to step in and pay for a province's energy infrastructure. There will never be a promoter unless it's the Alberta government pays. There have been many reports, and an expert testified to the Natural Resources Committee that Trans Mountain would not be profitable. That's when the infrastructure was going to cost $21 billion. We hadn't hit $34 billion yet, but the PBO said in committee that the infrastructure would never be profitable. That is to say that it would have to be operated at full capacity for 40 straight years to even just break even. No one in industry wants that kind of deal. If it takes 40 years to turn a profit, then that means that we will be dependent on the oil and gas sector for another 40 years. We won't have a transition. There won't be any green energy. We would just be slaves to the oil and gas sector. That's the message that this government is sending. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to come back to a very important question. If the pipeline will never exist, what might exist is carbon capture and storage. The federal government wants to invest in that as a solution to the trade war. Well, let's look into that. The members of the Nouvelle Voie Alliance, which represent 80% of oil sands production, that includes Canada Natural Resources, Cenovus Energy, Imperial Oil, and Suncor. So they make up 80% of the oil sector. And 73% belongs to foreign interests, 60% to American interests. The oil lobby is working in service of American interests. I couldn't make this up if I tried. It's crazy. The federal government is willing to invest billions in infrastructure in the context of the trade war, but a lot of that money will end up in the United States. 60% of dividends paid from 2020 to 2022 to the oil and gas sector were paid to American interests. And we don't want to be sending our money there. From 2020 to 2024, the industry made record profits, $131 billion, and the government is saying, well, we're here to make life easier for you. We're going to pass legislation like C5, no more energy transition, environmental regulations out the window. We'll help you make a profit, and you can just send it right down to the States. It's unbelievable, but it gets even worse because, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives say that that's how we will manage to bring down inflation. Do you know what drives inflation up the most, Madam Speaker? When the oil and gas sector increases its refining margins. It was 9.4 cents in 2018, and in 2022, it was up to 48 cents. That is a wealth transfer from the general public to big oil and gas, and both the Liberals and Conservatives have contributed to that. This motion today has to do with the trade war with the United States, but you know what? A lot of it is just smoke and mirrors.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I agree that we shouldn't send our money to the United States, but we obviously need a pipeline east and a pipeline west. 60% of Quebecers support a pipeline there. Will the Bloc Québécois support a pipeline east in Quebec? The honourable member for Jonquière. 60% of Quebecers support a pipeline. I don't know about that. It will go through many communities, and we are not just a place for Western energy to pass through. What we need to do is support the lumber sector. The government has made announcements, but no one has seen a cent of the money they've announced. The federal government is willing to prostrate itself to help Alberta, but they're not doing a thing for Quebec.
Madam Speaker, you know, the Bloc is a separatist party. They love it when there's conflict within the nation. They've demonstrated that on numerous occasions. Here we have a memorandum of understanding which clearly shows how well federalism works, Madam Speaker. Not only is it good for the environment, it's also good for the economy. It shows to the degree in which the federal government continues to work in supporting Canadians, supporting the lumber industry, supporting the steel industry, supporting the aluminum industry. These are all important achievements. Will the Bloc Party not recognize it, that federalism does work? All Canadians benefit by this memorandum of understanding.
Wow.
The honourable member for Jonquière. The member for Winnipeg North just figured out that we're a separatist party. Congratulations. Yes, that's accurate. As for the rest of his question, Madam Speaker, we are not looking to pick fights. Far from it. We're here to defend Quebec's interests, which are very poorly served here. 44 Quebec MPs were elected, which are Liberal, and they're not supporting the lumber and forestry industry. The member for Winnipeg North is never able to tell us why the government is not listening, not helping that industry. In August, the government announced supports for the forestry industry. No one has seen a cent yet. Meanwhile, this sector is facing 45% tariffs. Meanwhile, oil and gas, that sector is making record profits, yet the government only wants to help oil and gas. I'd like to remind the member that I'm not necessarily doing any of that.
Honourable member for Niagara West? No? Oh, okay. Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion before the House today, this Conservative motion, addresses a memorandum of understanding between the Government of Canada and the Government of Alberta. The full agreement contains a work plan between the federal government, provinces, and Indigenous communities. Here's my question to the member across the way. Would he agree that it's important that all governments and Indigenous communities work together and have important discussions so that we can guarantee a great future for all Canadians? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Of course, Madam Speaker, we do need more consultation, more agreement. That's why, in negotiating this deal, the first thing the federal government should have done is go to see British Columbians to see how they feel about it, but they did not do so. The government negotiated behind British Columbia's back. They negotiated regarding infrastructure that might go through British Columbia and impact British Columbia, and now today they're talking about consultation and agreement. Well, that's rich.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear. Today, we are debating a Canada-Alberta agreement which betrays the climate and the fight on climate change. Canada seems to be abandoning all of its GHG reduction goals. It's giving up on all the policy it's passed the past 10 years. It's backtracking on tanker bans off the West Coast, on agreement with Indigenous peoples. The Prime Minister is clear on having an oil and gas plan, and he wants to go ahead at breakneck speed. This is a climate betrayal by the Liberals. This led to the minister, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, stepping down from cabinet. The Prime Minister is throwing law and legislation out the window, and he seems to be doing away with people who want to defend the climate and climate change fights. Alberta wants to export 1.3 billion of barrels of oil through British Columbia a day without British Columbia's agreement. And in the agreement, there's nothing about respecting the rights of First Nations. First Nations were unanimous in their statement that the tanker ban must be maintained and that the agreement must be dismantled. But the Prime Minister is not listening to First Nations, nor is he listening to British Columbia. No one consulted British Columbia on this. The Premier of British Columbia found out in the papers that the government was negotiating with Alberta, and British Columbia will not be able to say, no, we don't want a pipeline rammed down our throats. This is, of course, a threat to other provinces and to Quebec. The federal government has a pipe dream, an oil pipe dream. This is one of the worst ever instances of predatory federalism. This is disrespectful to provinces. Provinces' rights are being trampled all over. This is very obvious disdain for institutions and legislation, all to promote oil and gas development. The government, once again, is taking advantage of the tariff and trade war to support oil and gas even more. Now, we know that Alberta supports this. That's understandable. But oil is, that oil is the dirtiest oil in the world. It's one of the biggest issues in Canada. But the Prime Minister no longer cares about climate change. There is no private proponent. So the Prime Minister is probably willing to give even more billions to the industry at any cost. But that cost will be very expensive for Quebecers who don't stand to gain anything from this. This is a Western Canada pipeline. this is all to support Western Canadian oil and gas. Meanwhile, we know that what we should be doing is investing in clean energy and the energy of the future, be it be clean buildings, electrification of transportation, small and medium enterprises. Future jobs are in clean energy, not in oil and gas. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie this morning published a letter. He said that it would be very dishonest to say that Canada is going to achieve its GHG reduction targets. The member for Sainte-Marie judges this agreement and what's been agreed on between the Prime Minister, his minister, and the Premier of Alberta, saying that it's not a compromise. My colleague says that it will sacrifice for Alberta but not get anything in return. This is true for Quebec. Quebec stands to gain nothing and to lose everything. This MOU represents giving up on 10 years of environmental policy. All right, now let's take a look at the MOU. It's essentially the oil and gas industry's wish list, and the Prime Minister and his government are just helping them get every item on their wish list, as they've done since they took office. They want one or more pipelines to transport at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission oil, and to add 400,000 barrels a day of dirty oil, and to end the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act so that they would be able to cross a protected marine area. And that would, of course, impact many jobs which depend on environmental protection in that part of Canada. They also want to increase oil-based electricity. They want to suspend Alberta's clean energy regulations. So they are going in the complete opposite direction of renewable energy. But if Alberta gets that, then other provinces might want to follow in their footsteps. The government wanted it to be $170 a ton in 2030, but they've brought that down to $130 for Alberta, but we don't even know when that would take effect. Would that be in 2050? What is the path to get there? It's completely unclear, Madam Speaker. They're also talking about building a carbon capture and storage mega project, billions of dollars yet again for big oil and gas, for Alberta's dirty energy. It's important to understand that the government will also allow them to use carbon capture, use and storage to increase oil export capacity, even though in their very own budget they said that they would not do so. But now 180, actually it's not just a 180, it's just fully giving up on their commitment to stop subsidizing fossil fuels. Now there are methane regulations. Now Canada will have to agree with Alberta when it comes to methane regulations. Alberta just got a 5-year delay or extension. What will the other provinces do? Well, now that that's been granted to Alberta, other provinces will call for the same treatment. And what will we be left with at the end of the day? We will have less ambitious targets and all kinds of loopholes that can exist. And one other item on the oil and gas sector's wish list to change the Competition Act so that they can engage in more greenwashing. Now, I'd like to mention the infamous cap. Well, now they are producing massive amounts of GHG emissions, 500% increase since the 90s, and a new pipeline would, of course, increase production and increase emissions. There is no such thing as a net zero barrel of oil or a green barrel. That's smoke and mirrors. That's a pipe dream. You don't need to be the sharpest tool in the shed to understand that, Madam Speaker. Everyone knows that if you increase production, you increase emissions. Now, as for carbon capture and storage, 80% of emissions are from fossil fuels. So that won't take anything away from our emissions because 80% is from combustion. Moreover, these technologies are not yet proven. They have not been implemented in a widespread manner. They're very expensive. It will cost billions in public money. And of course, Canada is willing to pay for 50% of those costs for big oil and gas businesses.
So this is a climate betrayal. There are a lot of people who voted for the Liberals thinking that they'd be better than the Conservatives. But they're worse right now than the Conservatives. Even Stephen Harper, and we saw black years under him with the environment, but still did not authorize a pipeline and move forward with it. And this government now will have two under its belt. It's suspending laws such as C5 and C15 to move forward with this oil agenda. And we didn't vote for this. The climate crisis did not disappear. They're using this trade war to move forward this conservative agenda. It's fully irresponsible, and the Bloc will refuse this plan. Questions and comments?
For Leduc Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members of this House may sometimes get confused when they see the two of us standing up. Let us be assured we could not be further apart in terms of our views on this issue. I would say a couple of, this is probably more of a comment than a question because I don't know where a question would even go, but the comment would be that the wish list for, I think, my constituents and probably his would include the strongest healthcare in the world, strongest education systems in the world, support for people who are vulnerable. I would argue that the oil and gas sector in Canada has created untold billions of dollars in financing towards those things, and the Liberal approach over the last decade of shutting down the oil and gas sector largely has benefited not the environment in any way. I don't think there's been any benefit to the environment, but what I do think we benefited is we benefited the economies of Russia and Iran and Saudi Arabia and Venezuela and other oil-producing countries at the expense of our own systems, our own ability to fund the important healthcare, social service, and education systems in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, it is true my honourable colleague does look a little bit like me, but we clearly do not share the same ideology. When we look at oil and gas in Canada, they're on the up. Production and emissions are increasing, and no one on this side of the House is against this. They're rolling out the red carpet. They're putting billions on the table, billions from the pockets of Quebecers as well. So let's make a transition. Let's plan for an exit from oil and gas. This won't happen overnight, but we have to plan for this transition because you're talking about health care. But the biggest threat to our health right now, according to who? What are they saying? It's climate change. So you can put your head in the sand and focus on oil and gas, but that's a really bad idea for your health.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. It's good to get his perspective. He's been an environmental leader for many years. There's a couple important things that he mentioned. First, that energy becoming an energy superpower includes all forms of energy, and that we need to invest in clean energy and invest in the jobs in clean energy, because that's where the jobs of the future are. Thinking about the global transition towards electric vehicles and transportation, electric heating and cooling, electric industrial processes, and electric computing and data centers, would he agree that it is pragmatic to provide paths forward for natural resources where the market exists, and also to invest heavily in electric production and transmission throughout Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, obviously we agree with increasing electric energy. That's what we want to do. We want to accelerate renewable energy. We don't want to give billions to the nuclear industry to produce more electricity. And centres, but where my honourable colleague did not understand properly, on the other side of the House, becoming an energy superpower for renewable energy and green energy. Yes, we want that, but producing more hydrocarbons that are amongst the dirtiest in the world, that's not the path forward. That's not what science is asking for, and that's not what people are asking for from Canada either. According to polls, the vast majority of Canadians are saying that they want the government to do more in the fight against climate change, and unfortunately, this current agreement with Alberta is turning our back on our targets in Canada, and that's exactly the opposite of what people want. I'd like to remind the honourable colleague to go through the chair. The honourable member.
Mission Mascui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the discourse from the member from the Bloc Québécois. But unfortunately, I don't think he really understands British Columbia, and he doesn't understand what British Columbians want. British Columbians are the most environmentally conscious people in the entire country. That's a statistical fact. We love our rainforests, we love our natural environment, but the majority of British Columbians also understand that we can have natural resource development and protect our environment. We also believe strongly in protecting the sovereignty of Canada, and a pipeline to the coast of British Columbia will allow the country of Canada to export more oil and gas, which will lead to better social services in Canada, but it will also diversify our economy at a time when we are suffering. So, Madam Speaker, I hope the member from the Bloc Québécois can understand that British Columbia is very different from Quebec and that his comments didn't properly reflect the way British Columbians truly feel. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very quick comment. The honourable member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I would ask my colleague to look at what the First Nations, their assembly said clearly. They want this agreement to be revoked, and they are unanimously against this moratorium. And the Premier of BC was clear. He was not consulted. He doesn't want to build a pipeline that would go through First Nation territory. So I think, obviously, according to all what the papers have reported, I look at the facts, the Premier is not happy with this MOU.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to share my time with the member from Battle River Crowfoot. Madam Speaker, how did we get here? To a point where Canada, a nation blessed with some of the world's most ethical oil and hardest working people, cannot even get a pipeline within our own borders built without years of political trench warfare. For years, this Liberal government has fueled a culture war against Alberta, against Canada's energy workers. They have demonized the very people who power and heat our homes. They have demonized the Canadians who make it possible that the smartphones, clothing, medical equipment, and that every single person in this chamber uses daily. There are pipelines beneath our feet right now in this city, in this country. Petroleum is everywhere in this room, in the microphone that I'm speaking into the chairs that we sit on, and yet the Liberals pretend that oil is some foreign enemy they play games with. Worse still, they play games with Indigenous communities and exploit First Nations as a political tool. They talk endlessly about reconciliation, but what do Indigenous communities actually get? Just more bureaucracy through the Indian Act under these Liberals, more mismanagement through entities like the negligent Indian Oil and Gas Canada office, more trust monies locked away and controlled by Ottawa. All talk with zero structural change. Standing up for First Nations is not cynicism like the Energy Minister claims this motion represents, which is, by the way, their party's own very words. Asking this government to build trust by meeting its basic responsibilities as a government is not cynicism. The Liberals claim to honor free, prior, and informed consent, but let's be honest, this is just more games and exploitation by them of Indigenous communities. Liberals are using consultation as a political shield rather than to build infrastructure that benefits all Canadians. This is just more games and exploitation. When 111 out of 129 First Nations actively participate in Trans Mountain, where are the Liberals to defend the 18 that don't participate? They don't care about the few who opposed it because to them, it's just politics of convenience for them. Liberals are set up Alberta, First Nations, and British Columbia to fail from the start. The parliamentary secretary said yesterday the next steps for this are the creation of a tripartite table with Alberta, BC, and the federal government. Well, again, no mention of First Nations at that table. The same people he says needs free, prior, and informed consent They aren't serious about respect. They're not serious about UNDRIP. They're not serious about any of that. They're not honest. Just name-dropping First Nations in their public statements with no intentions to bring them to the decision-making table, who's really dividing Canadians?
They are.
This is a government with two faces, a bipolar Bill C-5 pipeline policy one day, something completely different the next. They pick winners and losers based on politics, not prosperity. Government sets up consultation as a political tool. Consultation as a constitutional duty does not need to be political games if backed by solid relationships built beforehand. Trust, reputation, responsibility, respect, honesty, humility, wisdom is how we build pipelines that last, not endless promises that are never fulfilled, even with the best of this government's brand of consultation. Madam Speaker, Conservatives believe Canada can move at the speed of ambition again. We saw it with natural gas infrastructure. In Western Canada, we've seen 68 out of 72 First Nations and Métis communities across 3 provinces sign BCRs and community resolutions to buy critical national gas and petroleum infrastructure. This was done with great partnerships and relationships between the nations and private sector, because when the right team is in place, Canadians get results. We should expect that speed when it comes to approval, regulation, and construction of pipelines. And Madam Speaker, natural resources has been a cornerstone of my family for generations. My own great-grandfather, Chief Billy Morin I, was there for Leduc No. 1 in the 1940s. He spoke on how oil and gas will fund education, housing, infrastructure, and building up of our community. He spoke about how true economic partnership reduces dependency. Our treaties commit to sharing resources and co-developing as a people, thriving with one another, not being excluded from Canada's resource economy. Indigenous peoples want to uplift our communities through resource rights with integrity, respect for the land and water, with fair share of the benefits. This is what 7th-generation thinking means, not whatever the Minister of Finance uses for virtual signaling when he's speaking about Indigenous communities. Traditional knowledge matters. Land and water stewardship matter, but First Nations are already demonstrating this every single day. They are not barriers, they are builders. This is reconciliation, not just more speeches. And yet this Liberal government is actively making our country weaker. While they block Canadian oil from reaching Tidewater, the United States sails foreign flag tankers just 12 nautical miles off our west coast. They get the market, they get the jobs, they get the influence. Canada gets nothing but lectures. We should be proud of our environmental excellence. Modern technology like in-situ oil sands and SAGD extraction continues to reduce costs and emissions. We have world-leading spill prevention because of meaningful and real consultations and investments in technology and innovation and trust built by our Canadian scientists, technicians, and communities. Let's believe in them to get the job done to do this right. And for Trans Mountain, 0 spills from marine shipping since operations began. Yes, TMX went from $4 billion to $30+ billion under this Liberal government, but what lessons were learned? Clearly none, because this government continues to pile on red tape, block procurement, and stand in the way of major project success. The Major Projects Office is a joke about an endless and ineffective set of bureaucracies, a bottleneck disguised as a support system. Canadians can't afford the Prime Minister's distraction that delays a new oil pipeline to the Pacific coast. Conservatives believe that unblocking and shipping 1 million barrels of oil to Asia a day at world prices will generate a stronger economy and take-home pay for our people. But the Prime Minister's Liberals continue to stand in the way of all this, promising one thing to Alberta and another thing to keep it in the ground.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable Parliament Secretary is raising on a point of order.
Speaker, they have to make reference to the Prime Minister by Prime Minister title as opposed to...
Yes, the honourable member knows that, but I believe the honourable member had corrected it.
Come on, Kevin.
Well, it is a rule, and...
He corrected it.
Yeah.
Just trying to throw you off.
Yeah.
Does the Prime Minister even have control of his caucus anymore? Yeah. Conservative will keep fighting to boost Canadian paychecks and make energy, food, and homes affordable and our economy self-reliant, secure, and sovereign. Where is the respect for those who want opportunity, for those who signed equity agreements in pipelines, for the First Nations who drilled, engineered, built, and protected the resources for generations? Where is the reconciliation in excluding them from the table? Madam Speaker, Conservatives have a path forward. Repeal the anti-resource legislations that hold Canadians back.
That's right.
End the political games that pit region against region, Canadian against Canadian. Approve, build nation-building pipelines, including one from Alberta to British Columbia and infrastructure from BC back to Alberta with the full participation, equity, ownership of Indigenous partners. Liberals will offer excuses, they will accuse, they will fearmonger, they will continue to divide, delay, and diminish Canada. But Conservatives will deliver. We will ensure that our workers can succeed at home, that Indigenous communities can benefit from their own lands, that Canadian energy powers the world ethically, securely, and proudly. Right. Madam Speaker, the world needs more Canada, not less. More prosperity, not poverty. More unity, not division. It's time to build, it's time to grow, it's time to get pipelines in the ground again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Crown Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech, and I have tremendous respect for that member, not only because of his as previous being a chief of his nation, but his lived experience of the First Nations in his community. And I know that member opposite was around the First Nations chiefs last week as they gathered at AFN, and I was there with him. And I was hearing from First Nations chiefs all across this country, especially British Columbia, that said nothing should happen without their free, prior, informed consent. But when I hear the members' party opposite, they seem to think that they can ramp the legislation through for a pipeline without the consent of First Nations. So I'm asking the member, did he hear something differently? And does the member opposite agree with his party's framing that development of major projects should be rammed through without UNDRIP, free, prior, informed consent laws, and the rights entrenched in Section 35?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and certainly we did hear from the chiefs, and they do have concerns. But their concerns with the government and their failed consultation processes, I think the Liberal government of the last 10 years has showed that. Yeah. And then the other thing that we've heard is that, of course, we do agree with the wording. It's right in our motion about consent with Indigenous nations. Mm-hmm. So we're not backing away from consent or consultation, or no. Sorry, not consent, consultation. That's right in our motion. But when they talk about free and prior informed consent, right, I think they're just playing games. Yeah. When it comes to UNDRIP, when it comes to those things, where were they to defend consent on TMX for the ones that didn't agree? Mm-hmm. Apparently, it's just for some, not for all. So when they say consent, I think it's the Liberals playing games at the end of the day.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Several First Nations have indicated that they wanted us to keep the oil tanker moratorium. Even if we consult these people, at the end of the day, their decision, if they decide to keep the oil tanker moratorium, does my colleague agree that the government should require them to stop this? How would they solve the situation?
Well, again, Madam Speaker, I see the concerns. I see the concerns of First Nations who have environmental concerns. That's totally fair. And again, we're for consultation as per the wording of the motion, and 100%. But we also believe in Canadians who do that environmental protection, the scientists, the technologists who have proven time and time again. TMX has no spill since operation. Now we've got to take more risks, apparently, for the existential crisis that we're in, but these Liberals keep playing games. And so when it comes to the tanker ban, they have said they're willing to bend on that. And we completely support that. But let's not play games anymore. Let's actually do it and get this country moving at the end of the day.
Get her done. Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley. The Honourable Member. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've sat here now for less than a year, and all I've listened to is Liberals lecturing us on Aboriginal issues. I mean, they're trying to teach us about what reconciliation is or Aboriginal rights and title is, and yet our ancestors helped create Section 35 and the case law. And central to that was the environment. Thank you to my honourable colleague for this, but my question to my colleague, do we need a lecture from the Liberals on what Aboriginal rights and title is all about?
No. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, no, we don't. There's Canadian law, there's treaties that have been signed. But I think, again, Liberals typically play games with these to pit one region or people against another. Canadians and First Nations people, Indigenous people are tired of this, Madam Speaker. When I was a kid, we used to do drumming in our classroom. We used to do singing in our classroom. We were taught our language. But we were also speaking and singing the Canadian national anthem at the end of the day. When I was a kid, things were different. Now it's First Nations against Canadians. It's different Canadians against other Canadians. And this is the same thing that Liberals do to keep power and control. I think First Nations and Canadians want a treaty partnership. That was the original intent of 1867, but not this pitting Canadians against Canadians anymore.
Wow, Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The Honourable Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We in the Conservative caucus are united. We believe that Canada needs a pipeline to the Pacific and that we need to override the discriminatory anti-Canada ban on shipping Canadian energy overseas. We need this pipeline because it will make for stronger take-home pay, it will make for affordable living, and it will make for a sovereign, self-reliant economy. Let's talk for a moment about the incredible benefits that such a pipeline would bring. It would allow us to move $30 billion a year of Canadian energy overseas to the 2.5 billion Asian customers that would then pay world prices for it. $30 billion would be the single biggest increase in overseas exports that any decision by this country could make. To put this into perspective, recently I pointed out that the Prime Minister, after running on the promise that we were in an existential crisis and needed to do the unimaginable at speeds not seen in generations, had not succeeded in removing a single foreign tariff on Canadian exports despite countless months of world travel. He snapped back that there's been a trade deal with Indonesia. Well, forget the fact that it was the previous Prime Minister that negotiated that, something the current one has a bad habit of doing, is taking credit for things he did not do. But by the government's own projections, if that trade deal were to be as good as they promised, it would add $400 million to our exports. The pipeline to the Pacific would add 75 times more to Canada's exports overseas than the only agreement that the Prime Minister likes to brag about. So there is literally not a single trade deal you could sign, not a single government project you could fund that would come anywhere close to opening up the $30 billion of overseas non-U.S. exports that this single project would enable. It would mean thousands of extra jobs for Canadians in Western Canada, but also potentially in Central Canada, who might be the ones supplying the steel for this patriotic pipeline. It would mean the communities on the route would have new life as workers would be filling restaurants with their paychecks. Local vendors would be able to sell more clothing, more housing supplies, and other goods to enable and rejuvenate communities all across the north part of Alberta and British Columbia, originating as it would be from Hardisty, Alberta, in my wonderful riding. The best people in the world would therefore benefit from this incredible project. And I add, Madam Speaker, that it not only would it give paychecks, it would bring tax revenues that would allow us to fund more schools, hospitals, better policing, and increase social services, not through higher taxes, as the Liberals so often favor, but rather through a booming economy. Furthermore, when you export more Canadian goods abroad, you force other countries to buy Canadian dollars. That raises the dollar and therefore the purchasing power of our people. The cost of goods that are internationally priced become more affordable. More affordable food, fuel, and inputs to build housing. A stronger dollar means in a more affordable Canada, and that is our ultimate purpose. The biggest problem in Canada today is people cannot afford to live after Liberals doubled housing cost, doubled the cost at the grocery store, doubled lineups at food banks, and doubled our national debt. One way to make life more affordable is to have a strong Canadian dollar that buys more food, fuel, and housing. All of these incredible benefits would be a no-brainer, and we shouldn't even have to debate it. In fact, Madam Speaker, we wouldn't have to debate it if the previous Conservative government's decision to approve the Northern Gateway pipeline to the Pacific had been allowed to go ahead. But in a November of 2016 cabinet decision, this Liberal government killed the Northern Gateway pipeline. The current Prime Minister who was not in the cabinet at the time, went on to testify at the Industry Committee that he agreed with killing the Northern Gateway pipeline. The current government continues to have a tanker ban that blocks shipping Canadian oil off the northwest coast of BC while allowing American tankers to move oil between Alaska and the U.S. West Coast. So apparently it's safe when the Americans transport oil through those same waters, but not when Canadians do it. Clearly an act by this government of economic self-harm, of discriminating against Canadians. Now, the Prime Minister suddenly claimed that he'd reversed himself. He signed an MOU. Now, to believe that he is actually committed to the MOU, you have to believe that he now says he was wrong about everything he wrote and that the Liberal government did in the preceding 10 years. That he was wrong about the emissions cap, wrong about the electricity regulations, wrong about shipping oil through a pipeline from Alberta to the Pacific, and wrong about the tanker ban. And he was wrong about all of those things, but you'd have to believe that he has accepted that wrong. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's give him a chance to come in the House of Commons and vote in favor of what he promised. So Conservatives brought forward a good faith motion just to make sure that Liberals meant what they said, to get them all in the House of Commons to vote on whether they want a pipeline to the Pacific and whether they're prepared to open up our waters to shipping energy overseas. Now, the Liberals went dead quiet. I expected them to enthusiastically applaud this gesture of goodwill. They went dead quiet over the weekend, telling reporters on background they had no idea how they were going to vote on their own MOU proposal for a pipeline and an adjustment to the oil tanker moratorium. I even used wording right out of the Prime Minister's MOU to make it easy for him. But it still wasn't easy enough. As we know with Liberals, they often start by making promises, and then they go to making excuses. So they've now been generating a whole lot of excuses about why they have to vote against the wording in their own MOU. Let's go through some of the excuses. That it didn't mention that they want to accompany the pipeline with a carbon capture project. They claimed that it didn't go far enough in spelling out Indigenous engagement and ownership. They claimed that it didn't clearly lay out the plan to engage with British Columbia. Now, forget for a second the obvious fact that if the Liberals are telling the truth when they say they support the whole MOU, then they should be prepared to vote for any part of the MOU. After all, it's their MOU. So that obvious contradiction aside, we know the Liberals have made these excuses. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to help brush away those excuses for them. We're going to amend our own motion in order to include the things that Liberals claim we left out. So we are going to amend the motion in favor so that it will support green lighting, carbon capture and storage, green lighting Indigenous ownership in the project, and engaging with British Columbia. And we are going to, in the spirit of good faith, if we are removing all the Liberal excuses, because we know what the Prime Minister's plan is. He wants to pretend that he supports a pipeline like the majority of Canadians just long enough to get through the next election, while he quietly whispers to his Keep It in the Ground caucus, "It will never happen. Don't worry. Just hang tight with me and be quiet. We'll kill it after the election." Now, to make sure that he can't play that duplicitous game, we're going to give him this amendment. And I move the following amendment, Madam Speaker. That the motion be amended by inserting the word including the word, that the motion be amended by inserting after the word including the word I, and by adding after the words Indigenous people the following. 2, green lighting the world's largest carbon capture, utilization and storage CCUS project for the purpose of making Alberta oil among the lowest carbon intensity produced barrels of oil in the world. 3, providing meaningful opportunity for Indigenous rights holders to participate in consultation processes and economic opportunities through Indigenous ownership, partnerships and benefits. 4, engaging with British Columbia immediately in a trilateral discussion on the pipeline project and during the potential development and construction of the bitumen pipeline referred to in the MOU, and to further the economic interests of BC related to their own projects of interest that involve the province of Alberta, including the Interties and Canada working with BC, and with Canada working with BC on other projects of national interest in their jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, this amendment is so moved, and it is seconded by the member for Regina Capel. Thank you.
Before I proceed, I'd like to, je vais donner la chance à...
The honourable member for Jonquière wants to make a point of order. Listening to the amendment, I'm not sure what happened. There were some dubious sounds. I don't know if perhaps he may have some digestive problems. But it was so disturbing that interpretation had to stop. Yes, there were indeed alarms going off.
Party leader is moving the amendment. I take it for granted that there is consent to accept the amendment. That the motion, Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by inserting after the word including the word one, and by adding after the words Indigenous peoples the following: 2. Greenlighting the world's largest carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS, shall I dispense? Of course not. Project for the purpose of making Alberta and Alberta oil among the lowest carbon intensity produced barrels of oil in the world. 3. Providing meaningful opportunity for Indigenous right holders to participate in consultation processes and economic opportunities through Indigenous ownership, partnership and benefits. 4. Engaging with British Columbia immediately in a trilateral discussion on the pipeline project and during the potential development and construction of the bitumen pipeline referred to in the MOU, and to further the economic interests of BC related to their own projects of interest that involve the province of Alberta, including Intercies and Canada working with BC on other projects of national interest in their jurisdiction. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the progress made in the amendment, but I am very, very curious how it did not mention industrial carbon pricing and the increase of the industrial carbon price as part of this amendment, one of the most important parts of the MOU. Would the member be willing to consider further amending his motion to do the entire MOU rather than again cherry-picking the things that his caucus seems to be willing to support?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I think we just saw the Liberal member for Calgary Confederation saying that he opposes a pipeline to the Pacific unless it includes a massive, crippling carbon tax on his own province. I would encourage him to go around his province talking to the energy workers in his riding and say that the reason he voted against a pipeline is because he doesn't think that Albertans are paying high enough taxes. He wants a higher tax on the Alberta oil sector, a higher tax on Alberta gas, a higher tax on industries that build homes or farmers that produce food. Madam Speaker, Conservatives want a pipeline without a tax. That Liberal member for Calgary Confederation wants a tax without a pipeline.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, on several occasions during question period, said that this pipeline was a pipe dream. I'm not going to try to translate the pun into French, but in any case, for once, I actually agree with him, although that's unusual. Yes, this is just a mirage, this pipeline. because serious investors know there's no long-term profitability here. Unless public monies are used to buy that pipeline. Right now, the promoter is Alberta, but there will never be a private promoter. Does the leader of the leader of the official opposition tell us whether he agrees that this pipeline will never happen? The honorable leader of the opposition. Well, it will happen if there's a conservative government, because we'll get out of the way. There's only one authority that can approve or block the pipeline, the federal government. That's very clear in Part 82(1)(a) of the Constitution. It's very clear that projects that cross interprovincial borders are under exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government. According to Bill C-5, the decision is up to the Prime Minister of Canada. If he wants a pipeline, we'll get one. If not, we won't. It will be massively profitable without any subsidies. It's just a matter of giving it the green light.
Exclusive power to approve this pipeline is the Prime Minister's under the Constitution and the law. If he wants to greenlight it, it will happen. If he wants to block it, he will block it. As future Prime Minister, I will greenlight this pipeline and allow Canadians to build a pipe to Tidewater so that Canadians can be richer, our lives can be more affordable, and our economy more sovereign.
The honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Madam Speaker, the honourable member talked about the Liberal decision to kill this pipeline back in November of 2016. Of course, the biggest beneficiaries of that decision were the countries of Iran and Russia and Venezuela and Saudi Arabia and other oil-producing countries around the world. How important would this pipeline be to accruing benefit across Canada instead of those oil-producing dictatorships?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It would be very beneficial. It would also diversify our economy. The Prime Minister has made grand promises that he would quote-unquote diversify our trade, double exports to non-U.S. markets. Well, this is the single biggest export of Canadian goods to the non-U.S. market that you could ever imagine. There is literally not another project that would even come close to the $30 billion a year of overseas exports that this project would enable. The Prime Minister has had 8 months since becoming Prime Minister on the promise that he would approve, that we would build the unimaginable in speeds not seen in generations, and he hasn't even begun consulting on the pipeline. He hasn't even stated clearly that he supports a pipeline. So all we're doing now is taking the MOU that he signed, the wording from that MOU on the pipeline, on the ban of tankers, on the issue of carbon capture, on the issue of Indigenous consultation, and on engagement with BC, wording right out of his MOU so he can vote for his words. Will he do it?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a great opportunity to stand up on Opposition Day motions, and today is no different. I will recognize, Madam Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time this afternoon with the honourable colleague from Vancouver Granville, who I think has a lot to offer in the debate coming up, but I would encourage all my honourable colleagues to listen to his words as someone who resides in British Columbia and has a good handle on this particular issue that is before the House today. Madam Speaker, I would like to take just 30 seconds and recognize my wife and I, Kimberly. We're proud of our beloved Bernese Mountain Dog, Louie. And if you have been watching outside of this House, Madam Speaker, you may know that Louie was up for Global Pet Contest of the Year, Parliamentary Pet of the Year, competing against entries from the European Parliament and also the U.S. Capitol. Proud to say that Louie has represented Team Canada well and actually won the Global Parliamentary Pet. So a little bit of source of pride for King's Hands, for Nova Scotia, and of course for Canada. So we're proud of our beloved Bernese. Madam Speaker, more importantly, today is a really important opportunity to talk about Canada's natural resource sector writ large. And that's how I'm going to use my time to talk about how this government, and frankly, we as all parliamentarians should be focused on helping to support a critical sector for our country. And it bears repeating that Canada has what the world needs. Canada is the 4th largest oil-producing country in the world. Some Canadians may not know that, but that should be a great source of pride. The fourth largest, fifth largest on natural gas. We have the renewable energy that the world needs, and we're a leader in that, and we can do more. We have the forestry products that the world needs, the critical minerals, and Madam Speaker, although maybe not directly tied to energy or natural resources, we have the natural endowments with arable land on agriculture. We are an agricultural superpower. And Canadians, Madam Speaker, we need to be proud of these realities. We are blessed with these natural endowments. I would argue there's a moral and ethical imperative that we produce these natural endowments for the benefit of the world. And Canada has a long tradition of doing that, just that. And this government and this Prime Minister is focused, Madam Speaker, on making Canada an energy superpower above and beyond what we already are. I highlighted some of the key statistics. Madam Speaker, we should take great pride in that, but we think and we believe on this side of the House, this government, that we can do even more. And not just only on energy, on critical minerals, but that we also recognize the moral imperative to be able to reduce GHG emissions and to be able to continue the fight on climate change, and that Canada has a responsibility both on conventional energy and also on the energy transition to be able to do both. And that has been the focus of this government. That has been the focus of the Minister of Energy, the Prime Minister, the entire Cabinet, on what we can do to help support the conventional energy development that is needed, taking and ensuring that there is a lens on making that the lowest intensity barrel of oil, if it is, or cubic square foot of gas, or promoting renewable energy and also nuclear energy, Madam Speaker. I've been a long proponent in this House for the need and the role of nuclear energy if we are going to be serious about reaching our net neutral targets by 2050. This government has taken substantial steps towards promoting nuclear energy and building upon the Canadian ingenuity and success that we have in that domain, Madam Speaker. I do want to take just a brief moment and talk about Atlantic Canada's connection to the natural resource sector. We think about the Nova Scotia offshore. Premier Houston has highlighted Wind West and the opportunities that exist in that sector. We have an offshore energy sector that has existed for decades, and including in Newfoundland and Labrador, again, where I had the opportunity to join Cenovus just a week and a half ago to announce the extension of West White Rose. These are important projects that matter to the world. That is the lowest intensity barrel of oil in the world, Madam Speaker. That is something we should be proud of. While the world still needs this product, it ought to be Canadian, and it better be the lowest intensity that we can find. We have that ingenuity, we have that expertise. I think about my graduating class at Hants East Rural High, the privilege of graduating in 2009, Madam Speaker, Hants East Tiger. A lot of the graduates, particularly on the male side of the equation, would have started their career, particularly those who were in the trades, in Western Canada. And so there is a recognition, particularly in my region, of the importance of the natural resource sector across this country, but particularly in Western Canada, what it means to the entire Federation. And I think that members of Parliament need to understand that, yes, although if we talk about the oil and gas sector, naturally we think to Alberta, Saskatchewan, it exists elsewhere in the country, but those are the predominant areas. That benefit is not just for those provinces, Madam Speaker. That benefit is for the entire country in terms of how equalization works in this country and how provinces that may not be blessed with the same natural endowments can benefit from the revenues that are collected that help pay for public health care, that help pay for infrastructure that matters in this country. We take great pride in that in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, and it's important. We also know that there has to be work to do to reduce emissions at the same time, Madam Speaker, and that's where I would differentiate the Liberal Party from the Conservative Party. You know, I look at provincial Conservative cousins at the provincial level in this country. They seem to understand the balance between natural resource development, but also responsibility to do work to reduce emissions. You never hear that, Madam Speaker, from the opposition benches here in the House of Commons. There is a different strain of conservatism that exists in the federal Conservative Party versus that red Tory or progressive Conservative tradition. It's why in my own riding, I had a lot of people in the last election say I've been a Conservative most of my life, but I don't resemble what the party is being represented by the leader of the official opposition. But I want to get to the MOU because that is what's before the House, and the Conservatives have stood up all day today talking about the fact that, you know, the government should vote for the MOU that was put in place. And had the MOU been put in its entirety before this place, yes, the government would be voting in support of that, Madam Speaker. And it was a bit cute by half to see the Leader of the Official Opposition move an amendment today to try to add a few more tidbits of the MOU, not the whole MOU, but the parts that his party could support. But my God, Madam Speaker, they would never put that entire MOU before this House because they would never admit to the fact that Alberta is focused on working with us to help reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. They would never admit or support the idea that we need to have a strong, robust industrial carbon price to make sure that we're reducing emissions while also promoting conventional energy in this country. They don't want to admit that Premier Smith is supportive of that. That's why they won't put it before the House of Commons. They won't put the entire MOU. And that is where the difference is. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, this government supports the ability for a pipeline to be built by a private proponent with the support and consultation with Indigenous people who are affected, where a pipeline would go through their territory, and of course in good faith with working with British Columbia. We are supportive of this. This is exactly why the Prime Minister has been working with Premier Smith in Alberta to develop this MOU. But when you table something before the House that cherry picks an element that you want to highlight, without giving the entire context of the other considerations that are in the MOU that are interrelated and connected, Madam Speaker. That is the type of politics that is trying to cherry pick that we will see on social media tonight, and we've already seen on social media these gut-you kind of clips with no context going out to people with 45 seconds. It's going to be a pretty ugly sight to see the member from Regina Compel coming up on a screen today screaming that the Liberals don't support pipelines, Madam Speaker. That will not be what actually happens because, Madam Speaker, we were the ones that actually supported TMX getting built. We were the ones that worked with Premier Notley to make sure that happens. We are the government that has balance in trying to make sure that we develop our natural resources, but also have a thought for what we have to do about the future generations to reduce emissions. Again, that level of nuance is just not found on the opposition benches whatsoever. I'm not saying that there's not some individual members on that side that bring that level of nuance to the conversation, but boy, from the leadership of that party, Madam Speaker, it cannot be found. I have about 90 seconds left for the benefit of Canadians at home because, again, all we're hearing is about one aspect of the MOU. What I think is extremely important is, again, we would be willing as a government to adjust as necessary a tanker ban to the Pacific Coast. We would not implement emissions caps so long as Alberta is strengthening its industrial and carbon price. But Alberta is also committing to working on carbon capture, utilization and storage, a $25 to $30 billion industrial project that would be important for sequestering carbon emissions and helping ensure that Alberta, that Canadian oil, is some of the lowest intensity in the world. But also working on nuclear energy cooperation, Madam Speaker. I am of the belief that if we are going to completely decarbonize the process of establishing and developing bitumen in Western Canada, we're going to have to use nuclear energy, but we're going to have to use energy interties, utilizing the hydroelectricity that exists in British Columbia for the benefit of entire Western Canada. None of this is mentioned in the Conservative MOU motion. None of it. None of the work on the methane reduction, none of the work on AI data centers and the work we can do together. Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave it at that, but that is the problem why we cannot support the MOU today. I look forward to questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know these Liberals are against oil and gas. And, you know, it's very easy. If this Prime Minister and this Liberal government supported the oil and gas industry, Newfoundland and Labrador's oil and gas is already at Tidewater. There's no excuses. They won't have to blame it on another province, on First Nations. It's something that could not possibly fail if it had the right regulations to support our offshore oil and gas. But Bill C-49, Bill C-69, emissions caps, all to block Newfoundland and Labrador's oil and gas. And this pipeline through BC is going to be a real struggle, and they know that it'll fail. They're setting it up to fail, and they will not vote for it today. I wonder if the honourable member from Kings Hants will vote for this motion and support his own MOU, or is that party too fractured?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I may play the role of Santa, Madam Speaker, and walk a Q-tip over to my honourable colleague to make sure that he can hear me and that there may not be an impediment with the speech that I just gave, where I made very clear that if the Conservative Party had tabled the entire MOU before this House, we would be gladly supporting it. That there is an interconnectivity to this, that we do support oil and gas. I spoke very proudly about my own home province and the connection of my own riding, where I have a lot of workers that work in the natural resource sector, whether or not it's in his home province or Western Canada. We are proud as a government about this. But when you come in and you cherry pick and you do not allow the elements that actually support the emission reduction elements, because that's the party that is fractured. They could never have actually supported the MOU. They do not support the MOU because any talk of industrial carbon pricing, any talk of methane reductions, they don't have the actual support of their party to stand up and support the MOU in this House. That's why they cherry pick. Just quickly, Madam Speaker, on Newfoundland and Labrador, I was in St. John's to celebrate Cenovus's extension of West White Rose. We fully support the Newfoundland and Labrador offshore oil and gas sector. Our government is willing to work. As I've made very clear, our government is willing to have conversations with Premier Wakeham's government on Bay du Nord. We believe in the sector.
L'honorable député Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie said this weekend on the TV show Tout le monde en parle. He appeared on the show. He said it was a bad deal. He also wrote a letter to that effect.
Is being asked, and allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to hear the question. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has said on many occasions that it was a very bad deal, that ending the emissions cap was a bad idea, that backtracking on clean energy would lead to more pollution and would harm the fight against climate change. So here's my question to my colleague. How can he support such a measure? I asked the minister earlier how she manages to accept what is unacceptable. So my question is, how can the members see anything positive in this agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a deal, a proposed deal, between Alberta and the Government of Canada. There are many environment measures. For instance, a commitment from the Alberta government to raise their carbon pricing for industrial emissions. That is critical in order to guarantee that we bring down GHG emissions. The Government of Alberta has also committed to work with the Government of Canada on methane regulations and carbon capture and storage. These measures are critical. If the Government of Alberta was not working with the Government of Canada, then it would be less productive. So we need to work with the Government of Alberta to deal with energy and environment issues.
And for the member opposite, I mean, this is a very simple debate. In the past, the Liberals have cancelled pipelines. Now the Prime Minister is saying that he signed this memorandum of understanding to build a pipeline to the West, and Canadians sense the hypocrisy. And so the question really is, do the Liberals support building a pipeline to the West, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 10 seconds.
Yes, we do, Madam Speaker, with the conditions we've laid out in the MOU, which is working with Indigenous communities across this country, working in good faith with British Columbia government, and also ensuring that Alberta commits to the elements that are in the MOU that the Conservative Party has failed to actually put before this House for debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to rise in this House today to speak on behalf of and for British Columbians and on behalf and for building a united country, and against a divisive motion from a divisive and divided Conservative Party who can't figure out whether they support British Columbia on one day or not. And I think it's become clear, Madam Speaker, that when we look at the flawed text of this motion, it belies a very, very important truth. And that is that the members of Parliament from the opposite side, from British Columbia, are not willing to stand up to their leader and for their constituents and for their province. Right. That any party, that any member of Parliament from British Columbia would support a motion that has an impact on their home province without mention of working with that province is shameful. Madam Speaker, as a British Columbian, I could not imagine a situation in which any other jurisdiction, let's talk about Alberta, if British Columbia were to say, we'd like to do something involving Alberta and not talk to Alberta and expect the federal government to say yes. Or perhaps if we were to talk about building a pipeline or infrastructure through the province of Quebec or Ontario and not think about having British Columbia as part of the conversation. And yet that is exactly what these Conservatives are willing to do. They are willing to sacrifice British Columbia's priorities, and the very mention of British Columbia in order to advance division in this country, to drive people apart, and to seek to do things that are contrary to what Canadians actually want. Madam Speaker, this weekend, like many of us, I was back in my constituency, and I had the privilege of hosting my holiday open house. And many of my constituents came through. They have differing points of view on pipelines. They have differing points of view as to whether there should be one pipeline, two pipelines, no pipelines. But, Madam Speaker, they were united on one thing. They were united in saying that in order for major projects in this country to get built, they must have the participation of Indigenous communities, and the province implicated should be involved in ensuring that it is done correctly. Conservatives ignore that. Madam Speaker, Conservatives have no interest in that. And this motion has no interest in asking the question, should British Columbia be at the table? Should they be involved? Should British Columbians care about this? And should British Columbians' opinions be part of this conversation? Instead of uniting behind shared goals of building a strong country, of ensuring that climate change is part of our path to building prosperity, of having Indigenous communities actively engaged and at the table with us, of having a partner in British Columbia, what the opposition motion seeks to do is play petty politics. But that's what we've come to learn, Madam Speaker, of the Leader of the Opposition, petty politics. And Canadians have rejected that time and again and again. And indeed now, even in his own previous constituency, his voters rejected that politics of division. Because Canadians understand that building things together is the best way to move things forward. That building things together in, as the Prime Minister has noted, a cooperative confederation, that is how things get done. Nothing should get built without the participation of the jurisdiction and First Nations. We have all made that clear. That is how the Federation is supposed to work. And if we actually take that seriously, Madam Speaker, we would look very carefully at what this MOU seeks to do, language of which has been parsed by the opposition and put in the form of some kind of motion that is supposed to be some kind of television gotcha for the Leader of the Opposition. It is extremely dangerous politics. It is extremely dangerous because what it does is it ignores the fundamental truth that Canadians have all spoken to, and that is that we want to build big things in this country, and the best way to build big things quickly is to do them together. And Madam Speaker, if you want proof of that, the major projects that have already been announced in British Columbia, and these are substantial initiatives that are going to transform the economy of British Columbia, whether it's LNG Phase 2, whether it's the Red Chris mine expansion, whether it's the North Coast Transmission Line, whether it's Phase 3 of the North Coast Transmission Line, or even the Clisilimus LNG project. These are projects that happen with the active participation and consent of British Columbia and the active participation and consent of First Nations. And that is how you get things built quickly. If we want to use the Conservatives' plan, and we want the track record of the Leader of the Opposition of having built nothing at all, except for perhaps 6 homes when he was Minister of Housing, then let's follow their path. Let's follow the path of running into legal challenge after legal challenge after legal challenge because they don't understand how the Federation works. Or if we do what Canadians want, which is to build things in a meaningful, thoughtful process that is not only well-intentioned, but has the capacity to deliver well with speed, then the Prime Minister's path is the one that Canadians would like us to follow. And Madam Speaker, I heard that from my constituents in spades. They said, we elected a government that understood nuance, that understood the need to cooperate, that understood the need to be able to negotiate, but also to build. We did not choose a government that was going to drive wedges between Canadians, and try to make things, everything really, about a clip on social media. Making Canada an energy superpower while respecting Indigenous rights and provincial jurisdiction and also fighting climate change requires nuance. It requires hard work, and it requires the ability to work with others, with jurisdictions, and with First Nations. Conservatives have tried to frame this motion as if it is the entirety of the MOU signed with Alberta, and it's not even close. They have chosen to cherry-pick and manipulate the original text. They are deliberately misrepresenting this agreement because they think Canadians are stupid, and Canadians are not. Canadians understand the importance of complexity and of working through complexity with intelligence.
The honourable member, I haven't given the member the floor. The honourable member from Mission Matsqui Abbotsford on a point of order.
I believe it's under the standing orders that that's a misrepresentation of the way Conservatives feel about Canadians. We do not, in fact, believe Canadians.
That is debate, and the honourable member knows that. We are not debating on the issue. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to see a member from British Columbia in this House. I look forward to the questions that I'm certain he will ask, and I look forward to answering them. Madam Speaker, the motion that has been put forward actually leaves out the conditions that Alberta must meet before the federal government would support any such project. And that is an important consideration, because when we leave out the details and we try to make things about simple gotcha moments, nothing gets built and nothing happens. Remember, Madam Speaker, that in the MOU that was signed, Alberta has made commitments to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, building Pathways Plus carbon capture, which is going to be the largest in the world, developing nuclear power generation in collaboration with the federal government, cutting methane emissions, Madam Speaker, which are 28 times more potent than CO2 by 75% from 2014 levels by 2030, and raising the industrial carbon price to $130 per ton, more than 6 times the effective rate. But none of that matters to Conservatives, Madam Speaker. None of it does, because it's inconvenient. And what's inconvenient is a story and facts that show that you can actually build things in this country and that you can actually get things done by using rigor, by using collaboration, and by using intellectual horsepower and the collective will of Canadians to get things done. These projects that I spoke about earlier that are being built in British Columbia or going to be built in British Columbia, Madam Speaker, demonstrate that when you respect jurisdictions, you uphold Indigenous rights, and work collaboratively, you can accelerate development on major projects while building trust and delivering real economic benefits. On November 27th, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition stood in this place and said that the Prime Minister should get out of the way and that he justified ramming a pipeline through British Columbia. That is not how we practice cooperative federalism. The Prime Minister has reaffirmed in this chamber that we will obtain free, prior and informed consent from First Nations, and that the government of British Columbia has to agree before any project moves forward. That's what nation-building projects do, Madam Speaker. They bring Canadians together, not pit us against one another. We should be looking in this moment of crisis, this moment of international crisis, at ways to work together, at ways to bring jurisdictions together in a way in which I hope Alberta and British Columbia will do, despite the best efforts of the Leader of the Opposition and the Opposition. We're going to be there, Madam Speaker, to work with British Columbia, with Alberta, with all provinces, and with Canadians and Indigenous peoples across this country to ensure that when major projects get built, they get built with the right intention, with the right plan, and the right ability to be successful, and to be successful quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from British Columbia. But I think he missed the amendment that we put forward to the motion today, which talks about Conservative commitment to Indigenous ownership, partnerships and benefits, and engaging with British Columbia in a trilateral discussion. Now, Madam Speaker, there's never been a Prime Minister in the history of Canada that has had a more favourable social climate to build projects than the Prime Minister today. Yet the Prime Minister could have used the emergency powers. He didn't even need C5. He could have moved forward with the pipeline right away because Canadians are concerned about sovereignty. So when the government accuses the Conservatives of playing games, the Prime Minister didn't even do what he said he was going to do during the election, and that's getting projects built. Why is this government so slow to do anything? Why are they holding Canada back when our sovereignty is at risk, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for his passion, and I wish he showed the same passion for working collaboratively to get things built in this country, because, Madam Speaker, as we all know, in the decades that the Leader of the Opposition has been the leader, under his personal watch, nothing has ever gotten built, and in the 6 months that the Prime Minister has been the Prime Minister, in British Columbia alone, we have seen major projects approved with the consent of First Nations, with the participation of British Columbia, and those are meaningful projects that are going to create billions of dollars for British Columbia, Madam Speaker, that is how you get things built in this country, by working together, by actually looking at what it's going to take to get something done, and then doing it.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have publicly supported the MOU, and if the leader of the official opposition would have brought the MOU in its complete form, I would have supported that as well. And my colleague from British Columbia has said it right. The leader of the opposition either put slogans or play politics. And if he can explain a bit more how he is playing politics with British Columbians, that'll be great.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. Again, his question is a reminder of exactly what Canadians chose. British Columbians chose to elect more members of Parliament from this side of the House than ever before. It is because they saw a Prime Minister that understood the urgency of working with British Columbia. They saw a Prime Minister that understood the urgency of building things with the ability and the experience and the know-how to build things and to build them well. They looked at the choice that was offered to them, Madam Speaker, in the Leader of the Opposition, and they said absolutely not, because we will not allow our country to be run on Twitter and on slogans. We want grown-ups responsible. We want people that actually know how to get things done. And they looked at track record, they looked at experience, and they looked at integrity. Madam Speaker, they looked at integrity and the ability to bring people together, and that is what Canadians chose.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the comments that were shared by the member are quite refreshing, and I think it was impressive that the Conservatives have chosen to amend their own motion, but still came in short. And what's even more interesting is constituents within the riding of Waterloo recognize that the Conservatives actually never have a plan for the environment. And today we see when they bring something forward, not recognizing the importance of an industrial carbon price, actually making our economy, making our country more competitive. And I think it's really important that we recognize the importance of working with different levels of governments, working with Indigenous communities, another concept that Conservatives just cannot understand. So I would like to hear the members' comments as to the importance of having a competitive industry and a competitive economy, especially today more than ever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question. You know, when we talk about competitiveness, in order to be competitive, you have to understand the rules of the game, and you have to understand how to play the game and to win. And in order to be able to win, Madam Speaker, you have to understand that building things in a way that is responsible for the future is critical. The fact that in this MOU we have managed to get Alberta to agree to cutting methane emissions, the first time in an incredibly long time this conversation has even been surfaced, and certainly never was surfaced when the party opposite was in power. That is a major accomplishment for competitiveness in this country. It's going to make Canadian industry more able to compete globally. It's going to give Canadian producers what they need in order to be able to be successful. And Madam Speaker, we're going to work with them. We're going to work with producers, we're going to work with farmers, we're going to work with the province of Alberta to ensure that to bring these measures to life, that they have the support and the commitment they need from the federal government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bequidjon.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise and speak to our Opposition Day motion. I will be sharing my time with the great member for North Island Powell River. Now, it's particularly significant that I'm speaking today, Madam Speaker, because for those who don't know, oil was first discovered in North America in my riding. That is right. In Oil Springs in 1861, the Fairbanks bought the property. There was a huge gusher, and it was the start of the oil industry in North America. Now, I would tell you that, the precursor to Imperial Oil was Standard Oil. They trucked that oil from Oil Springs, and they trucked it right to Standard Oil, which became Imperial Oil. They took the technology developed in my riding to 86 countries. And, Madam Speaker, there is the Oil Museum of Canada, located in Oil Springs, where you can see all this amazing technology and where it all began. So I'm going to start there, and then I'm going to go and say, I love pipelines, Madam Speaker, and I love pipelines not just because I'm a conservative. I love pipelines because as an engineer, I built pipelines. I operated pipelines. And pipelines are the key to prosperity for Canadians to have the social services that we all value so much, Madam Speaker. So that's why I'm happy to rise today and speak to this motion. And, this motion is important. Basically, we know that in the past, the Liberals canceled pipelines. They canceled the Northern Gateway pipeline. They canceled the Energy East pipeline. They canceled 18 LNG projects that were on the books in 2015 when I got elected. And so we know that at the time, the Prime Minister actually testified at Industry Committee that he was supportive of canceling Northern Gateway. And so now for him to come and say, hey, we're going to build the unimaginable at speeds we've never seen before, and we've now got an MOU with Alberta to build a pipeline to take our oil to the west, you can understand why Canadians are a bit skeptical. Why the flip-flop? And is it ever really going to happen? Because we know there's huge division already within the Liberal caucus. The Climate Caucus is saying this is a total violation of the climate plan that we had, the fact that we said even in the budget that we weren't going to subsidize fossil fuels anymore. We had the convicted felon, the former Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, step down out of his position, Madam Speaker, because he saw the total flip-flop. And so people can't believe that there's really sincerity there, especially when there's a different message being sent to BC than is being sent to Alberta and to the rest of the country. They're saying to the BC folks, don't worry about it. It's never really going to get built. There's a lot that has to happen for it to go on. And then to everyone else, it looks like they're building a pipeline. And so that's why we're here. And we've brought the language from their MOU, Madam Speaker. Take note of the Memorandum of Understanding between Canada and Alberta of November 27, 2025, and 2, supports the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen from a strategic deepwater port on the British Columbia coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. And so all day during the debate, we've had excuse after excuse. This is their MOU, it's their language, and the Liberals are saying, well, we really can't support it because they didn't put the whole entirety of the MOU in here. Well, for Canadians, the question is simple. Answer the question, do you want to build a pipeline? Yes or no? Either you do or you don't, and the rest of it is just word salad, Madam Speaker. Now, how did they cancel all these previous projects? They did it through regulations that take 6 years to get a project approved and cost billions of dollars. The C-69 No More Pipelines bill. We warned them for 10 years that this was going to be disastrous, that foreign investors would leave, that nothing would get built, and here we are. And so then the Prime Minister had to ask the Conservatives to support him to put across Bill C-5, which allows them to exempt any project in the national interest from all of the horrible legislation that they put in place over the last 10 years. The tanker ban, the No More Pipelines bill, the industrial emissions cap, all of these kinds of things that have discouraged the kind of prosperity that oil and gas has brought to Canada and the money that we need in order to keep supporting systems that are struggling, like our healthcare system. So, Madam Speaker, if we look at what could be done, what could you build that's unimaginable at speeds never before seen? Well, I mean, you could be like Germany, who permitted and built an LNG terminal in 194 days, Madam Speaker. That's like 7 months. This government's been here 8 months, and they haven't built anything. In fact, the things that they've announced are things that already were in the pipeline. Sorry about the pun. And that they were already on the way. Now, we had offers to give our LNG to other countries. Germany wanted us to provide them with LNG so that they could get off of heavy oil and coal from Russia. $60 billion a year, Madam Speaker, they were going to pay us for that. But we said there was no business deal, so Australia took that deal. And then Japan came and wanted to give us $60 billion a year for our LNG. And again, we said, oh, there's no business case. So Qatar took that deal. And then the Netherlands came and offered us $60 billion a year for our LNG. And the Saudis took that deal because we didn't. Can you imagine having $180 billion a year more revenue into the country, Madam Speaker? We talk about the deficit, we talk about the inflationary effect of that, and how it's going to burden generations in the future. There's a solution to that, and that's to increase the revenue so that we can actually afford the social services, that we can pay down this deficit. And yet we said no to all of those things, which also would have helped the planet, Madam Speaker. LNG replacing heavy oil and coal cuts the carbon footprint by a factor of 4, and that is significant. Now, in terms of this MOU, there are lots of things in the MOU, getting rid of the clean electricity regulation, getting rid of the emissions cap. They did agree to raise the industrial carbon tax, which I'm not a fan of. I think that this just increases the cost of everything. The people that pay the industrial carbon tax just pass the cost on to the consumer. So I don't agree with that. But in order to get the pipeline approved, Alberta has said yes to that. Now, there is resistance rising up already, as there always will be. If you want to have 100% of Canadians, Indigenous people and BC always give their consent to everything, you will never build anything. That's why, according to the law, the power to build something that goes between provinces is exclusively the Prime Minister's power. He can do this, and especially with the exemptions that C5 allows, he's got the ability to do it if he has the will to do it. And so that's what the debate is about today. Does he really have the will, or is it all smoke and mirrors, just another bait and switch, Madam Speaker? We know that there's a lot at stake. We've lost 3,000 jobs in the auto sector, 1,000 steelworker jobs, 34 paper mills closed, all at Christmas time. The future of our social safety nets is at risk. We have an increase in poverty in this country, homeless encampments, food bank lineups, seniors that can't afford to eat and heat. And yet, Madam Speaker, there's still a doubt as to whether anything's going to happen here. Even with this MOU, they're talking about how in 7 months they'll have a consultation to start something in 2 years. Well, that doesn't sound like build, build, build at speeds unimaginable. That sounds like zero progress or lots of delays and negative acceleration, Madam Speaker. So what are they waiting for? We're tired of the hypocrisy. We're tired of, them talking out of both sides of their mouth. And so the official opposition today is going to force them to say, yes, we want a pipeline, or no, we don't want a pipeline. Are you serious, or are you not serious? And I don't mean you, Madam Speaker. I mean the Liberal Party opposite. And so we, on this side of the House, do want to expand oil and gas. We believe that building a pipeline to get our oil to Asian markets will increase $30 billion of revenue. We could use that, Madam Speaker. The country needs it. Canadians need it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Truly amazing, Madam Speaker. Think about it in this sense. The Conservative leaders sat in government for 10 years. Not 1 inch of pipeline ever built to Tidewaters. Not 1 inch. And now that they're in the opposition, they feel they can just bang their heels together, Madam Speaker, and it will just appear overnight. On the other hand, We have an agreement, an MOU signed with the province of Alberta, which is a very significant accomplishment. Other premiers that support the MOU. On the other hand, the leader of the Conservative Party, they say, no, we don't support the MOU. I think the member would do a great service to all of Canada to stand up and answer a very specific question. Does she and the Conservative Party support the MOU that was signed off by the Premier of Alberta, which is a progressive Conservative, and the Government of Canada? Does she support it?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton-Bequia-Ginoux.
Madam Speaker, there can be no doubt that Conservatives want to build a pipeline. We want to build a pipeline to the west. But one interesting thing in this MOU, Madam Speaker, is that the Liberals are willing to, exempt from the tanker ban. Let's think about the tanker ban. Right now, the only people that can't have oil tankers are Canadians, because the U.S. has got 3 refineries right in that area that are shipping tankers all the time. So it's just a punishment on us, and we shouldn't have to wait 2 years to lift that exemption. We could do that today, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm scared. I'm scared for the future of my children because the Government of Canada is not doing good enough. As the member mentioned in her remarks, we turned down 3 major natural resource deals, which would have lifted children out of poverty, which would have lowered global emissions. Yet the Liberals said no. When I was a former staffer, they put forward the most divisive and burdensome regulatory approach that still exists today. And then they come around and say they're going to build a pipeline and they're going to fix our economy. Well, they're not, Madam Speaker. And what they're doing is they're playing a game of tightrope with Canadians' future by not moving forward on natural resource projects, by not removing the barriers to building, and not giving Canada the foundation of success it needs. Can the member comment more on those points, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton-Bequia-Ginoux.
I love the passion of my colleague, and he's from BC. He's representing people in BC, most of whom want to see this pipeline get done, Madam Speaker. And so definitely, I think that, we need these jobs in Canada at this point. The Liberals will tell you that the jobs were created, but they're part-time jobs, and they're basically Christmas retail jobs, Madam Speaker. So we do need the kind of jobs that we would get from the pipeline and all of these other projects I talked about. We need to build, build, build.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, I asked the Leader of the Opposition, who has said a number of times that this is an imaginary pipeline on the part of the government. I asked him whether he was aware that there wasn't a promoter currently, and he answered that if the government were to just get out of the way, there would be a promoter. But we know that it's not viable because pipelines would have to last 40 years to be viable, but we don't think that there will still be oil in 40 years. My colleague was an engineer. How can she imagine that there is something concrete in a situation that even her own leader thinks is imaginative? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton-Bequia-Ginoux. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Currently, we see that there's a Northern Gateway pipeline with environmental assessments that are complete and Indigenous consultation is complete. Construction could start as of today on that pipeline. It could be built within 3 years. I think it's political will that is missing with these Liberals. They say one thing to Alberta and another to BC. I think Canadians want to know, will there actually be support for a pipeline, yes or no?
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
On July 20th, 1871, British Columbia became the 6th province to sign on to the audacious vision that was Canada as laid out by the Fathers of Confederation, a vision that was as bold as it was courageous, to create a new nation, one that would stretch from the Atlantic to the Pacific, through the Rockies, across the prairies, and over the Canadian Shield, to unite these small, disparate, and insignificant colonies of what was then British North America, and what was perhaps the greatest nation-building project the world had ever seen. Over a century and a half later, much of our prosperity, identity, and independence we owe to them and those who followed in their footsteps. They built and defended this country from the ground up. From the National Railway through 2 world wars, their determination and perseverance shaped not only the land around them, but those who called it home. What has happened to that tenacity, to that fortitude, that resolve, the ability to get things done? Where are our leaders, our statesmen for a new century? Those who could live up to the lines of Canadian history, to Laurier, to Macdonald, to W.A.C. Bennett. Where are the leaders who can rediscover that boldness and audacity that built this country and couple it with a vision as befitting as a nation as vast and bursting with potential as our own? And that vision, Madam Speaker, starts with getting back to the basics, with actually building things. In the late 1800s, Canada was a small country, divided by language and surrounded by a much larger and much more powerful neighbor to the south. Yet, in that historical context, we completed what many consider to be one of the great political and engineering feats of the time, the Canadian Pacific Railway. Today, the Liberal government can't even bring themselves to openly support a pipeline, content instead to sign vague, indeterminate pieces of paper promising that one day to maybe consider building a pipeline to the Pacific. And the consequences to this lack of vision and follow-through are very real. Today, our lack of market access forces us to sell our oil, our #1 export, at a massive discount to the United States, a reality that has cost us tens of thousands of jobs and $70 million each day, or $25 billion every single year. At a time of predatory and hostile U.S. trade action that is deliberately attempting to destroy our forestry, steel, aluminum, and automotive sectors, we are essentially giving our oil to the Americans on the cheap, because this Liberal government doesn't have the political fortitude to get a Canadian pipeline built. A pipeline that would secure our economic sovereignty, energy independence, and finally give us the leverage that we need over the United States. But you know, Madam Speaker, this isn't really a new issue. Back when Macdonald was first proposing the Canadian Pacific Railway, an undertaking, as I mentioned, many thought could not be done, there were loud voices, mainly in the Liberal Party at the time, that demanded that east-west railway be built through the much easier terrain of the United States. They argued it would have been politically easier, it would have been undoubtedly more affordable, and on those 2 points they were right. But it would have come at the expense of Canadian sovereignty and left us a mere dependency, a colony of the Americans. Fortunately, our leaders from that era had the foresight and the passionate devotion to our national interest to see through the railway that we now call the ribbon of steel on an all-Canadian route. Unfortunately, the Liberal government from today has essentially accomplished the exact opposite and is moving us in the opposite direction. Think about how ridiculous this is. Canada has the 3rd largest reserves of oil on the entire planet, yet we are still importing oil from repressive dictatorial regimes like Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, as we've allowed our Canadian oil industry to atrophy, American oil output has grown by more than 50%. What are we doing? We have the oil, we have the know-how, we have the skill and determination of the Canadian people, I can guarantee you that. All we're missing are the politicians with the courage and vision to get the job done. And to be clear, and I think this is an important point, the world needs more energy, it needs it today, and is going to continue to needing it for decades to come. In fact, the International Energy Agency predicts that global energy demand will continue to grow well past 2050, and more than a quarter of that total energy demand will continue to come in the form of oil. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that increase in demand is concentrated in Asian markets, markets that without pipelines, Canada has little to no access to. Today, over 90% of our country's oil exports are sold to one country, the United States. And make no mistake, if we don't get these pipelines built, if Canadian oil stays in the ground, which, by the way, I think is the true objective of at least some members of the Liberal caucus, those investment dollars will go elsewhere. Those jobs will go elsewhere. They will go to brutal, repressive regimes like Venezuela and Iran, funding the priorities of their governments, like repressing peaceful dissent and exporting terrorism and hard drugs, instead of supporting the priorities of our government, like healthcare, education, roads, and supporting our brave men and women in uniform. And here's the truth. No one does environmental stewardship and safety better than Canada or better than Canadians, and as long as the world needs and demands oil, as much of it as possible should come from right here in Canada. But to do that, we do need pipelines. Unfortunately, instead of showing leadership on this file, instead of following in the nation-building footsteps of those who built this country, the Liberal government has done the exact opposite, axing the Northern Gateway Pipeline, killing Energy East, introducing that bill known as the No More Pipelines Bill, Bill C-69, the tanker ban, C-48, and the industrial carbon tax, a suite of policies compiled together by design for one purpose: to kill Canada's oil and gas industry and to leave our most valuable resource, our most valuable asset, our most valuable commodity in the ground. Let's just take the tanker ban as one example. Why is it that 24.4 million tons of foreign oil are allowed to transit Canada's east coast, including down the St. Lawrence River in Quebec, and yet on BC's north coast, it is banned? There is no scientific evidence whatsoever to suggest tanker traffic in northwestern BC presents a greater risk to the environment than anywhere else. In fact, because there's a lack of maritime traffic in general, the exact opposite is true. And here's the kicker. There's already tankers off of BC's coast. 4 tankers each day filled to the brim with American oil depart Alaska, heading south alongside the very waters where Canadian tanker traffic carrying Canadian oil are currently banned. It continues a trend of this government pursuing ideological policies and virtue signaling to this group or that over straightforward, common sense results. But there is good news, Madam Speaker. Canadians are seeing through the spin. 67% of British Columbians in recent polling believe new pipelines are important to Canada's economic future, and 54% are confident pipelines can be built while protecting the environment, and they are the most environmentally friendly and sensitive ways to transport this commodity. And yet we have a BC Premier who says the pipeline will, quote, never be built, and a Prime Minister who has been unwilling to assert the nation-building and constitutional role of the federal government to get this project done. And when it comes to building this pipeline, a majority of British Columbians agree, a majority of Canadians agree, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, it is in the essential national interests of our country. But the truth is that the silver lining to this challenge lies in the solution. It's that we don't actually need the government to really step up in any particular way. We just need the government to get out of the way and give this country back to those who built it and continue to build it, the people. And that is why I urge every member of this House, regardless of their province, their party, their ideology, to vote with us, to vote for Canadian workers, vote for Canadian prosperity, vote for economic sovereignty and energy independence and building things, including pipelines, in this country once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made comments about the differential. I agree it's important to manage the differential between WTI and WCS, or presumably between Brent and WCS, given he's talking about a pipeline to the West Coast. Of course, the differential is driven by quality differences, the sulfur content and the gravity of it, as well as transportation costs. I wonder if the member could explain to me what he thinks would be an appropriate differential, either to WTI or Brent, as he sees fit.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think what it comes down to is we should be getting the top price for Canadian oil that's possible. We're only going to get that top price if we have access to world markets. If we allow ourselves to be backed into the corner, for the Americans to have ultimate leverage over our #1 export, we're not going to be able to get that top price. That is why we need to get pipelines built. We need to get a pipeline built to the Pacific and finally create more Canadian jobs, more Canadian revenues, and start building things in this country once again.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon South. Yes, South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from BC. Going back into history, how we built this country. I'm not sure we can build the country anymore. Billions of dollars have been lost because of these Liberal policies. As he mentioned, C-69, C-48. In my province, we've got uranium mines ready to go, but because of these policies, years in the waiting. Yeah. To the honourable member from British Columbia, his thoughts. Will this pipeline ever get built with this current government in place?
Yeah. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I mean, I can't predict the future, but I'll tell you one thing. It needs to be built. It needs to be built for the national interest of this country. We cannot continue to be an economic dependency of the United States, an economic colony of the United States. We need to take control of our own future and start building things again, whether it's mines in Saskatchewan, whether it's pipelines in BC, whether it's nuclear power plants in Ontario. We need to get building again in this country, and unfortunately, I think only with the new Conservative government will that actually get done.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague opposite what elements of the MOU that Premier Danielle Smith and the government have committed to does he not support? Because it is very clear as he reads the MOU that we are willing to support a pipeline to Tidewater in the Pacific. We believe it has to be a private proponent, that we have Indigenous cooperation, obviously buy-in and dialogue with British Columbia. But what elements of the MOU does he not support? Because that's why the Conservative Party hasn't actually put this before the House today, because they as a party can't agree on certain elements. Which element does he not agree with in that MOU that Premier Danielle Smith signed on herself?
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Look, I think the point is that the Liberals don't understand is we shouldn't even need an MOU in this country to build things. There was a private proponent that proposed a pipeline. They got that project approved by the National Energy Board that met all the requisite requirements and then was killed for political reasons by the Liberal government. Yeah. So you shouldn't need some special to go up and on bended knee to the Prime Minister to beg for your project to get built. We're supposed to be a first world country, not a banana republic. We set the highest environmental standards in the world. If you meet them, you should be allowed to build your project, whether it's a mine, whether it's a pipeline, whether it's a new housing development. We need to get things done.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the honourable member for, I think it's North Island Powell River. I'm wondering if Conservatives who've been debating this motion today remember the Conservative Party platform from 2011 that would have prohibited any pipeline to the northern BC coast to ship any diluted bitumen to China. The Conservative Party policy at that time was that we should not ship diluted bitumen to any country with lower environmental standards for our refineries. I'm just wondering if anyone remembers that.
Well, member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think I was 21 at the time, if I'm doing the math correctly, so I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of what was or wasn't in the platform back in 2011. What I can tell you is that we support a pipeline. We support getting top dollar for Canada's #1 export, to expanding our trade markets, to becoming less dependent on the United States, and actually getting things done and following the science and the evidence and not making political decisions that kill individual projects.
Good answer. Assuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, before I entered politics earlier this year, I was a regular commentator on political strategy, and one of the things I tried to do in my appearances, particularly on the popular political podcast The Strategist, was lift the hood and show how and why political strategic decisions get made. It was my belief that by identifying and naming the strategies and tactics, I was helping people see what was actually happening, and I was helping people defend themselves from those strategies and tactics being used on them. And sometimes what I explained would allow listeners to keep from being fooled by unscrupulous politicians, and sometimes what I explained would allow listeners to keep from being fooled by themselves. And I think, Madam Speaker, while speaking about this Conservative motion, I can do a service to Canadians by explaining the tactics this motion attempts to use and what these tactics reveal. I also think, Madam Speaker, while speaking about this Conservative motion, I can do a service to Conservatives by explaining how at this point they are most certainly fooling themselves. So let's start here. If your goal is to get a pipeline built, there is no train of logic that leads you to either the original or amended motion before us today. The Conservatives should know very well the risks of plowing ahead thoughtlessly when it comes to pipelines. In 2016, the Federal Court of Appeal deemed the Phase 4 consultations undertaken by the Harper government on the Northern Gateway pipeline, a pipeline project I worked on, insufficient. They said, and I quote, "Canada fell short of the mark." No, in Canada, to get things built, you need to work with Indigenous communities, you need to show respect to Indigenous communities, you need to take the duty to consult seriously, and while I am glad for the Conservative amendment, merely appending while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples to a motion with a predetermined outcome falls laughably short of the mark. In Canada, to get things built, to de-risk activity, you need to work with all affected communities. Ignoring the role of British Columbians in this conversation does not make a project more likely to succeed. Ignoring environmental concerns does not make a project more likely to succeed. It creates conditions that would concern any investor. And by the way, Pathways requires a price on carbon, so the amendment does not make a coherent policy position. Smart money knows you don't ram projects through. A yes vote on this motion would antagonize stakeholders and undermine the important conversations to be had between Canada, Alberta, British Columbia, and Indigenous peoples. It makes it harder to get to accord. A yes vote makes a pipeline less likely. So how about a no vote? A no vote can be interpreted and will certainly be spun by the Conservatives as the government not supporting a pipeline, and nothing could be further from the truth. I will say now, and I will say clearly on behalf of our government, we support a pipeline. We support the MOU. We support the entirety of the MOU. But if people believe government does not support a pipeline, if companies even have creeping doubt that the government supports a pipeline, it makes it less likely that a private proponent comes forward, one of the conditions of the pipeline proceeding under the memorandum with Alberta. A no vote makes a pipeline less likely. So if a yes vote hurts the project and a no vote hurts the project, what is the point of this motion? Well, that brings us, colleagues, back to strategy. The point of this motion is to provoke divisions, to upset a careful balance, to cherry-pick one part of one side of the ledger, building a pipeline, and to focus on one possible resolution, a pipeline that requires an easing of the tanker ban, to ignore the rest of a thoughtfully constructed and far-reaching MOU that has the support of this government caucus. The very point is to put the government in a no-win situation. The very point is to try to create a situation where there is division in the government ranks. And this is where I want to talk about how deep the Conservatives have fallen into their own echo chamber, how they no longer see the forest for the trees. The division they seek, the division, frankly, on display in their own party where they are losing members, they believe will help their political fortunes. It's a game to them, a game where there is a winner and a loser. But with their motion, the loser is Canada, and the game hurts this country. The game that reduces the chances of a pipeline being built. The game exposes something they probably did not want exposed, that their interest is coming out on top in a zero-sum fight with the Liberals, rather than defending our country at a very challenging time. Rather than putting nation over party, they have put party over nation. To them, the motion is solely and exclusively a political strategy, because it serves no other purpose. Yes, it hurts Canada. Yes, hurts Canada. And no hurts Canada. But they brought it forward anyhow, because the win they seek is for themselves, not for Canada. Madam Speaker, there are two ways to detect the influence of a political strategy. You can work backward from the action and figure out what conditions would need to be present to arrive at that action, or you can work forward from a series of stated motives and see if a coherent chain can lead us to the present place. In each case, a deviation shows strategy at work, and a deviation reveals true intentions. The Conservative action here, this motion, does not match their words that they deeply care about getting a pipeline built. So we must ask what they do deeply care about. The Conservatives have fooled themselves. They have conflated their interests with Canada's interests. They have come to a place where they believe that anything is good for them is inherently good for the country, and they believe this motion to be good for them. So I ask them to step back and ask themselves, when they really think about it, if any outcome on this motion is good for getting a pipeline built or good for the country. I'll close by saying there is another possibility, but one I discount, that the Conservatives have simply made a terrible mistake, that they did not realize that either a yes or a no vote would reduce the chances of a pipeline being built, that they are sincere in simply wanting clarity for all. But I do not believe the Leader of the Opposition to be a stupid or thoughtless man. But he has put his cunning to service of his political movement rather than in service of this country. And I do believe that to be terrible judgment. Canadians seek serious leadership in these times, and I'm glad the Prime Minister offers that leadership. I do not believe the opposition has shown that leadership today, but I do believe in the immense capacity of people to change and improve. It is why I'm a Liberal. I ask my colleagues to step back from the brink, to remind themselves of the moment we are in, a trade war with the United States, an increasingly dangerous globe, a Western world beset by anti-immigrant, anti-intellectual forces, often driven clandestinely by our geopolitical rivals who love nothing more than to poke at our divisions, to remind themselves of the moment we are in and ask them if taking a better, more collaborative, more pro-Canada approach is not possible. Because as I see it right now, their strategy reveals everything. Under this leader, the Conservatives are treating matters of nation as political games to be won. And so the actual question in front of the House is the Leader of the Opposition acting as a serious man? Does his leadership reflect a serious party? And the answer, unfortunately, came the minute he put forward this motion, and the answer is no. This motion does not reflect a serious party. This motion reflects a party addicted to the game of politics that has forgotten how to fight for outcomes and ideas. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Madam Speaker, I just found it very interesting how the member talked about strategies, but what's clear to me is that these Liberals would like to spin this vote into anything but division within their own caucus. Now, my constituents in Alberta do not trust this Liberal government to ever build a pipeline. That's for Conservatives across this country. None of them believe. And so we were very surprised to see them put an MOU forward which dangled the possibility that they could build a pipeline. And yet, we were not shocked to see many members of the Liberal Party, including the member for Laurier Ste. Marie, the former Minister of the Environment in that government, and the member for Victoria, along with many other members, saying, no, this doesn't mean that a pipeline is going to be built. No, we don't support building a pipeline. And so what this vote does is forces this Liberal government to walk its talk. So why can't this government stand up and vote for this non-binding motion that only asks them to do what they're claiming they're promising to do? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This government would be very happy to support a motion for the entire Memorandum of Understanding. That Memorandum of Understanding is a balance that makes sure we are striking interests from coast to coast to coast and doing it in a way that strengthens our economy, strengthens our environment, and makes us less dependent on the United States. It is an excellent Memorandum of Understanding. A part of it is a pipeline which we fully support. And honestly, this is just a continuation of the games. If you don't want to play games, bring us a motion on the entire MOU.
Honorable Député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's shocking to hear the government say that what they are doing with Alberta will allow them to free ourselves from the trade conflict with the U.S. Meanwhile, 60% of big oil profits, go to the States. Would my colleague agree that that's counterproductive to invest in carbon capture and storage strategies which don't work or aren't proven, just to make big oil wealthier and most of the profits goes to the States? Is that the best way to react to the trade conflict?
Listen, it's an excellent question. One of the things that struck me about the Conservative amendment was that it had carbon capture and sequestration as something that they could support, but it didn't talk about a price on carbon, which is essential for carbon capture and sequestration to work. Otherwise, what's happening is we are just subsidizing oil companies instead of making oil companies pay a carbon price, which makes the Pathways project economical. So, I think I agree on some of these components. province. I will say, though, and I do want to underline, the benefits of a strong oil and gas sector are felt very strongly by my home province, and you see it every day. You see it in the employment, you see it in the investment, and it's not as simple as just looking at the ownership percentages of major oil companies.
Honourable Deputy Sudbury.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Speaker, earlier we heard our colleague from British Columbia talk about the importance of approaching these types of projects with a degree of responsibility, as opposed to a degree of recklessness that we've seen across the aisle. Can my colleague from Alberta, perhaps in his opinion, identify for us what would be some of those elements that would define responsibility versus recklessness in approaching these types of major projects?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There's a couple of ways to look at that. There is recklessness in how you might approach getting a project built, and there's recklessness in terms of the balance between environment and economy, and I'll speak very briefly to both. First, it would be reckless to not consult with people. It would be reckless to just say we can will these conditions into fruition. We saw what happened when the Conservative government tried to do that in the past. The Federal Court of Appeal struck down the approval of Northern Gateway, the Phase 4 approval, because there was just not due care and attention put to it. But second, on the environmental front, the Prime Minister has been very clear. We can and must grow a strong oil and gas sector, but that has to be tied to strong environmental protections. Those strong environmental protections are not just for the benefit of the planet, although that to me is the essential component, but our markets will increasingly demand that. You are not going to be selling oil to Europe and to Asia if you do not have strong environmental protections.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member's industry minister spoke prior to him and talked about the importance of learning from Trans Mountain that we have to have a proponent for the pipeline and Indigenous buy-in. Well, here's the thing that causes the total lack of confidence of this Conservative side of the House and Canadians. It was this government that forced Kinder Morgan to go south, taking their $4 billion investment with them because of the tanker ban and the permits that were required. They left, and then the Trans Mountain became the expense of Canadian tax dollars when there was actually a Western Indigenous pipeline group, Indigenous international oil gas experience, that came and tried to pitch it to this government that they would take on Trans Mountain, and they had the buy-in of all of those along that route. So this political strategy of this Prime Minister was clearly to shut down pipelines until it became an issue that he had no choice but to turn around and appear like he supports oil and gas in Canada.
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, that's simply not the case. I was a senior official for the government of Alberta at the time, and while I can't go into confidences, the reality is nothing there approximates reality.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me start off by making it very clear for those that are actually following the debate in terms of what it is that we're witnessing again today coming from the official opposition. The starting point has got to be, you have to appreciate that the Conservative Party of Canada, which has moved to the far right with the leader of the Conservative Party, has made the determination that it's better to be an opposition that solely focuses on the best interests of the Conservative Party of Canada, not what's in the best interests of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And that's, once again, what we are seeing taking place on the floor of the House of Commons. My colleague and friend just amplified the game that is being played in a wonderful way so that people can really understand it. And that is the reality. Self-interest is the driving motivation of the Conservative Party. A number of months ago, we had an election. Everyone, no doubt, recalls that. Canadians decided to vote for a Liberal government headed by a Prime Minister that understands how an economy works, Mr. Speaker. After all, it was Stephen Harper that appointed him as the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of Canada. He was the Governor of the Bank of England. He has an incredible track record in the private sector. He understands what it takes in order to make the economy work. When you think of the memorandum of understanding that was signed off by the Prime Minister and the Premier of Alberta, I would suggest to you it is good for the environment. It is good for the economy. It is good for federalism. as once again the Prime Minister has demonstrated the best way to get things done is by working where you can with the many different stakeholders in order to achieve the type of results that will deliver for Canadians. And even though he's been Prime Minister for, 8 months now, there are numerous examples in which we have seen how the Prime Minister has been so successful at what he committed to do for Canadians. An example of that, Mr. Speaker, would be Bill C-5. Bill C-5, which is now the law, that the Prime Minister brought in and the Liberal government brought in just last June, talks about the importance of major projects. So whether it's LNG in BC, copper going into the prairie provinces, nuclear in Ontario, the Port of Montreal in Quebec, and in the second allotment of major projects, things that are taking place in other regions of the country. These are all initiatives that have been achieved by the federal government and the Prime Minister working with the many different stakeholders, in particular provinces and Indigenous peoples, Mr. Speaker. That is what we have witnessed by the Prime Minister. Now you bring it to the province of Alberta, and when I say the province of Alberta, all of Canada benefits by it, but just to focus on Alberta. We actually have a memorandum of understanding which is very clear. Everyone can actually read the entire memorandum of understanding, and I believe we'll get a very clear picture. A picture that includes consultation and working with Indigenous peoples, consultation and working with the province of British Columbia. It talks about how it is important to get the private sector engaged on the issue. It enables the potential of a pipeline going from Alberta to the coast of the Pacific Ocean, Mr. Speaker. And you have the Premier of Alberta, which, by the way, is a progressive conservative, highlight the word conservative, Premier. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that she and the Prime Minister, in good faith, have signed that memorandum of understanding. I can appreciate that everyone in Canada understands that and values that in most part, Mr. Speaker, except for the members of the Conservative Party that sit opposite here in the House of Commons. Because for them, Mr. Speaker, it was not a good day when the Prime Minister and the Premier of Alberta, even though other premiers in the country are on side with that particular agreement, are offside. And it's really quite unfortunate. And that feeds into what my colleague talked about in regards to what is the motivation from the Conservative Party. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if we take a look at actual tangible things that have occurred, what you will see is that, I sat in opposition for a part of the years in which the leader of the Conservative Party was in a government. In fact, the leader of the Conservative Party sat in the government benches for 10 years. 10 years, Mr. Speaker. 10 years ago we did. And you know how many miles of pipeline they actually built from Alberta to Tidewaters? Zero. My colleague from Waterloo is right on. Zero. Not 1 inch of pipeline over 10 years was built by the Conservative Party when the leader of the Conservative Party was in government. Why should we believe for a moment that they actually know how to get it done, Mr. Speaker? In fact, it took the Trudeau government through TMX to actually build a pipeline to coastal waters. So now they're complaining that we did it, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing. It really and truly is amazing. So their record is zero, not an inch. And then here, not fast forward it to today, where once again we have a Prime Minister that understands the value of it, that's working and making sure that we can actually proceed ahead, Mr. Speaker. And what does the opposition actually have to say? And I'm going to go back to the whole idea of the political games that the Conservative Party plays day after day after day in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. Because if they genuinely were concerned about pipelines, they're right. You know, my colleague was right. They should actually be saying, yes, we can do pipelines. It is possible. They shouldn't be discouraging industry. They're the only political entity that has a chance to govern here in Canada that's saying no to the industry. No, there's no chance of building a pipeline. It's not like it's back in the Harper days. We can actually get things done. That's the bottom line. You might have a number of MPs that represent Alberta, but they're a disaster, an absolute total disaster in terms of actually getting movement forward on the pipeline issue. And then if we take a look at what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party did today, imagine this. First he tells Canadians, we're going to move a motion and it's just going to say, build that pipeline. Who cares about consultation? Just build that pipeline. Then he realizes he might have misspoke a little bit, and now he's coming forward. He says, well, to tell you what, we want to be a little softer on the approach. So we like this part of the MOU. We like this part of the MOU. Yep. So let's bring that in, and we'll say, now let's challenge the Liberals. Oh, yes. Well, it's a very clear issue for the Liberal caucus. Every Liberal MP understands what was signed by Daniel Smith and the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. It is an MOU that everyone should be getting behind. If you support the environment, if you support the building Canada strong or the economy, if you support federalism, this is the type of MOU that advances all three of those issues. And only the Conservative Party of Canada would actually vote against that, Mr. Speaker. And we see that because look at what they brought forward to the House. They cherry-picked to try to cause more division. They want more division in Canada. They're not that much different than the Bloc at times, it would appear, Mr. Speaker. If you want Canada to work, then take a look in terms of what's in front of your face and start looking and supporting good ideas. What the Premier signed and the Prime Minister signed is good, in whole. Get behind it and vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I sit here amused once again at the absolute arrogance of the Liberals who think that they're the only ones that could have a plan for this country. And as a matter of fact, after 10 years of an absolute disaster, still think their way forward is the best way. And when anyone else challenges that vision, they automatically think, oh, you're self-interested. Oh, you're only doing this for yourself. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that member right there, if not the most self-interested person in that whole government is our current Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't ask the member to ask that question. It's a simple answer. No, it's not. If you want to take a look in terms of what has actually been accomplished since the last federal election, whether it's the budget implementation, Mr. Speaker, and the many initiatives that are there to support Canadians and our infrastructure and our military and so much more, or it's the Build Canada Strong by looking at ways in which we can develop major projects, $60 billion worth of investment, not to mention you're telling me to wind up. No, the answer is no.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary can try to fool us, and perhaps he should start breathing between his various sentences. I am afraid for his personal health he needs to slow down. But he may be trying to fool us. But what the government's trying to do right now is to completely indecently support the oil and gas bigwigs. And while people are going through the worst crisis of their lives, there's only one announcement and they're still waiting for support for the forestry sector, and they're waiting to open up their wallet for the oil and gas sector and commit to what's worse for the environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we had this exchange a little earlier today, the member and I, and as I had indicated to him then, that you have to look at the perspective, and he agreed that the Bloc Party is a separatist party. And what this agreement actually shows very clearly is that federalism works. That all of Canada benefits by this MOU, Mr. Speaker. So whether it's dealing with a pipeline, the lumber industry, the steel industry, the aluminum industry, these are all important issues to the government of the day. These are all issues in which the government and the Prime Minister have been working on actively to ensure that we can, in fact, build Canada strong. So whether it's that or looking for other opportunities to expand trade, we will continue to work every day of the week to get the best results for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. One of the things that struck me about the Conservative amendment that was moved recently was that it expresses support for the Pathways project, but emphatically the Leader of the Opposition told me they do not support a price on carbon. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on how they could possibly reconcile that without creating a subsidy of tens of billions of dollars to the oil and gas sector.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House.
You know, the irony in that, Mr. Speaker, is to recognize, I believe it might have been the entire North America continent where it was Alberta that led the way, the province of Alberta, in terms of the first price on pollution, a carbon tax. And you have the Premier of Alberta who signed the MOU recognizing the value of a carbon tax. And that's why I kind of started off by saying the Conservative Party today is this far right. You know, I think they should look at renaming. What does Mad Max call his party? The People's Party? You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they're so far to the right. There's got to be a lot of red Tories over there that are feeling pretty uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. And I would encourage them to look in terms of what it is that we hear day and day again coming from the leadership of the Conservative Party and so many of those far-right personalities. They've got to start feeling uneasy, even if it's sitting as independents. Reflect on the value that red Tories have contributed to the country in many ways in the past. I'd like to see a few more bold red Tories stand up against the current leadership of the Conservative Party.
I would like to see. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am splitting my time with the member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Yes. Today I rise on the motion to commit this government to a new pipeline from Alberta to the West Coast. First, I think we need to be really clear what this Liberal Memorandum of Understanding really is. It is not a real commitment to Canadian energy. It is a political charade designed to make headlines rather than putting shovels in the ground. Canadians have seen this movie before. Big announcements, photo ops, and then years of backtracking and filibustering, all leading to cancelled projects. This MOU is no different. It's not a binding contract. It's not a guarantee to build a pipeline, and this Prime Minister's own caucus is now divided on whether they support their own party's policy. One thing is for certain, the Conservatives are all in agreement. No one in Canada has been more clear about the need to get an oil pipeline built to the West Coast than we have. We are a resource superpower, and through this decade of this Liberal government, we've only put hurdles in front of ourselves by keeping our wealth in the ground. With an unpredictable neighbor down south and economic conditions worldwide being tested, now is the time, more than ever, for the Liberals to step out of the way and let Conservatives deliver on a promise of a prosperous Canada. So using the Prime Minister's own words, quote, we need to build things previously thought impossible at unimaginable speeds and build Canada into an energy superpower, unquote. The only way we can do that is with the Liberals stepping aside and letting builders build. That's exactly what this motion is. committing the Prime Minister to his very own words. The MOU signed by the Prime Minister in Alberta in November provides, quote, necessary conditions for a pipeline, but it is not a commitment to build one. In reality, the MOU is only that a proposal may eventually be referred to a federal office for years of further study. We've seen this roundabout language time and time again with the Liberal government in attempt to drag their feet on issues and never follow through. The MOU must have BC support, which Premier Eby has been extremely vocal that he would not support. Not only that, but the Liberals are also keeping the tanker ban in place. The tanker ban passed by Justin Trudeau in 2019, this ban on tankers would make the pipeline bringing LNG to BC completely pointless. It's like building a pipeline to nowhere. We'd have no way of getting the oil off the West Coast and into foreign markets. To further the problem, with restrictions like this baked into the MOU, the private sector wouldn't support this deal, meaning there would be no one to actually build the pipeline. The Liberals cannot claim to support pipelines while keeping laws and veto powers that make them building it virtually impossible. That's exactly why our motion before the House matters. It is not a vague promise that maybe someday we'll build a pipeline. Our motion is clear. It says, yes, we support building the pipeline and exporting 1 million barrels a day.
Hear, hear, hear.
By voting for this motion, members agree that we need to cut the red tape and bureaucracy, repeal the outdated tanker ban, grant the permits, and let private sector investment flow to build the infrastructure we need. This motion forces clarity. It forces the question, do you want a pipeline or just more press conferences, studies, and headlines? The Prime Minister has been asked in this very House when the pipeline will be built, and his response was that it, quote, creates necessary conditions but not sufficient conditions. Now I ask Canadians listening at home, does this sound like someone who really wants to build a pipeline? The MOU is not a shovel in the ground. The Liberals campaigned on keeping it in the ground policies. This is not a change of heart. It is a political game, and Canadians can see right through it. They tell Albertans they're in favor of a pipeline while telling BC and Quebecers they're against it. The Liberal caucus is not aligned. They've lost the minister over it, and now multiple MPs on that side have spoken out against it. This is an identity crisis for them. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. On June 6th, he said he will, quote, will not impose a project on a province. On October 1st, he told his caucus if BC doesn't want it, it's not going ahead. Let's not forget that when Mark Carney was an environmental ambassador for the United Nations, he agreed that 65% of all oil and gas reserves and 90% of all coal reserves must be left in the ground. And there is no need for any exploration of new oil and gas fields. It is time to make a decision and get the divided Liberals on record for all Canadians to see. Shipping 1 million barrels a day of Alberta oil to Asia can have a transformative effect on our economy. That is exactly the promise of this motion. By unlocking access to global energy markets, we attract billions in private sector energy investment. That creates jobs, not just for oil and pipeline workers, but across sectors: manufacturing, fabrication, steel, transport, and infrastructure. It strengthens Canada's economy, sovereignty, reduces our independence on foreign energy, and gives Canadian workers more secure, well-paying jobs. It also helps stabilize incomes while lowering the cost of energy, food, and housing. This is a huge factor as many Canadians are struggling under the current cost of living. The new Nanos research poll shows 56% of Canadians support building a new pipeline and 55% are in favor of lifting the ban on tanker traffic to make it happen. A much overlooked benefit of building major infrastructure like a pipeline is that it gives a boost to the domestic steel markets and fabrication industries. Consider the steel industry in Hamilton, a cornerstone of Canadian manufacturing. A large pipeline project with its demand for steel, structural components, welding, and fabrication would generate increased demand for Canadian-produced steel. That means more orders, more stable demand, and more work for steel workers and fabricators in Hamilton and beyond. Supporting the motion isn't about just energy. It is about reinforcing Canadian manufacturing, protecting Canadian jobs, and giving Canadian steel a home market advantage against imported materials. This isn't just about a pipeline. It's about Canada's economic future. It's about creating jobs in Alberta, BC, Ontario, and of course, Hamilton. It's about factory floors, steel mills, transport depots, and shipping ports. It's about energy, sovereignty, national pride, and ensuring Canadian resources benefit Canadians first. The Liberal MOU is a promise of maybe someday, diluted by countless caveats and subject to vetoes. The Conservative motion before us is a clear statement of support for action, growth, and prosperity. We even have some breaking news. The Leader of the Opposition has amended the motion to include the Liberal concerns. Greenlighting carbon capture projects, engaging and consulting with Indigenous partners, and participating in a trilateral discussion with BC on the pipeline. There you go. To quote the Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, today is a good day for Canadians. Let's build the pipeline, and I hope the Liberals will join us in building a stronger, more self-reliant Canada. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, just a reminder to members not to use the first name, the last name, or the full name of a member of the House, whether they be a cabinet minister or any member. With that being said, questions and comments to Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the member opposite. Earlier, his colleague said, and I quote, "We are 10 years late to believe in Canada." Does the member agree to this statement?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
I do apologize. I couldn't hear the member's question.
I'll let the member. I'll roll back the time. Let the member ask in because there is a lot of noise in the chamber as usual before question period. I'll let her ask it again and let the member respond.
I appreciate you allowing me to ask this question again, Mr. Speaker. I had asked the member opposite to consider the comments of his colleague from earlier. He said, I quote, "We are 10 years late to believe in Canada." Does the member opposite agree to this statement?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you for that question, but I'd like to quote the Prime Minister again when he said that he agreed that 65% of all oil and gas reserves and 90% of coal reserves must be left in the ground. And there is no need for any exploration of new oil and gas fields. That is actually what's concerning. Canadians are seeing right through this pipeline MOU. They want a clear answer, and we've delivered one, and I hope they join us today in voting for Canada and what Canada wants and needs. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Today, we're talking about this motion about the MOU between Ottawa and Alberta for a new pipeline. But I'd like to discuss a common concern, namely the cost of living. I'm the critic for seniors, and we keep on talking about how they can't pay for their groceries and rent. But last week, there was a study that showed that in 2026, it'll cost at least $1,000 more for groceries. And one of the things they noted was because of climate change. What does my colleague think about the fact that we might need to take action on climate change to be able to keep grocery prices down?
Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for her question. I think she's touched on a point that the Liberals are facing a very big identity crisis. They don't know if they're for climate change or pulling oil out, or their caucus is completely divided on this issue. But to her question on economics, on unleashing Canada's economic future, this motion today will produce that. Like I said, it's a good day for Canadians. This is a day where they could vote, the Liberals and everybody in this House can vote to unleash Canada's energy sector and have good economic, prosperous times ahead. And I hope everybody here in the House votes with us today, because the people at home, Canadians, are counting on this House to unleash pipelines in oil and energy so we can become an energy superpower and rely on no one but Canada. Please vote with us.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, there is a cost to our inaction. Based on the current state of affairs that we are facing, our reliance on just one buyer, who we have to sell at a discount, no less, we are losing billions in revenue, losing thousands of jobs in Saskatchewan, Alberta, Newfoundland, and across this country. We are losing influence on the world stage because other countries use energy as a diplomatic tool, while we are sitting on the sidelines. The question I have is, when they propose an MOU with no solid timelines, what hope is there for Canadians?
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
That is a fantastic question by my colleague, and I've said this over and over again. The Liberals are only focused on headlines. This is an MOU that's going to kick the can down the line and hopefully get them into another election by saying they were pro-pipeline. Nothing in this MOU actually says that they're going to build one. But this motion today will accomplish that. So I hope that they will join us and vote for a pipeline that they've proposed. The leader of the Conservative Party has actually put in amendments that they wanted. And to my member's question, yes, this secures jobs in his riding, in my city of Hamilton. Steel, we need steel, and we have to be self-reliant. So again, I encourage and hope everyone in the House votes for this motion. It's what the Liberals want, but we, in this motion, will do it faster and will actually make a commitment to Canadians.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
There will be about 47 seconds left in the question and comments portion. After a question period, we'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Squamish Climate Action Network, or Squamish Can, on receiving the 2025 Edible Community Sustainability Award for outstanding leadership in community-driven climate action. And their impact is felt across the region. Their self-sustaining downtown school farm gives residents and students hand-on experience with regenerative agriculture, distributes fresh food throughout the community, and supplies healthy produce to local schools. Their edible school gardens and Indigenous plant garden, created in partnership with Squamish Nation elders, deepens ecological learning in the classroom and embeds cultural knowledge in the community. Through food security programs, waste reduction initiatives, community education, and strong policy leadership, Squamish Can is reshaping local food systems and strengthening the region's resilience. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Executive Director Crystal Tenbrink and the entire Squamish Can team for this well-deserved honor and for their continued work to build a healthier, more sustainable future for our community.
Bravo, bravo.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to pay tribute to the community organizations in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and to the men and women who keep them running day after day. Whether it's food aid, family support, culture, sports, self-help, or assistance for the most vulnerable, your work is essential to the vitality and solidarity of our communities. Behind every organization, there are often always the same people, those who give their time, energy, and heart with tremendous generosity. Our organizations are quite simply vital. They break down isolation and make a real difference in people's lives. I'd like to take this opportunity to appeal to the next generation. Volunteering is first and foremost about doing good for others, but it's also about enriching yourself as a person, making friends, and giving meaning to your commitment. To all of you, I want to say thank you. You are indispensable. Merry Christmas and a happy 2026 filled with health, solidarity, and hope.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Basin are home to 98% of Ontarians and more than 90% of Quebecois. It is a critical part of a highly integrated economy valued at over $10 trillion and extremely important to all of us. Yesterday evening, a coalition of groups dedicated to fostering a prosperous and resilient Great Lakes and St. Lawrence ecosystem welcomed parliamentarians, staff, and officials to a reception to learn more about this precious resource shared by both Canadians and Americans. Representatives from the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, Pollution Probe, Aqua Action, and many other groups were on hand to answer many questions. It was also an opportunity to celebrate the historic and continued investment made by the Government of Canada to protect and restore the basin and to further encourage this important work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Teachers can be the most important person in the life of a student, encouraging, guiding, inspiring, providing strength, support, caring, and love. Richard William Stark was such a teacher. A university basketball player and later a professional engineer, Dick Stark became a teacher in the 1970s. As a coach, particularly basketball, and a teacher of science and math at Luther College High School in Regina, Saskatchewan, Dick Stark had an enormous impact on thousands of young people over 3 decades. If you needed help or support, Coach Stark was there. He was patient and kind and possessed a great compassion and energy. He challenged his students to become better members of society and positive examples to others. Dick Stark inspired many, including me. Dick Stark died on October 10th, 2025. Rest in peace, Coach Stark.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 World Bread Championship is an international competition celebrating the excellence and expertise of artisan bakers in France. At last November's event, a constituent from Terrebonne distinguished himself in remarkable fashion. Damien Agliata, a baker at La Chope à Pain in Terrebonne, won 3rd place in the world and was awarded the prize for Best Brioche, proudly representing Canada among 14 participating countries. At this prestigious event, Mr. Agliata was accompanied by the owner of La Chope à Pain, Guillaume Roy, as well as 3 technical advisors. His father, Laurent Agliata, from La Chope à Pain, Philippe Bretignière, baking instructor, and Roch Desjardins, pastry instructor and team leader. I'd like to warmly congratulate Mr. Agliata on his award, his talent, and his passion, which have put Terrebonne on the world map of bakery. And I'd also like to give a shout out to the owner of the shop, Guillaume Roy. Thank you.
Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister admits that the vast majority of illegal firearms used in crime come from across our border. Yet instead of stopping those guns, the Liberals are pushing $1 billion gun grab scheme that targets the wrong people. In Calgary, hunters, ranchers, and the sport shooters who follow the law are being punished, while violent criminals walk free. Mr. Speaker, law-abiding Canadians are not the threat. The criminals are. While our city faces rising gun violence, the Liberals refuse to fix the border disorder. That lets in nearly all illegal guns. Gun crime is up 130% because of their catch and release bail system in Bill C-75 and reduced penalties for gun offenses in Bill C-5. The buyback won't stop criminals or smuggling. It only targets responsible citizens. Conservatives will protect lawful gun owners, crack down on violent offenders, and keep Calgary families safe.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Glace Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Chief Terry Paul of the Member 2 First Nation, who's been named 2026 inductee into the Canadian Business Hall of Fame. Now, this is a testament to one of the most remarkable leadership stories in Canada. For over 40 years, Mr. Speaker, Chief Paul has guided Member 2 through economic and social transformation. Under his leadership, Member 2 became the first Indigenous government in the world to achieve ISO certification. Also, Mr. Speaker, employment has climbed to nearly 80%, graduations rates are approaching 90%, and the community continues to grow and evolve, strengthening its economy, Mr. Speaker, and expanding its opportunities. Chief Paul has also led some of the most significant Indigenous business investments in our country, including the 50% acquisition of Clearwater Seafoods. His leadership, Mr. Speaker, has reshaped opportunity for Member 2, Mi'kmaq, and all of Cape Breton. His induction is well-earned and well-deserved. Walalin, Chief Paul.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, for over 40 years, the Penticton Shooting Sports Association has operated a facility that includes multiple ranges on land lease from the federal government. But unless action is taken before December 31st, it will be forced to close forever. For decades, it has provided a family-friendly atmosphere for hunters and sport shooters in a safe and responsible environment. The range has provided an essential local training resource for RCMP and CBSA, and even National Police Force. President Brian Sauvé said today in the Public Safety Committee that RCMP need more training facilities like this one. MPs at that same committee unanimously passed a motion to support the extension of the club's lease, and over 10,000 Canadians signed a petition. I call on the Minister for Agriculture to renew the lease of the Penticton Shooting Sports Association.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to someone with a remarkable professional career. Not only has she been a colleague for 6 years, she is now also a friend. Diane Godin has been a pillar of my office and a key figure in political life since the fall of 1994. Over the years, she has served 5 members of this place with remarkable professionalism: Louise Baudouin, Yves Lessard, Bertrand Saint-Arnaud, Dave Turcotte, and myself. Although we like to tease Diane, she is proof that age only matters in one place, the heart. Diane's a bit like our Dominique Michel. Even though she sometimes talks about when she's going to retire, we remind her we can't do without her. And for good reason. She's a rock star in community networks, and not a day goes by without someone telling me about the incredible service she provides constituents. Empathy and kindness are her calling card. Thank you, Diane, for your big heart and for the countless lives you've touched. Quebec and Saint Jean owe you a lot.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, today I rise to honour Adolf Haefman of Wellesley Township, who passed away this fall at the age of 95. Adolf's life was a story of resilience and of service. Born in Poland, he fled with his family during the Second World War, immigrating to Canada with just 15 cents in his pocket. He worked on farms, then in Kitchener's manufacturing section, before building a new life in Wellesley Township. In 1970, Adolf and his wife Emily purchased a small grocery store in Wellesley and turned it into a thriving business. His character shone through in the quiet moments, gestures like slipping food into the bag of a family in need or granting credit with no questions asked. Adolf Haefman helped found the Wellesley Apple and Butter and Cheese Festival, a tradition that continues to bring our community together every year. He was named Wellesley Citizen of the Year and remained a pillar of generosity throughout his life. To his family and friends, thank you for sharing Adolf with us. His life reminds us that true success is measured by the lives we touch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, it really does pay to be Brookfield under this government. Just last month, Canadians were told we're sending $528 million of our money to the European Space Agency. That's great news for European jobs, and an even bigger coincidence for Brookfield, because it just happens to own 50% of a campus in the UK that's home to a major ESA faculty. I'm sure the Prime Minister, the former chair of Brookfield Asset Management, was just as surprised as the rest of us when this deal landed. This is the same Brookfield that, while the Prime Minister was in the chair, used Bermuda addresses about bike shops and Cayman Island post office boxes to avoid paying billions in Canadian taxes. Billions that could have helped more than the 2.2 million Canadians now relying on food banks every month, or the young families who've given up of dreaming of ever owning their own home. Connections and connected insiders keep winning, while regular Canadians keep getting the bill. Conservatives will keep exposing this every single day, because clearly someone has to. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Speaker, as we wrap up the fall session, I rise to reflect on the work we are advancing together. This fall, our government has been working on strengthening healthcare and including simplifying residency pathway so Canadians in every community can access a family doctor, and introducing the PSW tax credit to support personal support workers. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 also invests in communities like Brampton, including $25 million in TMU New Medical School, the first built in the GTA more than a century. We are also supporting state-of-the-art AI infrastructure at the University of Toronto. Investments like these have the potential to strengthen and streamline healthcare. Mr. Speaker, as we enter the holiday season, I wish everyone in Brampton South and across Canada happy holidays and happy New Year.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
2012, the Liberals accepted the resignation of Minister Bev Oda over a $16 glass of orange juice. Welcome to Mark Carney's Canada in 2025, where every Canadian now drinks $16 orange juice. The Prime Minister told Canadians he would be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Well, let's judge. Families in Miramichi are trying to survive on about $300 a week for groceries. With Christmas only a few days away, families in my riding are putting items back on the shelf in silence. People in Miramichi are being forced to choose between heat or meat. They say if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. This Christmas, Canadians aren't being invited to dinner. The Liberals government is leaving them only misery and tariffs to eat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would just point out, however, that the member mentioned the proper name of another member in his statement, and that is outside the rules. We have to use titles or writing names. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, over the past few months, I've had the chance to meet some extraordinary women who are doing real good in their communities. And this year, we're proud to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Dominican Missionary Adorers, located in the heart of my riding of Beauport-Limoilou. Founded in 1945 by Mother Julienne of the Rosary, the organization has played an essential role in our community for 8 decades. Through their action, commitment, and contribution to the well-being of the community, they've supported generations of people, promoted social development, and encouraged initiatives that foster solidarity. Their long legacy is a testament to their constant dedication to the people and families of our neighborhood. As we celebrate this 80th anniversary, we pay tribute to an institution that remains a pillar of Beauport-Limoilou and a lasting source of inspiration. Thank you.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before this Prime Minister was elected, he said that half of all oil reserves should stay in the ground. But 2 weeks ago, when signing an MOU in the province of Alberta, he said that he's now supportive of a proposal to build an oil pipeline between Alberta and a northern British Columbia port. But now that he's returned to Ottawa, he's telling his Keep It in the Ground caucus not to worry, because this project is never going to get built. This Prime Minister has become a master at telling one group of people one thing and another group of people the complete opposite. But today in this House, Liberals are going to have an opportunity to finally tell Canadians where they actually stand. Will they vote yes to the very words that the Prime Minister wrote in the MOU to support a pipeline? Or are they going to vote no and clearly reject a proposal to build a pipeline that would finally cut Canadian dependence on the United States? Canadian voters and investors are watching. What's it going to be? It's simple. Do Liberals support this pipeline or not?
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, today we welcome Team Canada's national cricket team to the House. That Canadian cricket is world class. Cricket in Canada has roots going back nearly 200 years, and it was Canada's first national sport. That legacy isn't just history. This team is carrying it forward. In 2025, Team Canada went unbeaten through the America's regional qualifier to earn their place at the 2026 ICC Men's T20 World Cup, our second straight qualification. With a new wave of homegrown talent and thriving local and national leagues, cricket is flourishing all across the country. Every year, cricket enthusiasts from across Canada come to Ottawa to raise awareness, advocate for the sport, and play cricket with parliamentarians. Team Canada is proving that Canadian cricket is stepping onto the world stage with ambition and a future that Canadians can cheer for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The Honourable oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canada needs a pipeline to the Pacific so that we can sell more of our product outside of the United States to other countries, make our economy more independent, strengthen the Canadian dollar, and the purchasing power of all Canadians. The Prime Minister has always been against, but now, last week, he did an about-face in Alberta. But when he came back here, there was a rebellion in his caucus, so I took the words from his agreement. Is he going to vote for those words, or can't we believe his words? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Memorandum of Understanding is not something that you can pick and choose from. The opposition leader chose a few words, but not all the words. He forgot the industrial carbon price, the strengthening of that price. He forgot the methane regulations. He forgot net zero 2050. You have to eat the entire meal, not just the appetizer. Eat the entire meal. Well, that would be great if Canadians could buy a full meal, Mr. Speaker. But he's talking about a carbon tax that continues to apply on equipment for farmers, on fertilizer, on those who deliver foods to our stores. And it's causing food inflation to the point that it now is going to cost $17,000 to feed a family of four for a year. Why not get rid of these taxes on groceries so that Canadians can feed their families? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there is no carbon tax on Canadian farms, which have emissions below 50 kilotons. The impact of the industrial carbon tax on the price of food in Canada, according to the Climate Institute, is about zero.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada needs a pipeline to the Pacific to sell $30 billion of our energy overseas, outside of the U.S. market, making us more independent, self-reliant, our dollar, and therefore Canadians' purchasing power stronger. The Prime Minister always opposed the pipeline, which his party killed, but last week he flip-flopped and promised while he was in Alberta in a deal that he would build such a pipeline. So I took the very wording right out of that deal and put it into a motion before the House of Commons. He experienced a massive rebellion in his own caucus, but if he's going to vote against his own words, how can Canadians ever believe his words?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Canadian national cricket team knows, you've got to play the whole T20. It's not just a couple of overs. It's not just the pipeline. It's not just pathways. It is a price on industrial price on carbon that goes to $130 effective. It is reductions in methane. It is net zero 2050. It is building Alberta strong, Canada strong, durable, sustainable, and...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I took the wording for the motion right out of his deal. And if he votes against the motion, he's voting against a pipeline to the Pacific. He's voting against overriding the discriminatory and anti-Canadian ban on shipping our energy abroad. He's voting against consultation with the First Nations people and the British Columbia government, and he's even voting against his own beloved carbon capture and storage, all of which I took word for word right out of his own deal. So if the Prime Minister is only in favor of a pipeline when he's in Alberta, but against when he's in BC and Ottawa, how can Canadians even keep track of where he stands on anything?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome the fact that to my hearing, for the first time ever in this House, the Leader of the Opposition has acknowledged the constitutional right of Indigenous people to full, free and fair consultation. For the first time he's ever acknowledged the role of the provinces in the pipeline. But he hasn't acknowledged yet the need for an industrial carbon price or the reduction in methane, two things that the Premier of Alberta acknowledged, signed wholeheartedly as part of a complete meal.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, not only do we acknowledge the obligation to consult with our First Peoples, we put that right in the motion.
It's there.
It's right there. It's right there, Mark.
It is.
We put it right there so that he could vote for the words that he put in the agreement. But let's be honest, he never planned to honor the agreement. He whispered quietly to the Keep It in the Ground Liberal caucus, don't worry, there will never be a pipeline. We'll delay it until after the election, and then, God forbid, if we win, he says he would kill it altogether. Why can't he say one thing to all Canadians and champion the pipeline with us today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the MOU between the Government of Canada and the Province of Alberta is about a pipeline. It is about carbon capture and storage. It is about interties with the clean electricity grid of British Columbia. It's about artificial intelligence data centers. It is about an industrial carbon price that works. It is about methane regulations that get methane down 75% so that we can have the lowest emission, low risk, lowest cost oil in the world and build this country.
The Leader of the Opposition.
We put the Interties proposal right in the motion, right out of his deal. We put the carbon capture right in the motion, right out of his deal. We put the pipeline and the overriding of the oil shipping ban right in the motion. It came right out of the deal that he signed. So now it's clear that the only thing he really cares about is that it doesn't include an industrial carbon tax that will drive jobs out, drive grocery prices up. Why is it that he wants a carbon tax without a pipeline when what we really need is a pipeline without a carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the grand reveal has been made. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lifelong member of this House, so I don't know all the rules, but I don't think there's a limit on the size of motions. And in fact, since the MOU is already translated, I think it would be very easy to take the entire MOU in both official languages and propose them if the members opposite would support everything that the Premier of Alberta has done.
That's a very good question.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we read this morning a letter from the former Minister of the Environment and former Minister of Heritage, and apparently he's not very happy, but still a member of the Liberal caucus, and he has described the setbacks and the problems with the agreement between the Prime Minister of Canada and the Premier of Alberta. What I need to know from the Prime Minister is he going to choose the environment and his own caucus, or is he going to choose the investors in the oil companies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government has chosen Canadians, the future of all Canadians. That means good jobs. That means a sustainable, prosperous economy with major investments in every form of energy and with a future for Quebec that is clean and prosperous. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister's words are more cute than they are specific. Moving on to the religious exemption, does the Prime Minister agree with his Justice Minister? Or is he not in agreement with his Minister of Justice? Does he agree with the Justice Minister who seems to agree with the Bloc? So What I'd like to know is what is his position, and I think people have a right to understand his personal position. Does the Prime Minister, is he ready to respect religious minorities, or is he going to respect all Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-9, which the member across the way is talking about, it's a bill that is there to protect religions. It's to protect temples, synagogues, churches, mosques. And I know that members of the Justice Committee are currently discussing changes, possible amendments to that law. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. So among the religions to be protected, is there Adil Sharkawi, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we've learned that somebody who's close to the Prime Minister and who's close to the Liberal Party of Canada, we believe that it's just like in the Trudeau era, we've understood that this person has spoken out in favor of the discount drivers, the drivers who are dangerous on our roads. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is he going to serve the Friends of the Liberal Party, or is he going to serve Canadians and their safety? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unacceptable words are always unacceptable, and that's clear. That's absolutely clear. We are working and always working to protect truckers. We are always working to protect rights, and that is why the government is tightening the rules for truckers.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of trucks, they take steel, unlike what the Prime Minister said when he asked a reporter whether he or anybody uses steel anymore in Canada. You know, farm equipment takes steel as well. And farming takes fertilizer. All of these things are taxed by the industrial carbon tax. Sorry I have to give this elementary lesson in the supply chain to the Prime Minister, but it is the reality. And with this tax, food prices have gone up so that Canadians now have to spend $17,000 a year on groceries. Before Christmas, will he get rid of that tax, or will he be the Grinch of the grocery store?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for a fleeting moment there, I thought we were going to get another lecture on wood. We were all bracing ourselves over here for another one of those Leader of the Opposition lectures on wood. I do take his point on steel. Indeed, there is steel in farm equipment. Indeed, Canadian farmers are the best in the world. Indeed, our Minister of Agriculture and the entire government are rallying behind them to support our farmers, to support our steel workers, to support our economy, to build big projects with Alberta, with British Columbia. We're going to keep doing that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yet the Prime Minister is afraid to stand up and debate grocery prices. He says he knows so much about inflation. Well, he's certainly caused a lot in his life, Mr. Speaker. Then he should be able to stand up and defend the very industrial carbon tax that he says is even more important than a pipeline from Alberta. An industrial carbon tax on farm equipment, fertilizer, food processors, at a time when Canadians are paying twice what they were a decade ago for groceries. At Christmas time, will he do the right thing, get rid of this tax so Canadians can eat?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, let me make it really simple for the member opposite. The industrial...
We have to be able to hear the Minister. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
From the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apparently I need to repeat it again and again, so let me do that. To make it simple for the member opposite, the industrial carbon price does not increase the cost of food. It does not apply to farms. But more than that, if we're going to look at that food price report that he is referring to, perhaps he wants to refer to the other parts of it. which is climate change and weather events have become a growing concern for agricultural producers, and increasingly severe and unpredictable weather events are disrupting agricultural production, creating supply challenges that continue to influence food prices across Canada. They should get on board to fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no matter how high they raise the taxes, they're not going to change the weather, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister should be willing to stand up before Christmas and look the seniors in the eye who can't afford to feed themselves, the single mothers who can't afford to feed their children and buy Christmas gifts this winter, while he not only does an industrial carbon taxes on farmers and fertilizer, but a food packaging tax, which will increase grocery prices by $1 billion across the land. So will the Prime Minister live up to his promise to be judged by the prices of the grocery store and get rid of those hidden Liberal taxes on food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
The Leader of the Opposition has said he doesn't want to do anything about climate change. He wants to talk about imaginary taxes. But when we want to do things for Canadians that are really struggling, as he points out, like, by the way, index in Canada Child Benefit to inflation, ensure that we have a strong school nutrition program, sign agreements on childcare that are saving families in Ontario $10,400 a year on average, Mr. Speaker, they vote against those supports. So which is it? They don't want to fight climate change. They don't want to stand up for Canadians. What are they doing here?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Stand up for Canadians. The Prime Minister won't even stand up in the House of Commons and answer a question about groceries. She calls, a moment ago, he was bragging about his industrial carbon tax. And now his minister says it's imaginary. So apparently the Prime Minister is imagining things again, Mr. Speaker. How can Canadians keep straight his story on grocery prices where one day he promises to be judged by the price of food, the next day he says we need more of a tax on food, and his own minister says it's all in his head.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, what I said was it's all in that member's head, that there are no taxes on food, there are no taxes on farms. But rather than look for solutions, Mr. Speaker, they just throw roadblocks in the way of every single Canadian who knows that they need supports in difficult times. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are counting on is a government that will stand with them, that will make sure that when they don't have access to dental care, they can get their teeth fixed, that as a senior ages, their income will be geared to inflation, Mr. Speaker, that the Canada Child Benefit will keep up with the cost of living. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Time and time again.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians walk down grocery aisles week after week looking at prices rising to the point where they can no longer afford even to buy beef or put meat and potatoes on their dinner table, they see the Prime Minister who promised that he would be judged by the price at the grocery store, unwilling to even stand up and defend his appalling record of increasing grocery bills by $1,000 for the year to come. It's not just his industrial carbon tax. He's doubled the deficit Trudeau left behind, which will once again stoke inflation. Why is he forcing Canadians to feed his morbidly obese deficit rather than feeding their families?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while that Conservative leader continues to spin the same old rhetoric, we've been focused on cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the tax for first-time home buyers. We continue to lean in on affordability, school food programs, automatic federal benefits, the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, we are laser focused on this side on affordability. That Conservative leader and his party continues to spin the same old tired rhetoric time and time again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I'm glad that member got that off his chest, but the reality is that the question was for the Prime Minister. He's the one who promised to spend less, and yet he doubled the deficit that Justin Trudeau left behind. His deficit is $16 billion bigger than he promised. he's added about $90 billion of net new spending, most of it on governmental operations. And all of this will contribute to the inflation Canadians are paying at the grocery store. So why won't he stand up and take account for the food price inflation he's caused while Canadians struggle to put Christmas dinner on the table?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, newsflash, we're in a trade war. We need to work together. The government of Alberta supports this MOU in its entirety. The citizens of Alberta gave our Prime Minister 2 standing ovations in Calgary for this MOU. The only people who are divided on this are the Conservatives. They should get on board and build Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Maybe we should tell that to the Liberal member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, the Liberal member for Vancouver Grenville, the Liberal member for Beaches East York, the Liberal member for Victoria, for Vancouver Quadra, South Surrey White Rock, Honoré Mercier, Fleetwood Port Kells, Laurier Ste. Marie, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, North Vancouver, Capilano. These are all the 11 Liberal MPs who have spoken out against the Prime Minister's deal, and instead of standing up to them, instead of standing up to the Leave It in the Ground Liberal caucus, he's backed down, put them back in charge, and blocked his own pipeline, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, every one of those 11 people, indeed every one of the 170 people on this side of the House who were elected to put Canadians to work, building major projects, building it with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, Canadian aluminum, protecting our workers, protecting those most vulnerable, coming to the aid of families. 170 Liberal members on this side of the House supporting a strong Canada, a compassionate Canada, and we are completely united on all of that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, we wondered why the Liberals... The Honourable Member can start from the top. We don't hear very well. So he can go ahead. Mr. Speaker, we were wondering why the Liberals are protecting low-cost drivers by shifting their responsibilities to the provinces. Well, imagine this. One of the Prime Minister's closest organizers, Tej Dulat, works for the companies that hire these drivers. At the Prime Minister's swearing-in ceremony, this generous Liberal donor was even seated right next to him. No risk of confusing him with a lobbyist because he's not even listed in the lobbying registry. He's using his privileged relationship with the Prime Minister to defend discount drivers, even if it means putting lives at risk. Is that why the Liberals aren't doing anything on this file?
Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, it's this Prime Minister who has called on the CRA to crack down on these discount drivers. It's this Prime Minister who's ordered more inspections to make sure that the Canadian Labour Code is being respected. It's this Prime Minister who's making sure that trucking companies, legitimate trucking companies, can operate in Canada. And that's been recognized in a meeting that I had this morning with who? The Quebec Association of Truckers, who've congratulated the government for everything that has been done by this government. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Quebec Truckers Association also says that there's a lot of things the government can still do to fix this file. When it comes to discount drivers, the Liberals once again appear to be protecting the interests of their friends. Unless it's the interests of their own pockets. Because in addition to the Prime Minister's organizer, who's lobbying unofficially, the Liberals have received $85,000 in donations from people linked to discount drivers. It's extremely worrying to see their inaction when road accidents have gone up by 35% in Quebec in just 1 year. If road safety is really a priority for the Liberals, how is it that the Bloc's 10 requests have not been applied? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, in all the actions that have been taken by the Prime Minister, by the Minister of Finance, by the Labour Minister and the Minister of Transport to crack down on these discount drivers, regime that I would note was created by Mr. Harper, one thing has been missed, and I think that Mr. Plamondon is going to come and reproach the Bloc Québécois because the Bloc is asking for the federal government to interfere in the jurisdiction of the government of Quebec to fix their issues and their problems. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to do that.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister can't be trusted on pipelines. He endorsed Justin Trudeau's cancellation of the approved Northern Gateway pipeline and stopped the shipment of Canadian oil through Northern BC. Now he claims he might allow a new pipeline, but his Liberal MPs insist that it will never get built. Instead of playing both sides, the Prime Minister should definitively endorse a new pipeline to Canada's west coast and cancel the Liberal ban on shipping oil from Northern BC. Will the Prime Minister finally stop the doublespeak, stop obstructing the pipeline, and vote for the Conservative motion today?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, for a future pipeline, it means diversifying our trade and greater competitiveness on a global scale. We need to put cards in our hand to fight this trade war. But there are things we need to do to get there. Things like in the Memorandum of Understanding that we can get united behind, like the carbon price. The Conservative motion conveniently ignores strengthening industrial carbon pricing. The Leader opposes something that the Premier of Alberta agrees with. We support the entire MOU. We hope they will.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from a minister who conducts Indigenous consultations over Zoom. We absolutely will oppose a carbon tax in all of its forms, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has said that he told his Keep It in the Ground caucus that the pipeline will never happen, while he promises Albertans that it might. So today, he can finally come clean with Canadians and provide crystal clear clarity. He can support our motion, which is based on his MOU, vote to cancel his tanker ban, and greenlight a new pipeline. So why doesn't he get out of the way, stop obstructing the pipeline, and vote for our Conservative motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what you're hearing from member opposite is exactly the problem with this MOU. It discounts several things. One, that in a federation, we work together. We work with provinces, we work with Indigenous communities to make things happen. Getting out of the way is only a strategy if you want to get nothing done. The way to get things done is to work together. And for every single member from British Columbia on the other side of the House, I ask, how can they support a motion that ignores British Columbia and British Columbians completely? They should be ashamed of themselves.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Today is a monumental day for Canada's energy sector and for my province of Alberta. We will see if the Liberals stand behind their Prime Minister's promise to build a pipeline for Canada, or will he do as his predecessor and submit to his Keep It in the Ground caucus. Families in my riding are worried that this Prime Minister is paying lip service once again and that these are empty words. And it's no surprise as to why, after how this government has destroyed the natural resources sector over the last decade. So will the Liberals stop obstructing a pipeline and vote for our motion? Or will Alberta have its hopes dashed again?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Speaker, I think that honourable member should tell her constituents this, that this government was elected to do big things, that we are focused on making the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be building bridges, community centres, hospitals, transit, thousands of good-paying jobs, Mr. Speaker, with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, Canadian aluminum, with Canadian skilled trades workers. But the Conservatives voted against every single part of this, Mr. Speaker. Voted against building houses, voted against major projects, voted against opportunities for youth. When will the Conservatives get on board, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, this Prime Minister continues to talk out of both sides of his mouth. He has mastered his predecessor's art of saying one thing in one province and another thing in another. Albertans want the truth. In a pathetic display of misrepresentation, his own Calgary MP couldn't even defend the leading sector and source of livelihood for Calgarians. So will this Prime Minister stand in this House and tell the nation, tell Alberta, tell Calgary, and tell the member for Calgary Confederation that his government will not blame anyone else, not put this on anyone else, and that he will ensure a pipeline is built?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker. The MOU is about building Canada strong. The people of Alberta, I was born in Calgary. I talk to Albertans every single day, and they know that our Prime Minister is bringing Canadians together to build big things, to build a stronger economy. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader has spent 20 years in this House, including as a minister, and has built nothing, continues to divide Canadians, continues to play political games. Mr. Speaker, now is not a time to play games. It's time for serious leadership to step up and build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
The Prime Minister is talking out of both sides of his mouth on pipelines and tanker bans. Behind closed doors, he whispers to the Liberal Keep It in the Ground caucus that the pipeline will never be built, while signing an MOU to build one for Canadians. The Liberals say they are for a tanker ban, but then the Prime Minister promised to override it in the MOU. The Prime Minister promises Indigenous communities a seat at the table for a pipeline, but has ignored them for the last 8 months and is cutting them out of the tripartite decision-making table. Will the Liberals stop obstructing the pipeline by voting for their own MOU?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you. You know, I want to speak to what the Conservative Party claims this motion speaks to. While on one hand, they speak to half the sentence of respecting consultations for Indigenous people, they are also speaking on the other side of their mouth to the jurisprudence that would allow these projects to move forward. So I want to understand, what are they doing? Are they consulting or pushing projects forward? Because that's the concern of Indigenous people. That is what they're bringing to the table. That is what we're looking at when they come and work with us in partnership, and that is the future that they want to decide on with us.
The honourable member for Acadianapolis.
The Prime Minister said he would be judged by. The minister responsible for COA knows well that fisheries.
I was afraid this would happen. Not from the top, but he may continue.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for COA knows well that fisheries, forestry and agriculture remain at the heart of Nova Scotia's economy. When the Atlantic Economic Panel was announced 2 weeks ago, were representatives from these sectors included? And could the minister tell us how he plans to ensure that these important industries will have a way to contribute to the panel's work?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Conservative Shadow Minister for Economic Development in Atlantic Canada for being finally permitted to ask a question about Nova Scotia in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, it speaks volumes about the Conservative Party that since he has joined the government, they are yet to actually replace him and go without a voice from Atlantic Canada representing the economic interests of Atlantic Canada. Yes, we rely on these traditional industries that he cited in his question, but we've appointed a private sector-led panel of business leaders to shoot the path forward on energy, on defense, on clean tech to ensure we have good paying jobs.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
I think it's safe to say, after all of that, the Prime Minister regrets telling Canadians that he's going to be judged by the prices at the grocery store.
That's right.
Because these prices are skyrocketing and it's only getting worse. Now, 1 in 10 people in Toronto are using a food bank, and even full-time job holders have to use one too. Instead of getting full carts at the grocery store, Canadians get to watch trending TikTok videos about making what they're calling poverty meals. That's out of ramen and hot dogs. So can the Prime Minister seriously say, with a straight face, that this is the standard that he wants Canadians to live under?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Prime Minister is delivering for Canadians, let's take a moment to reflect on the hypocrisy of the members opposite in this House. They voted against meals for children at school. They voted against $800 worth of savings for families through the school food program. They voted against dental care for seniors and for children. And they voted against saving parents thousands of dollars on childcare. If the members opposite want to talk about judgment, Mr. Speaker, they should start by looking at their own record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Sir, as that after a decade in power, Let Ottawa Feed Your Kids, they've already admitted their failure after 10 years. Let me put it in context, though, for that minister. The number of people using a food bank in Toronto alone could fill the Rogers Centre 8 times every single month. And with the average grocery bill set to rise by $1,000 next year, the government's $11 a year tax cut to those who need it most isn't going to cut it. So no, we will not vote for it. Instead of giving crumbs back to Canadians, why don't they cut the taxes off of food and let Canadians have a meal at home?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, for starters, there is no tax on food. That's right. We can start there. Canadian families with children under 6 are receiving up to $8,000 a year tax-free per child. This is a program that is tagged to inflation to meet and keep up with the cost of living. Members opposite, year after year, vote against investments like the Canada Child Benefit. It is shameful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Canadians aren't asking for more government programs. They're just asking for the dignity and respect of being able to provide for themselves and their families. Right now, Canadians are struggling more than ever to be able to afford things. And in my riding, I just received a phone call from an elderly gentleman who shared with me that he's now down to 1 meal per day. And he's desperate. And he's without hope. And he's looking at this government and he's saying that they've abandoned him. And so he's looking for an answer. Will the Liberals simply repeat their tired talking points about big government programs and the food school program, or will they actually provide a real solution to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, if you listen to the Conservatives over there, Mr. Speaker, there is no solution. The solution is sink or swim. If you can't afford to feed your family, oh well, too bad. The state's not there to take care of you. But here in Canada, we've always believed in taking care of each other. It's why we're known for our universal health care system around the world. And Mr. Speaker, we've built on that. We make sure that we take care of people who need food. We make sure that families who need extra help get the Canada Child Benefit. We make sure that if you're working poor, you get a working income tax benefit. Because why, Mr. Speaker? We believe that Canada is stronger when it includes all of us.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Again, Canadians are not asking for more government programs or to be spoken to in the manner that that minister just did. They are simply asking to be respected and empowered to be able to provide for themselves. And one of the best ways that this government can do that is by taking unnecessary taxes off of food. According to the latest report, food prices next year are going to go up by about $1,000 more per family. $1,000. There's a woman in my riding who recently reached out to me as she has 4 kids and she relies on the food bank. She feels desperate and without hope. She just wants the dignity of being able to provide for her kids. Well, the Liberals here.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, I think that you've heard it from this side, and we will keep on saying it. We are there to support Canadians, and you hear about the many programs that they voted against that we are putting in place to support Canadians. But if we're going to rely on that food report, also should look at what it said about, for example, the price of beef, which says nearly a decade of drought in the leading beef-producing area of Canada has resulted in the smallest number of cattle since the late 1980s. Reduced supply and consistent demand creates upward pressure. The cost of food is going up because of climate change. There is no tax on food, but we will be there to provide the programs to help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Here's a resident they're not supporting, Mr. Speaker. He wrote to me and said, quote, I have lived in the same neighborhood for more than a decade, and almost every essential cost of living has increased dramatically. He had the receipts for his groceries from $200 a month to $600 a month. And what did the Prime Minister say? We should judge him by the price of groceries at the store. Well, that's some judgment, Mr. Speaker, some failure. And next year will get worse. Canadians will pay $1,000 or more, according to the Food Rights Report. Given those struggles, will the Prime Minister end his inflationary spending, scrap the carbon tax, and get rid of the new fuel tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's almost the holidays. Goodwill to all. The opposition leader says, nah, let's circle back next year after my leadership review. Meanwhile, hardworking Canadians wait for a well-earned tax break. They wait for a $50,000 first-time homebuyer's tax cut. Children wait for healthy meals at school. Families and seniors wait for affordable housing. And in addition to that, That member won't even stand up in this House and support the healthcare infrastructure fund that would build a hospital in Durham region that's badly needed for families. He should be ashamed of himself.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable, Laude-Binière. The Prime Minister sat just across the way, made it a personal issue. He told Canadians that he wanted to be judged on the price of groceries. Irrespective of the excuses the Liberals keep repeating in the House today, it was the Prime Minister himself who decided what he wanted to be judged on. Well, not only has he failed miserably to bring prices down, but the bill will increase by another $1,000 next year. Why has the Prime Minister duped Canadians who are increasingly lining up at food banks because of his inflationary spending? The Honourable Minister for Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's rather unfortunate to spend so much energy to be elected, only just to harp on the same thing over and over again, speaking points from their leader to answer. It's even sadder to see that they vote against the childcare benefits, against the school food program that is saving $800 for the most vulnerable families. They voted against affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. They voted against the dental care system. When he talks about inflationary spending, I would like him to tell us what he even means by that. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable, Laude-Binière. Consultants, bureaucracy, all of that. No Liberals has stood up to defend the Prime Minister who said to Canadians, "You will judge me on the price of groceries." That is what he said. 36% of Quebecers face food insecurity, 3 million visits per month to food banks in Quebec. The Prime Minister's wealthy friends are certainly not affected by the reality of families skipping meals. They have enough money, they eat their fills. He promised to lower food prices. He misled Canadians. Will he stop his inflationary spending so that families can finally eat their fill, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. In the previous answer, Mr. Speaker, I listed everything against which they voted that supports people in his riding, Quebecers and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We were elected to give opportunities to all Canadians and to all Quebecers, and that's what we're doing. 54,000 jobs created in November, 67,000 in October, 60,000 created in September. Unemployment is going down, inflation is going down, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we are building the strongest G7 economy. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that we needed to judge him on the cost of groceries. 8 months later, the price of food has exploded and families can't feed themselves. The 2026 report forecasts a worsening situation in Saguenay. 70 organizations that offer food assistance confirm that requests have gone up faster than what is available. When will the Prime Minister end his inflationary spending so that Canadians can eat their fill? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize how good my colleagues' local teams are, hockey-wise, but what he doesn't recognise is that no one in the Saguenay is saying, take these programs away. Remove the school food program. We don't like it. Remove support for organizations. We don't like it. Remove support for volunteers. We hate that. Remove the housing benefits. No one is saying that in the Saguenay, Mr. Speaker. The member should vote with us to keep these supports for the people of the Saguenay and elsewhere in our country. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to stop burying their heads in the sand, and they need to be aware of what is actually happening on the ground. The majority of requests now come from families where both parents work. We're no longer talking about single parents, and that's alarming. The Canadian Food Report predicts an additional $1,000 per year per family for food, one of the largest increases ever seen in our history. When will the government allow Canadians to finally feed themselves with dignity? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister for Public Services and Procurement, asked a very pertinent question earlier. What is an inflationary spending expenditure at the end of the day? Month after month, day after day, week after week, in these halls, we're asking, is it supporting aluminium workers? Is it helping kids eat at school? Is it helping people with their dental care? Is that inflationary spending? Is it health transfers to province? What is an inflationary spending? After all of these months, could we finally get a definition of an inflationary spending?
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in my father's dying days, he mustered the courage to stand in this chamber to fight for the passage of his private member's bill that set out a vision for the prairie provinces to continue playing their prominent role in our federation. That vision was realized with the passage of the Green Prairie Economy Act, which received royal assent shortly after his passing on December 12, 2022. Can the minister responsible for prairies share how the newly announced Prairie Partnership Initiative enhances this vision and establishes new opportunities for growth across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for Winnipeg South Centre for his question and for his continued support as we advance the legacy that his father set in motion for a stronger prairie economy.
Hear, hear.
The Prairie Partnership Initiative is a new coordinated approach that gives significant prairie projects a clear pathway through the federal system so that they can move from ambition to action. By aligning federal expertise with prairie priorities, the PPI will help meet this critical moment by positioning the prairies at the...
The Honourable Member for Middlesex.
The Prime Minister told Canadians that he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Well, Canadians have judged, and they're angry. When the Liberals came into office in 2015, the Canadian grocery bill was $159 a week, and after 10 years, it's more than doubled now to $338. Greg from Komoka wrote me to say that he's sick of the rules for you and not for me attitude. Speaker, families can't afford meat and they're lining up at food banks while these Liberals continue to feast at public expense. So why does this Prime Minister think that he deserves luxury while Canadians can't afford lunch?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, watching the leader of the Conservative Party lose in slow motion today has been a little bit amusing, but what's more interesting is watching him do it with a big grin on his face because he's so proud of himself. He's proud to vote against childcare, and he's proud to vote against school food programs, and he's so proud to vote against affordable housing. But what else he's proud of today, he's also proud to call climate change just weather. And he's also proud to refer to Indigenous people with a possessive noun. They're not ours. Mr. Speaker, he seems very proud of himself, but you know what Canadians are proud of? They're proud of our institutions. They're proud of programs that support them, and they're proud of this side, on this government. We're supporting them.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex London.
Are starving, and this member is making fun of things, and I say the Liberals should all be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Bad Liberal policies are what's driving up the cost of food by $1,000 next year. Caitlin from Thames Centre says the government is driving us into systemic destruction at the cost of food, fuel, and groceries soar. Elber from Strathroy asks why the Prime Minister promised cheaper groceries, safer streets, and more homes, but after 7 months, all he's delivered is higher prices, higher crime, and less for hardworking Canadians. So do the Liberals even care that there's over 2.2 million visits to food banks, or are they just here to help Brookfield line the Prime Minister's pockets?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, there's no taxes on groceries. There's no taxes on food. There will never be taxes on groceries, and there will never be taxes on food. And that member's a farmer. She should know better. She should know that the industrial carbon price has absolutely no impact on the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. They keep talking about things like the price of coffee. Maybe they should stand up and talk about how industrial carbon pricing in Canada affects the Colombian price of coffee, Mr. Speaker. It's absurd, Mr. Speaker. They're very, very proud to vote against all these programs that support Canadians, but if they could just provide Canadians with one solution to help them at the grocery store over this holiday season. Merry Christmas. Yeah, truly, Merry Christmas.
The honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? I have a better idea. Come to my food bank. 23,000 visits a month at the Saskatoon Food Bank. And better yet, we have a resurgence of scurvy in northern Saskatchewan. The Canadian Food Price Report confirms additional $1,000 will be needed next year to feed a family of 4. So is the Prime Minister ready to remove the industrial carbon?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's see what has this tired and old opposition accomplished in the last 10 years. Addressing food affordability, zero achievement. Addressing housing needs, zero achievement. Building major projects, zero achievement. Addressing the challenge of tariff, zero achievement. But their negative attitude towards Canada must stop. Because if they don't stop attacking Canada, I'm saying today I'm going to take every single one of them off my Christmas card list.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, last week the President of the Treasury Board held and hosted a co-summit on reduction of the red tape, bringing together the leaders from across the country. Could the President update the House what came out of this summit and how this work will help cut red tape, speed up approvals, and strengthen Canada's economy?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. President, I would like to thank my colleague for this excellent question. The summit was an important step forward, building on the 60-day red tape review we launched in July. We recently announced a new series of horizontal reviews. These reviews look across government to eliminate regulatory barriers and deliver faster and more reliable services, so we can grow our economy faster and build Canada strong, and to build the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Well, 8 months later, those prices have skyrocketed. I've heard countless horror stories in Edmonton of families struggling to afford food. I've even heard of single moms selling their furniture online to pay for rent and groceries. Just this week, Miranda from North Edmonton told me, I honestly don't know how people are getting by. It's heat or eat. When will these Liberals cut their inflationary spending and gas the industrial carbon tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Secretary of State for C.
2025 winds down and we're reviewing our Spotify Wrapped. Let's look at the Conservatives' 2025 Wrapped. In 2025, the Conservatives lost their 4th election in a row, spent Alberta's money on a by-election so they could say they created at least one job, invented imaginary taxes, and presented a platform with no plan to support seniors or families. Mr. Speaker, they need to work on their playlist because they are not listening to the same tunes as Canadians.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The former Liberal Environment Minister says this government approved a bitumen pipeline that abandons Canada's climate goals and risks BC's coast. In this House, the Prime Minister said British Columbia and impacted First Nations must agree to this project. In BC, the Energy Minister claimed free, prior, and informed consent is required. But the MOU signed between Ottawa and Alberta says no such thing. Liberals are telling one story here, another in BC, and yet another in Alberta. Canadians deserve to know, is consent for this pipeline required or not?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was very clear in this House. He said that the agreement requires agreement from British Columbia, requires the agreement of First Nations, That has been said in this House, and we stand by that right here, right now, and we will continue to.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One section of the enormous Bill C-15, over 600 pages of omnibus budget bill, that's not yet been even mentioned in this place, and it wasn't mentioned in the budget either. So the idea that the Budget Implementation Act just implements things in the budget is belied by pages 301 to 304, with it exempt at ministerial discretion the application of Canadian law to any entity, which could be people or corporations, at the discretion of the minister with no public oversight. Can anyone here, particularly the Minister of Finance, explain?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I agree with the member that the budget bill is full of really great measures for this country, but one thing we can all acknowledge is that Canada has world-class innovators and entrepreneurs, those of whom will help us build the strongest economy in the G7. As part of that process, we're reducing red tape to broaden the use of something called regulatory sandboxes to help foster and spur research and development and innovation. We'll do this in a responsible way, in a forward-looking way, and in a temporary way. These will be authorizations that are limited, but these will help us keep up with the speed of innovation in this country. Thank you.
And that concludes the question period.
I'd like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. I am now prepared to rule
sur le rappel au règlement
on the point of order raised. Well, we're going to wait a few moments so that we can get the volume down to a level that will allow for people to hear. I would ask colleagues who wish to do so to leave as quickly as possible. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on December 4th, 2025 by the member for Saint Jean concerning the relevance of answers during oral questions. In her point of order, the member for Saint Jean argued that some recent answers from the government were not only off topic, but completely unrelated to the business of Parliament. She asked the chair to clarify whether, like questions, the answers given during question period should also pertain to the business of the House. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière raised a related point about the questions from the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles during a previous sitting that the chair had interrupted before he could finish asking them. I will address these 2 points in turn. Regarding the answers provided by the government, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, states in section 11.12, and I quote, "The Speaker ensures that replies adhere to the standards of order, decorum, and parliamentary language, but is not responsible for the quality or content of replies to questions." End of quote. It isn't, and it never has been, up to the chair to determine whether an answer is appropriate. Multiple rulings by my predecessors have underscored the chair's limited authority over the content of answers. In a decision delivered by one of them, the member for Regina Capel, on January 28th, 2014, which appears on page 2204 of the debates, he said the following: Successive speakers in our House have maintained our tradition of not intervening in respect of answers to questions, and I do not intend to change that." End quote. With respect to the slightly different concern raised by the member for Mégantic-L'Érable Lotbinière about questions, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, in section 11.7, states clearly that questions should be, and I quote, "within the administrative responsibility of the government or of the individual minister addressed," unquote.
To play in assessing the admissibility of questions. My immediate predecessor made clear what the chair's expectations are when a member rose to ask a question. On December 10th, 2024, at page 28,755 of the debates, he stated, quote, "If members want to ensure their questions are in order and to get an answer from the government, they need to phrase them clearly and to quickly make a direct connection to the government's administrative responsibility," end of quote. This is advice that I also endorse without reservation. When such a connection is not made, members risk being interrupted by the chair. De manière générale, d'ici à ce que la Chambre modifie ses pratiques relatives à la...
More generally, until the House changes its practices regarding the admissibility of both questions and answers during oral questions, the powers of the chair to address their content will remain unchanged.
Cela dit, la prise...
That said, the chair understands some of the dissatisfaction expressed by the member for Saint-Jean. The chair is in full agreement with an assertion made by my predecessor from Regina Capel in the decision referenced earlier, and I quote, "The onus is on all members to raise the quality of both questions and answers," unquote. The chair hopes that this sensible reminder will continue to guide members on both sides of the House in the days ahead. I thank all members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the opposition motion on pipeline construction. In the name of Mr. Opal.
Cold Lake.
For generations, Fort McMurray Cold Lake and its oil industry offered a beacon of hope to countless people from across Canada and around the world to work hard and make a great life. My family has called Fort McMurray home for over 50 years. My dad and grandparents moved up to Fort McMurray in the 1970s in search of a better life. They worked hard to provide opportunities for their family and give back to their community. Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is home to the third largest proven oil deposit in the world, and 97% of Canada's oil comes from the oil sands. 96% of Canada's oil sands oil comes from the Fort McMurray region. Canada's oil sands production averages 3.1 million barrels a day. I am proud to stand here representing Canadian oil sands workers in Parliament, and many years ago, like my dad and my grandfather before me, I laced up steel-toed boots and reported to work in health and safety in the oil sands. I understand how hard the people who work in Canada's energy sector work. Long hours, rotating shifts, harsh weather conditions, yet thousands of workers show up every single day to ensure our houses stay warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and that the lights are always on when we need them. Canada's energy sector currently employs nearly 1 million people, providing strong paychecks and life-changing opportunities for families and communities nationwide. And the oil and gas industry is among the largest employers of Indigenous people in Canada. As I fly back and forth to Ottawa, I meet oil sands workers coming from every corner of the country. In 2022, oil and gas contributed $45 billion in revenue to Canadian governments, funding schools, hospitals, roads, and other important public infrastructure. Yet, after 10 years of Liberal governments, Canada's economy is struggling. Eco-radicals sit around the cabinet table and advocate against Canada's world-class energy sector at every opportunity. The Liberal Leave It in the Ground caucus is alive and well, and they've made no attempt to hide their hatred for the Canadian oil and gas. I wish this MOU was a promise for a pipeline. Our country could really benefit from that kind of certainty and hope. The Prime Minister promised to build now and move at unimaginable speeds. Yet, 8 months in, and Canadians have nothing but paper shuffling, press conferences, and photo ops. The anti-energy agenda from the Liberals has been consistent and punishing over the last decade. Anti-energy messaging, delays, arbitrary and inconsistent regulatory conditions, and an outright veto of approved export pipeline. The Liberal Keep It in the Ground caucus know more oil won't be produced if it can't get to market, which is precisely why they are so obstinate against any kind of existing pipeline expansions. With all the debates happening around pipelines, one might think that they're new. Yet they've existed since before Canadian Confederation. Canada's first natural gas pipeline was built in Inniskillen Township near Sarnia, Ontario in 1853, 172 years ago. In 1862, the first oil pipeline was built from Petrolia to Sarnia in Ontario. It was in 1947 with Leduc No. 1 and 1948 with the Redwater discovery that pipeline construction really started to accelerate in Canada. Alberta's oil was soon connected to markets. Oil sands, which is a mixture of bitumen, clay, sand, and water, was developed by Dr. Carl Clark, a hot water separation process that then paved the way for large-scale development in Fort McMurray region. And the first major commercial operation was Great Canadian Oil Sands, which is now Suncor, opening in 1967. Just as the earliest days of oil development, pipelines were the solution to get oil and gas from source to market. There are more than 840,000 kilometers of pipelines that crisscross the country. And I quote, "Pipelines are a safe, reliable, environmentally friendly way of transporting oil and gas." That's a direct quote from Natural Resources Canada's website. They go on to say, and I quote, "On average, each year, 99.999% of the oil transported on federally regulated pipelines moves safely." Canadians should be the world's energy producer and supplier of choice. Our economy should be self-reliant. We should have energy sovereignty and energy independence. Yet Liberals time and time again put ideology ahead of supporting our economy. Liberal MPs do not mince their words when speaking about their hatred of pipelines. Victoria MP said, "I have heard from my constituents on this today and for several months. They, like me, are decisively not in support." Then there's Laurier St. Marie MP, who quit cabinet over the MOU and said, "I sincerely doubt that a new pipeline will ever get built." Or Fleetwood Port Kells MP that said they must have consent of the Premier of British Columbia, and if not, there will be no pipeline. Whereas the BC NDP Premier, that the MP from Fleetwood Port Kells wants to have consent for, has said that, and I quote, "It will never be built, and I am not in favor of shipping raw bitumen through our coast by lifting the oil tanker ban." Liberals now claim to value Canadian oil and gas and that they want to increase exports. But after a decade in office, their track record is interfering to kill 4 pipelines, 2 of which were specifically designed to export off the west coast and east coasts. And now they dangle the promise of a pipeline maybe one day. But the Prime Minister only needs to do one thing to get a pipeline approved: get out of the way.
Hear, hear.
And unblock trillions of dollars of private sector money and investments to build pipelines and energy infrastructure in Canada. By getting governments out of the way, we will boost the Canadian economy, create more good-paying jobs, and strengthen the Canadian dollar, which will in turn make gas, groceries, homes more affordable and our economy self-reliant, secure, and sovereign. As described earlier, to so many Canadians, Fort McMurray represented a beacon of hope, prosperity, and an opportunity for a fresh start. To the world's leading oil producers, we're a tough competitor who refuses to lie down. But for far too many politicians in this chamber, we are simply a cash cow, and to the fringe eco-activists, we are the enemy. But to me, Fort McMurray has and will always be home. I was born and raised here, and Conservatives of every stripe have always had our back. They understand that when Fort McMurray works, Alberta works. When Alberta works, Canada works. I will not back down from the politicians in this chamber who seek to landlock and firewall our oil stands. Pipelines and energy corridors are of critical interest and importance for the long-term viability of the Canadian economy. Hope is on the horizon, though, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives are going to do what we have consistently done for decades: support Canadian oil and gas workers, support Canadian oil and gas, and support the Canadian economy. Unlike Liberals, Conservatives are united, and we sure do not have a Keep It in the Ground caucus. We are consistent in our position, and we will say the same thing, whether we are in British Columbia, Alberta, Newfoundland, or Nunavut, and everywhere in between. Conservatives will keep fighting to boost Canadian paychecks, make energy, food, and homes affordable, and our economy self-reliant, secure, and sovereign. Because frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's about time, and we have the energy.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Congratulate my colleague on her speech and her enthusiasm. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm in this House for things to be done right. So I want to ask the member if she's going to support the government's MOU.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. It's really challenging. We pulled the words for this motion directly from their MOU. We didn't mince words. We didn't do something and play politics and change anything up. We pulled the words directly as they were in the MOU. And the fact that the Liberals and the Keep It in the Ground caucus has somehow convinced the government to vote against this is shameful. I hope they do the right thing and support our motion and show Canadian energy workers that they have their backs. But I highly doubt they will.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague, I'd like her to elaborate on just the benefits of getting more of Canadian liquefied natural gas and oil to foreign markets to not only help combat climate change, but to the economic benefits that Canadians would have by us growing our economy and getting these natural resources to market.
Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague and friend for that wonderful question. Well, there's a lot of benefits if we were able to actually get our energy to market. What we would be able to do is displace dirty dictator oil from regimes like Russia and help put an end to the war in Ukraine. What we could do if we could get our energy to market is we could help displace coal. But because the Liberals for the last decade have said there's no business case every time governments come asking us to develop our LNG, to develop our different markets. We are in the position we're in. We can't even provide all of the energy to our own country because we can't get our energy from the West Coast to the East Coast. And that's because this Liberal government for the last 10 years has stood in the way at every single opportunity. But Conservatives, we will be consistent. Just like we have been for decades. We will support Canadian energy workers and we will support Canadian energy.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have the Conservative fantasy of pipelines, drill, baby, drill, but we have to bring the debate back to the facts. Mr. Speaker, the federal government, the Liberals, have already bought a pipeline. It's called Trans Mountain. In 2017, they said it was going to cost about $7.4 billion. How much did it cost? $34 billion of our public money, 6 to 7 times the cost of the project. And the PBO has told us, listen, if we sell it tomorrow, we'll lose money. Now the Conservatives are saying we need another one. Do they like losing Quebecers and Canadians money? Is that what the Conservatives are doing? Is there an Asian market to meet the demand for a new pipeline? No, there isn't. They don't want to say that in their speeches. So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives who supposedly, are supposed to be good guardians of public money, they don't seem to realize that, listen, a pipeline, it's not profitable and it's not going to put money in the pockets of Quebecers. And I would ask my colleague to answer a very simple question. Yesterday, I asked a Conservative colleague, are we putting public or private money into it? They say no public money. Why are they saying something different now? The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, I would like to remind the member that normally one member at a time should be standing, and sometimes because of where we're standing, we can be visible on the camera. So I'll just remind all members, it should be one member standing at once, and when it's time to answer a question or respond, that's when the member should attempt to get the eye of the chair. That having been said, I cede the floor to the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Thank you. So what are the Conservatives asking for? They're asking for the government to play a role to make sure that there's private investment in Canadian energy. because what we've seen over the last decade is a situation where we are dependent on the government because it's so hard for companies to invest. And, you know, Canada has become a place where the oil and gas companies don't want to invest because of all the delays, because of all the anti-energy policies from the Liberals. So what we need is different ways, pipelines to access foreign markets. There are countries that are asking us for our natural gas, our LNG, and our oil. We have markets that want our product. We need to do more to make sure that pipelines can be built here by private money.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Humber River Black Creek. Across Canada, from the far north to our urban centres and our rural communities, Canadians expect their government to show true leadership in addressing the greatest challenge of our time. That's climate change. Our path to prosperity, our vision for energy, for the economy, and for security cannot and must not come at the expense of our planet, of our children, or of our duty to act with courage and conviction to achieve carbon neutrality. That's why the recent Memorandum of Understanding that was signed between Canada and Alberta is so important. It demonstrates our commitment to building Canada while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Canada must provide the energy that the world needs, and it has to do that while respecting the environment and moving steadily towards a prosperous and sustainable economy. While Canada and Alberta continue to work together in a renewed spirit of collaboration, as evidenced by the Memorandum of Understanding, we are creating the conditions necessary to move forward with projects that will strengthen our economy while fighting climate change. Together, we're helping move forward with the Pathways Project, which is the world's largest carbon capture and storage initiative. The Pathways Project will reduce emissions from our conventional energy sector to make it more competitive. At the same time, it will generate major economic benefits, including, in particular, investments of more than $16 billion and the creation of more than 18,000 jobs. That's what's possible when you collaborate. You can build a future where Canada's energy leadership and its climate ambition can move forward together. As long as the world continues to use oil, we need to make sure that the oil supplied by Canada is produced with the lowest carbon emissions possible. Technology like carbon capture and storage is going to help Canada ensure that we have some of the lowest emission oil production in the world. These initiatives will strengthen Canada's industrial and climate competitiveness. They'll also support the development of Canadian clean technologies, and they'll bring us closer to our goal, which is to become an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy, while at the same time achieving carbon neutrality. In addition, our industrial carbon pricing system is driving industries to adopt clean technologies and to develop clean energy. The Memorandum of Understanding with Alberta is clear. The effective price of an industrial carbon tax in Alberta must increase from $25 today to a minimum of $130. According to a report by Clean Prosperity, an effective price of at least $130 in Alberta could reduce carbon emissions by 70 megatons per year. And it could unlock more than $90 billion in investments in clean energy and clean technology. Consistent and coherent industrial carbon pricing provides a sustainable and predictable financial incentive to reduce emissions, to invest in clean technology, and to decarbonize our supply chains. Industrial carbon pricing is responsible for the largest emissions reduction in our climate plan. The Memorandum of Understanding with Alberta strengthens this pricing plan while building a national consensus around the industrial carbon price. This is an example of how cooperation and technical innovation can work together to generate real progress. The Memorandum of Understanding clearly states that growth in the conventional energy sector must be accompanied by measurable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions that are among, and the reductions that we're aiming for are among the most significant in the world. Here are the facts. The Memorandum of Understanding reaffirms Canada and Alberta's commitment to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And that's something that's not included in the Conservatives' motion that's before the House today. And this isn't just something we're hoping for. This commitment is based on concrete measures to reduce emissions from oil production through the Pathways Carbon Capture and Storage Project. The commitment is also based on strong industrial carbon pricing and clear methane emissions reductions. The Memorandum of Understanding sets out a path forward so that Alberta and Canada can reduce methane emissions, with a target of seeing a 75% reduction in methane emissions from the sector by 2035 compared to 2014 levels. Resource development and climate leadership will advance hand in hand, ensuring that growth is directly linked to real and verified emissions reductions. And these targets aren't just generic targets. The MOU sets a goal for Canadian heavy oil to achieve excellence in carbon emissions reduction, with an aim to being on track to carbon neutrality by 2050. To achieve these results, the MOU links progress to key investments in transformative technologies. The MOU supports and sustains rapid growth in clean energy sectors. By integrating new interconnections between provinces and by promoting the expansion of renewable energy production in Western Canada, the Memorandum of Understanding enables system-wide decarbonization. And, listen, we're not only talking about reducing emissions from oil production, but it also aims to build a clean electricity grid. Mr. Speaker, we can't ask other countries to reduce their emissions if we refuse to demonstrate that prosperity can coexist with the fight against climate change. And it's because of our world-class performance in emissions, in respecting Indigenous rights, and in undertaking consultation that makes Canada an attractive energy supplier for our allies who are focused on reliability, security, and real environmental progress. By setting ambitious emission reduction targets across every sector, by investing in low-carbon technology, and by encouraging innovation through a predictable and rigorous industrial carbon pricing framework, Canada is sending a clear signal to investors and to its trading partners that Canada will shape global trends in the fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, there's no trade-off to make between prosperity and fighting climate change. Instead, there's leadership and there's collaboration. The goal of the government is to work in partnership with the provinces, the territories, and Indigenous peoples to build Canada. That's the very foundation of our confederation, a collaborative approach. One of the next steps in implementing the Memorandum of Understanding is to immediately begin trilateral discussions with British Columbia and Alberta.
Several rounds of constructive conversations have already taken place with BC, recognizing the need to respect the rights of Indigenous peoples, for example. We've done so by ensuring meaningful consultation and promoting participation in partnerships with Indigenous peoples. We have made it clear that Indigenous co-ownership is a priority and a necessary condition for a potential pipeline project. Something else that was forgotten in the Conservative motion. Canada, Mr. Speaker, is ready to act boldly to balance growth with responsible stewardship and to show the world how prosperity can benefit people and the planet. We are ready to lead by example and to build. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member for his speech. About a year ago, Alberta Central reported that with the opening of the TMX expansion, bringing more oil to rural markets, the selling price of a barrel of Canadian crude went up by $8. Not just the new barrels, but all barrels. That's because with the pipeline, we had more access to rural markets. We could bid up our price. Would the member agree that pipelines are good for Canada's economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague on the other side of the House for his question.
This MOU is actually to diversify our market, so we totally intend to work with Alberta to give access to the Asian market. It actually is stated in the MOU. So I regret to inform that the motion that was put forward does not include that portion of the MOU. So we totally agree on the market, but we would like all the pieces of the MOU to be included in the motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rimouski, la Matapédia.
The honourable member for Rimouski, la Matapédia. It's the world upside down. It's as if they don't believe in climate change anymore. I don't know if the Liberals have spent too much time with the Conservatives or vice versa. It's all just different shades of the same colour. They all want pipelines. I would like an explanation. The Prime Minister, in his previous life, worked with Brookfield with his buddies who have ties with pipelines, but he was also a former UN envoy for climate action. Do you know what he said at the time? He said that fossil energy should remain in the ground. Now, as a PM, he comes back and says, well, we need a new pipeline. We need to diversify our economy. We need to calm the independence movements in Alberta. We shouldn't wake them up because perhaps Quebec could also strive for independence. And what is he saying today? Well, it's full hypocrisy. Once the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie resigned. So what's the truth? Do they really believe in climate change, yes or no? Before I turn to the Parliamentary Secretary, we just need to be careful with the words we use and how we use them. It was not targeting a member in particular, so the Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary rather. Thank you, Minister. I don't know what my honourable colleague was doing during my 10-minute speech where I talked about climate change and I talked about all the measures that we will have in our framework agreement with Alberta. We're very proud to have brought Alberta to the table for the diversification of our conventional and clean energies. Very proud to have included measures regarding climate change. So my answer is that yes, we do believe in climate change and will continue to address climate change whilst building a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. La leader adjointe du gouvernement en charge.
The Deputy House Leader. I would like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech. I have a question for him. Earlier, a Conservative stood and said that we are 10 years too late here in Canada. The Conservatives don't trust Canada anymore. They've been elected to represent Canadians, but they keep attacking Canada. They are very anti-Canada at the end of the day. What does he have to say about that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for her question. I believe that it's important to highlight the last motion that the Conservatives tabled, a motion that sought to divide Canada. We have Conservative representatives from various provinces that support the framework agreement. A formerly reticent province is now ready to work with us on decarbonisation. They are now undertaking measures with the federal government. We should be proud of all this. And it's unfortunate that our Conservative friends have chosen to isolate themselves with a motion that reduces the MOU to just one segment that has nothing to do with climate change.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always good to see you in the chair there, keeping control of all of the comments that are made here in the House. So I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the issue of the recently signed Canada-Alberta Memorandum of Understanding and the duty to consult with Indigenous peoples on its implementation. Let me begin by saying that Canada and Alberta are committed to respecting Aboriginal and treaty rights. You've heard it from the Minister, you've heard it from the Prime Minister continually. Engaging in early, consistent, and meaningful consultation with Indigenous peoples. This will have to be done in a manner that promotes reconciliation and respects the rights and cultures of Indigenous peoples while advancing economic opportunities through Indigenous ownership and partnership. The Building Canada Act makes sure that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people participate in full partnership in building a strong, fairer economy. It is intentional that Section 35 rights are embedded in the legislation, with a requirement to engage in consultation with affected Section 35 rights holders at key stages. 1, before a project is designated as being in the national interest. 2, before the issuance of the conditions document. And 3, before any amendment to the conditions document. I'm going to repeat those 3 conditions. Before a project is designated, before the issuance of the conditions document, and before any amendment to the conditions document. All of that will have to happen before any progress will be made. Free, prior, and informed consent will also be a central tenet guiding the federal government's approach to implementing the Building Canada Act. Major projects will only proceed following meaningful consultation and, where appropriate, accommodation. This past summer, the government convened 3 distinction-based meetings with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders to discuss the Building Canada Act and how best to work together. There were frank exchanges, and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representatives from across Canada had the opportunity to comment and to share their views. Further, as promised by the Prime Minister, collaboration has continued with First Nations leadership at all levels through regional dialogue tables. These meetings are helping shape the path forward together to advance major projects, including projects of national interest. The Major Projects Office is a single point of contact, as well as the leadership. On major projects, partnering with federal departments, provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, and the private sector. Its mandate is to advance nation-building projects that connect Canada's economy, diversify trade and industries, create good jobs, protect the environment, and uphold Indigenous rights. By streamlining approvals and committing to a 2-year timeline for major project decisions, the Government of Canada is creating a more efficient and predictable environment to give investors and project proponents, such as Iqaluit Hydro, the certainty they need. And what I've heard from all of the members on the other side today are ways to move things along faster when they have the right conditions. Advancing the interests of Indigenous peoples is a vital part of advancing major projects, and one of the factors considered in the designation of projects to be in the national interest. I wish to underline, Mr. Speaker, that meaningful consultation is key to the success of all future major projects. I don't think anyone on this side of the House is prepared or would be prepared to ram something through, which is what I am hearing on the other side of the House. That is why Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs has been engaging with Indigenous partners to improve how federal consultation happens, including during major project processes and Crown consultation coordination, and to better understand Indigenous priorities for economic prosperity. We will work with the new Federal Major Projects Office and other federal departments to share what we've heard about Indigenous interests and economic priorities, including community-supported major projects, consultation expertise, and how best to strengthen those partnerships. This includes updating the federal guidelines on consultation, using consultation protocol agreements and resource centers to help guide and inform these processes, continuing to include consultation provisions in new modern treaty and self-government arrangements, and reviewing consultation provisions in existing modern treaty and self-government arrangements to ensure they reflect the latest legal and policy developments. The Major Projects Office work also benefits from the leadership and guidance of an Indigenous Advisory Council, which provides expert advice on policy, operational practices, and process improvements related to the inclusion of Indigenous perspectives and interests in major projects. The Council will also support the Major Projects Office by championing Indigenous partnership and economic participation in all major projects in Canada. Consultation continues to be a prerequisite. The focus of the Council will be to provide insightful counsel on policies and processes related to major projects. It will provide expert advice on policy, operational practices, and process improvements related to the inclusion of Indigenous perspectives on and interests in major projects and regulatory processes, including the integration of United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act principles. Doing so is reconciliation in action, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Council were selected based on their expertise and their knowledge of major projects, economic development, Indigenous rights, and of course the regulatory space. Members bring diverse perspectives and demonstrated leadership. Some of the members were also nominated by Indigenous governments and organizations. The Council will also shape how the Major Projects Office works with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, as well as the modern treaty and self-government partners. I wish to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the duty to consult is a legal requirement that will be carried out by the government and not the Council. The establishment of the Indigenous Advisory Council does not replace Section 35 consultations with right holders' obligations under the Modern Treaties Act. To strengthen the Indigenous capacity to participate in these processes, the federal government is allocating $40 million over 2 years in dedicated funding to support consultation and preparation for community readiness activities as it relates to the major projects. When we invest in Indigenous economies, we grow the entire country's economy. When Indigenous partners lead major projects, things move faster and the results last longer. That's how we build trust. That's how we build prosperity. To provide increased opportunities for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to gain equity stakes in nation-building projects, we have doubled the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion. This program helps Indigenous groups get more affordable loans for major projects by having the federal government guarantee the loan. One example earlier this year was the Canada Development Investment Corporation. Through its subsidiary, Canada Indigenous Loans issued its first loan guarantee for $400 million of a $736 million investment in 38 First Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to answer some questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through the Speaker, to the member, thank you for that well-documented speech on Aboriginal rights and title and Aboriginal issues. And I was part of a team that helped put together the protocols on how to breathe life into Section 35 almost 20 years ago. But we already have an example of First Nations issues with the Trans Mountain pipeline that the Liberal government just got through purchasing. And they didn't get consent from 100% of the First Nations involved with that pipeline consultation. Does the member believe that this pipeline that's being proposed right now needs 100% consent from all the First Nations involved in this project.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank my colleague for his question and welcome to the House. I think it's the first time I've had an opportunity to exchange a few words together. So thank you for the work that you did on establishing those protocols. And I would sincerely hope that everyone on the other side of the House would make sure, as I intend to, and I'm sure all of my colleagues, ensure that the things that we are committing to will happen. If they are not met, if the conditions are not met to the full extent that they are being spelt out, I would not expect anything to move forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like my colleague to explain the following. Why does her government not listen to science when it comes to building pipelines? At the Science and Research Committee, I asked questions to the Chief Scientific Advisor for Canada, and I asked her to confirm that the government is trying to circumvent acts to get this pipeline through. She said that she was never consulted when it comes to the list of national interests, projects of national interest. She said that this was a nightmarish situation. In her opinion, the Liberals are ignoring science. They're not consulting their scientists. At least the Conservatives admit it, but the Liberals are trying to hide it. They're trying to pretend to be scientists. So my colleague should tell us why they didn't even consult their chief scientist on the matter.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Well, at the moment, there is no pipeline, and there will only be a pipeline when the multitude of conditions that have been put on the table get met as a possibility of moving forward. Otherwise, there will be no pipeline to have a discussion.
Questions and comments. The honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech, and she is actually an excellent colleague who has been here for quite some time and has seen the different phases of Conservatives in this House. Earlier, the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley in BC had talked about the fact that we are 10 years late to believe in Canada. And this new side, this new brand of Conservatives actually constantly talks down Canada. It's almost like they have an anti-Canadian sentiment. Can the member comment on this phenomenon that we're seeing in this House right now? Thank you.
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my very special colleague for that question. You know, I think this is a time where we all need to be united. And when I asked earlier to one of my Conservative colleagues, would they support the MOU? And I'm talking about the MOU that the government is putting forward, that I think is a Team Canada approach, and that working together and advancing Team Canada as we do at international trade, but overall working together to advance the issues that matter to our constituents overall is the best thing that we can be doing. And I think it's time that we all did it together.
We have time for a short question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trying to compress to something short for my honourable friend for Humber River Black Creek. The Memorandum of Understanding speaks of a bitumen pipeline. I'm wondering if the government considered that if the goal was really to ship bitumen to the Port of Vancouver or other ports to take it to Asia, that the safest way to ship is with existing infrastructure on trains to container ships.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek in about 25 seconds or less.
Thank you very much to my colleague. I'm sure that the government is looking at everything possible to be able to help us with the economic challenges that we are currently facing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just off the top, I do want to make note that I will be splitting my time this afternoon. Canada is rich in natural resources, and our energy sector creates opportunity, growth, and prosperity for our country. In my region, energy jobs support families and generate growth for small businesses, contractors, tradespeople, and apprentices. These companies don't just produce energy, they create middle-class jobs. They sustain local economies, they invest in local needs and community projects, and they do it while operating under some of the highest environmental and safety standards anywhere in the world. Canada has the energy that we need as a country and that the world needs. In fact, the world wants more Canada. But for 10 years, the Keep It in the Ground Liberals have done everything possible to hinder energy development in Canada. They passed Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, a bill that went so far as to give the federal government unprecedented powers over provincial infrastructure, industry, and natural resources. Even the Supreme Court has deemed it unconstitutional. They imposed a shipping ban on the northern BC coast that blocks responsible Canadian energy from reaching world markets. And they have done that while letting foreign ships carrying foreign energy sail freely through the same waters. They have chased away investment, crippled our competitiveness, and in doing so, threatened energy security for Canada, but also our allies. And now, after a decade of this, the Prime Minister tells Canadians that his government wants to build things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. He told us he would turn Canada into an energy superpower. He has now signed a memorandum of understanding with Alberta and claimed that at the core of this agreement is a priority to have a pipeline to Asia. Well, Mr. Speaker, today's motion simply asks the Liberals to vote for their very own words, their own Prime Minister signed. The same words this government has been celebrating and congratulating themselves over for nearly 2 weeks. It asks them to support a pipeline to the Pacific. It asks them to stop hiding behind premiers and non-existent vetoes. It asks them to be honest with Canadians about their intentions and their priorities. But already, the cracks are showing on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Liberal members are openly rejecting the Prime Minister's MOU. The member for Surrey said, "There will be no pipeline without the consent of the Premier of British Columbia." The member for Victoria has plainly said he does not support a pipeline. And Premier Eby, whom the Prime Minister has effectively handed a veto, has been equally clear. He says a pipeline to the Pacific will not go ahead, that it will never be built, and that he refuses to allow the shipping ban to be lifted. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Premier of British Columbia, he doesn't have a veto. The Constitution is explicit. Only the federal government has the power to approve an interprovincial pipeline. No Premier can stop it, and no province can veto it. The Liberal government knows this. But instead of owning that responsibility, the Prime Minister would rather use Premier Eby as a political shield. The Prime Minister is using him as someone he can point to when he backs away from the pipeline after the next election. If this Liberal government cannot stand behind their own MOU in this House, and if they cannot give the private sector the certainty and confidence that it needs to invest in a project on this scale, then this MOU is nothing more than the illusion of progress. And you know what? It's not real progress, Mr. Speaker. Exactly. And shamefully, the Liberals have already announced that they will not support today's motion. Liberals are claiming that the motion somehow does not reflect the entire agreement. And that is simply not true. The motion we are debating takes note of the MOU in its entirety. So their unwillingness to stand behind it does not instill confidence. And let's not forget that the fact that this MOU does not even promise a pipeline. It does not start construction. It does not commit a single meter of pipe to being laid. All it says is that 7 months from now, a proposal might be sent to the federal office for 2 more years of study. And this Liberal government is so divided that it cannot even unite behind such a limited proposal. After 8 months of promises of building at unimaginable speed, Canadians have seen nothing but paper shuffling, rebranded offices, and more press conferences. Exactly. The Liberal member for Vancouver Granville's comments are quite telling. He called this pipeline a theoretical conversation right now. So where do we stand today? There is no route, no proponent, no approval process, and as we are seeing, absolutely no commitment from the Liberal caucus. Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford another Liberal pipe dream. And after 10 years of failed and damaging policies, Canadians cannot afford this Liberal government. The Prime Minister's delays, taxes, and regulatory roadblocks have continued to drive investment out of this country. Since he took office, nearly 50,000 more Canadians are unemployed, and nearly $50 billion of investment has fled the country. And as the CEO of TC Energy said, the United States continues to be more attractive for investment than Canada. It is not that energy development and prosperity is not possible here in Canada. It is possible. But the Prime Minister needs to do just one thing for a pipeline to happen, and that is to get out of the way. Get out of the way by repealing the industrial carbon tax that drives production out of Canada. Get out of the way by repealing the anti-development laws like C-69 and the shipping ban. Get out of the way by granting a permit for a pipeline to the Pacific and unlocking the trillions of dollars of private investment that would be ready to build it. Energy CEOs have publicly called on the Prime Minister to cut red tape, reduce timeline approvals, and grow energy production. The current trade and global uncertainty is all the more reason to ensure that we are doing what we can in Canada to spur economic growth that is within our control. Getting this Liberal government out of the way will boost Canadian paychecks. It will strengthen the Canadian dollar. And that, in turn, will make energy, food, and homes more affordable. And it will strengthen our self-reliance, security, and sovereignty. It is time to do that. Canadians need real action. Not press releases, not the paper pushing, and not theoretical pipelines. No more delays and no more deflections. It is time for the Liberal government to stop talking out of both sides of their mouth, to stop blocking Canada's energy potential, to unlock the trillions of dollars of private sector energy investment, to build profitable pipelines, and to enable the shipment of million barrels of oil to Asia. Canadians are watching today, Mr. Speaker. And you know who else is watching? Investors. So let us be clear. If Liberals vote against this motion, they are voting against their own commitments. Exactly. They are voting against the agreement that the Liberal Prime Minister signed and celebrated with the Alberta Premier. Yep. And they are making it once again clear that they cannot be taken for their word. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion has a lot of things missing from it. It doesn't talk about the industrial carbon tax. And so I think those omissions are an indication that the opposition is just playing games here. I think it's unfortunate. And the leader of the official opposition was unable to negotiate this kind of a deal. So my question is, I'm not talking about the motion that cuts out a lot of bits of the deal. I'm talking about the deal itself. Does my colleague support that deal? Yes or no?
Member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, through you to that colleague for that question. As I said in my remarks, we are voting on what the Prime Minister has signed, that he agreed to, that he came up with along with the Premier of Alberta. So if the Liberals stand in this place today and vote against their leader, their Prime Minister's MOU, this just means, once again, we cannot trust what the Liberals say because they will just do the opposite.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the framework agreement with Alberta, the Liberals are abandoning the fight against climate change, and they're trying to take voters away from the Conservatives. The Conservatives are upping the ante with this motion today. What does my colleague think about this new approach from the Liberals and about them stealing Conservative support this way? The honourable member for...
Speaker, and thank you again through you to my colleague for that question. The Liberals are all about stealing Conservative ideas. I mean, when I look at my own private member's bill that the Liberals stole a couple years ago and said they were going to implement, I had the minister at committee asked her about it. She had no idea. They had no intention of implementing my private member's bill to give adoptive families equitable access to parental leave. They had no desire to do that. This is just like all of their campaign promises. They will say whatever they need to say in order to get the vote, and then when it comes time, when the rubber hits the road and they have to be principled and take a decision, we know they will do the opposite.
That's right.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that great speech, and I know she comes from oil country in the northwest part of Saskatchewan, and I'm from the southeast where we also have a lot of oil, and their area is heavy in the SAGD and mine's in more conventional. But one thing we do know is we support this pipeline because we know that it'll take pressure off of the rail lines that now are causing a problem where we're getting other commodities like potash and wheat are not being able to be shipped to the coast. Can she maybe comment on that and why she thinks the Liberals are so stubborn when it comes to building pipelines?
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, and again through you to my colleague for that question. Absolutely, and as I mentioned in my speech, the amount that energy companies do for local economies and local communities. You go into any hockey rink in my riding, you can see what energy company has donated money to make sure the lights can stay on and the ice can stay Zamboni'd. When we and us out west, we definitely have the frustration of when we have to stop at the pesky rail crossing and we see oil being transferred by rail, when we know we could remove that oil, put that into a pipeline, and then we could be hauling more of our canola, our potash, our uranium, and our grain to market.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting. First, I would point out that her leader, when he sat in government for 10 long years, not 1 inch of pipeline to Tidewaters. The question I have for the member is, it's very simple. You have the Premier of Alberta who signed the MOU. And I would ask that she pay really close attention to this. The Premier of Alberta signed the MOU, and other Conservative premiers have supported it. Was the Premier of Alberta wrong in signing the MOU with the Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster, Middle Lake, in under 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess that member has a short memory. He doesn't remember that the federal Conservatives actually had 4 pipelines built. It was this Liberal government that cancelled 7,000 kilometers of pipe.
Point of order from the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
What 4 pipelines is she talking about, Mr. Speaker?
That's a matter of debate. That is not a point of order. I will let the member for Battleford Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, return to her comment. She's got 10 seconds left.
Thank you very much. And you know what? Whenever we get under the skin of these Liberals, they have to interrupt the truth that we are speaking. So this just speaks to the principle, or lack thereof, that these Liberals have.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Leduc, Wetaskiwin, the Economy. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River Ethics. Would the members prefer that I stop and they can just continue heckling each other?
Do the heckle.
No? Thank you. The third one is the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni Taxation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague from Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, for sharing her time today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, as you know, as a member of Parliament for a coastal riding in British Columbia, and also as the NDP critic for Fisheries and Oceans and also as a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, with a responsibility to uphold Indigenous rights. Each of these roles carries a duty to speak plainly about risk to our marine ecosystems and to the coastal and Indigenous communities whose livelihoods depend on healthy oceans. Decisions taken in this House do not exist in the abstract. They carry real and lasting consequences for people who work on the water, who harvest from it, who steward it, and who depend on it for their very survival. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that the motion and the MOU before us today is so alarming. It asks that we support a massive bitumen pipeline from Alberta to the north coast of British Columbia, along with the suspension of the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. And it asks that we do so without the consent of Indigenous rights and title holders and without the support of the province of British Columbia or the coastal communities who would bear the full risk of an oil spill. We have been here before, Mr. Speaker. Of course, First Nations on the coast have consistently opposed crude oil tanker proposals for more than 50 years. They participated fully in the National Energy Board's joint review panel for the failed Northern Gateway project. Their answer was a definitive and principled no. That hasn't changed. In 2019, the federal government passed the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, Bill C-48, to protect the Great Bear Rainforest and the Great Bear Sea on behalf of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have also been here before on the BC coast in a far more literal way. In January 1989, the Nestucca barge rammed its own tug off Washington State after a cable snap. The U.S. Coast Guard ordered the leaking barge towed out to sea. 5,500 barrels of oil spilled, oil that floated just below the surface and could not be tracked or contained. Days later, to everyone's horror, it washed ashore near Tofino in my riding, Mr. Speaker, of Courtenay, Alberni. That spill was devastating, and it was considered small. Just months later, the Exxon Valdez oil spill released 257,000 barrels of oil, nearly 50 times larger, enough to contaminate virtually the entire length of the BC coast, and we know the impact it had on the North Coast, Mr. Speaker. If the pipeline envisioned in this motion were built up to 225 supertankers per year, each carrying up to 2 million barrels of bitumen, would move through narrow coastal channels and offshore of Vancouver Island and the North Coast. The scale of risk would dwarf both Nestucca and Exxon Valdez. A spill hundreds of times larger than Nestucca would be physically impossible to clean up along our remote, rugged coast, especially given the behavior of bitumen itself. The moratorium did not appear overnight. Tanker restrictions had been voluntary in place, Mr. Speaker, for more than 30 years before Bill C-48 ever became law. Those restrictions were in place. Industry, insurers, scientists, and governments across Canada and the United States long understood just how sensitive, dangerous, and irreplaceable this region truly is. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the people who would be most affected have declared this position with unmistakable clarity for decades. Today, coastal First Nations, representing 9 First Nations along the North Coast, Central Coast, and the Haida have reiterated their position as rights and title holders in a firm and unequivocal statement that they will not consent to crude oil pipeline or oil tanker projects in their coastal waters. They have made it clear to Canada and to Alberta that the project identified in this motion and this MOU is the same pipeline carrying the same product to the same place. That was rejected in 2012 under the Harper Conservatives, and nothing has changed today, Mr. Speaker, with this Prime Minister and these Liberals. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the BC Assembly of First Nations has passed a formal motion opposing this proposal and calling on all levels of government to abandon the project and instead support sustainable First Nations-led solutions that respect Indigenous title and ensure the survival of the land and its peoples. The Assembly of First Nations has echoed that position nationally, stating clearly that economic incentives, co-ownership promises, and piecemeal consultation do not replace free, prior, and informed consent. There is something else that hasn't changed. The science has not changed, Mr. Speaker. It remains a scientific fact that bitumen cannot be cleaned up in marine environments. When it spills, it sinks, It mixes with sediments. It coats the seabed, it smothers salmon habitat, herring spawning grounds, shellfish beds, and the foundation of the marine food web. There is no proven technology capable of recovering it once it disperses underwater, Mr. Speaker. That's not speculation. That is what spill science tells us. For coastal First Nations, for British Columbia, and for anyone who cares about fisheries and oceans, that risk is simply unacceptable. A single major bitumen spill on the North Coast would wipe out sustainable fisheries, cultural livelihoods, and marine-based economies that have been built over thousands of years. Meanwhile, the coastal economy that First Nations have built is not theoretical. It's real, it's growing, and it's rooted in stewardship. Coastal First Nations have made it abundantly clear they are not interested in equity stakes in a bitumen pipeline. They are not interested in financial compensation for catastrophic risk from a bitumen pipeline, and they have built their own sustainable economy, and it's working, Mr. Speaker. New figures from Coast Funds show that an initial $60 million in economic development capital has generated over $1 billion in regional economic impact, creating more than 1,400 permanent jobs and supporting over 140 businesses. This is prosperity rooted in conservation, renewable energy, ecotourism, sustainable fisheries, and long-term community wealth, not short-term extraction and global speculation. The Premier of Alberta's rhetoric about oil pipelines and tankers does not strengthen our Confederation. Also, this MOU that the Prime Minister, this Liberal Prime Minister, has put forward, the same, Mr. Speaker, it undermines it by threatening the goodwill that First Nations bring to major economic projects. Northwest BC alone represents roughly 40% of Canada's shovel-ready major nation-leading and building projects, including LNG facilities, critical mineral development, port modernization, and clean energy corridors. Coastal First Nations support projects that respect their rights, protect the environment, and share benefits fairly. Crude oil tankers will never be part of that vision. This motion and the MOU the Liberals have put forward also claim that Indigenous consultation must be respected. But let us be absolutely clear, consultation is not the standard. Consent is the standard. New Democrats unequivocally support free, prior, and informed consent. Without the consent of Indigenous rights holders, this project does not have legitimacy. Without consent, there is no reconciliation. The Indigenous rights and title holders most affected by this proposal have already said no, repeatedly, publicly, and without ambiguity. This opposition motion and Liberal MOU further claim that this proposal involves so-called low-emission bitumen. We should be honest with Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Bitumen remains among the most carbon-intensive forms of oil on the planet. Relabeling, it does not change the climate math. Global heavy crude demand is projected to decline in the decades ahead. This motion pursues a project with no confirmed proponent, no secured market, no private financing, and no consent from those whose territories would be at risk. Instead of inflaming regional division and undermining reconciliation, the federal government should be meeting directly and respectfully with coastal First Nations and the province of British Columbia. The Prime Minister promised that no project would be imposed on a province or on Indigenous peoples. Both British Columbia and coastal First Nations have said no. It's time to honor that promise, not weaken it under pressure. And New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, will oppose this. We oppose this motion and will oppose this motion with a vote. And we'll vote against it because it ignores science. We will vote against it because it ignores economic reality. We will vote against it because it undermines marine protection, climate responsibility, and Indigenous rights. And we will vote against it because it puts ideology ahead of national unity and long-term prosperity. Canada can and must do better than this. We can build a future rooted in partnership, sustainability, and shared prosperity. Our workers deserve better than boom and bust politics. Our ecosystems deserve protection, and First Nations deserve respect, the right to consent, and genuine nation-to-nation decision-making. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we will be voting against this motion today, and we are against the MOU that this government put forward.
Questions and comments to Honourable Member for Bull River.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank the honourable member from Courtney Alberti for his great speech. It's quite inspiring to see an opposition party or a party in this House that has absolute conviction and no equivocation of their principles. And I applaud the member for that, and I really think that that's a very important feature. Unlike our Liberal colleagues that are trying to play both sides of the fence, and really I wonder how well that picket fence is feeling right now. I wonder if the member could comment a little bit on, that inconsistency and how the uncertainty in the environment caused by this political and economic environment caused by the government's position. And if you could comment on that, please.
Good question. Honourable for Courtney Alberni.
For an excellent question, and it puts economic opportunities on the North Coast and projects at risk. That's exactly what this MOU does. Now, the Liberals keep saying there is no pipeline without support from Indigenous nations and British Columbia. But the Build Canada Act, the one that they keep citing, that they rely on, only requires consultation if nations say no, where in the law or in the MOU is there. So actually what it does is there's nowhere in their act that gives First Nations the right to stop this project and actually protect it. And maybe the Liberals can explain, why this government's they talk about consent in public, but they remove it from the fine print when they put forward MOUs like the one that they tabled, where it actually matters.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you. I'd like to ask my colleague, we know that climate change is causing drought, it's causing natural disasters, it's causing an increase in the cost of life. Because of the cost of all these impacts, could our colleague please speak more of the impact of climate change? The honourable member.
Well, I think that's an excellent question. The government spent $34.5 billion to buy the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And what's happened? We see record profits. Canadian Natural Gas, $6 billion in profit. Enbridge, $5 billion in profit. Suncor, $5 billion in profit. Imperial Oil, $4 billion. They laid off 900 staff, $4 billion in profit last year. AltaGas, $3.5 billion in profit. They made all this money, but they can't even afford to buy the TMX pipeline. Now they're putting forward this idea, this government, to build another pipeline on the backs of Canadians instead of investing in clean energy, which would be much more affordable and quicker in terms of tackling climate change and would create a long-standing future for our country, a much more sustainable future with true energy security. I really applaud the question from my colleague and for the work that they've been doing, the Bloc Québécois standing up for climate action. This is something that we need to be happening. Right now, we see pipeline wars with the Conservatives and Liberals at a time of a climate crisis, raging wildfires, out of control. This reminds me of an arms war, but instead it's a pipeline war in the middle of a climate crisis. Where's the action from this government?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, to be very clear on the issue, the Memorandum of Understanding is good for the environment, it is good for the economy, it is good for Canadian unity, and it demonstrates that federalism works well. Whether it was the TMX as an example, when he made reference to TMX, that was negotiations with an NDP premier. Today we have a memorandum of understanding with a progressive conservative premier. At the end of the day, when you're in power, you have responsibilities to Canadians and to Canada, Mr. Speaker. This MOU does just that. I'm disappointed that the NDP oppose the MOU, and that's what the member has made very, very clear. I'm wondering if he can express why it is the provincial NDP seem to support things like this, but not the federal NDP.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, let's set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the provincial NDP took this government to court. They tried to stop the Trans Mountain Pipeline for good reason. It didn't make any sense. It still doesn't make sense. The federal taxpayers on the hook for $34.5 billion to build that pipeline, Mr. Speaker, and they can't find a buyer. What do they want to do? They want to build another one. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We all know where this is going to go. It's going to end up on the backs of everyday Canadians instead of investing in real climate action. This government talks out of both sides of their mouths. They say that they're going to give consent, right, Mr. Speaker? Consent, Mr. Speaker, is not supporting pre-prior and informed consent. Consultation. They talk about consultation. Consultation is not consent. if they'll stand in this House and say that they will support free private.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vancouver Quadra. It's a privilege to rise in the House to speak to the motion put forward by the member from Bell River Crowfoot on the Canada-Alberta MOU building pipelines to Asia and the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. And I would like to express my gratitude for the privilege of sharing this land with them on this very day. It's important that we recognize that across Canada, the lands, waters, and ice are traditional territories of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for these environments for thousands of years, and their knowledge and leadership remain essential. Our journey towards reconciliation continues to be a priority for myself and is one of the reasons why I'm here in the House today. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about the future, our future, and the foundation that Government of Canada is building for a stronger, more sustainable Canada. A future that's not only net zero, but full of new opportunities. Opportunities for clean, resilient, and lasting growth, such as building new industries that anchor long-term jobs in every region, and developing climate-smart infrastructure that saves money by avoiding costly disaster recovery. Opportunities for workers and communities, such as thousands of skilled jobs for electricians, energy advisors, engineers, and construction workers, and community-owned renewable energy projects that keep wealth circulating locally. Opportunities for Canadian competitiveness, selling clean aluminum, low-carbon steel, sustainable forestry products. In other words, Mr. Speaker, a climate-competitive Canada. I'm talking about a Canada that leads the world by leading into the strengths. Let me put that in perspective, Mr. Speaker. Countries around the world are making the transition to clean, low-carbon energy industries and technology. They are competing to design the cleanest technologies, produce the cleanest fuels, and operate the cleanest industries. They are competing for capital, for talent, and for innovation. This transition, Mr. Speaker, is a revolution. It is reshaping trade, investments, and jobs. It's changing pretty much everything. How we get around, with more public transit running on clean power, and with more walkable, bikeable communities. The way we heat and cool our homes, with heat pumps, better insulated homes, and smart thermostats that learn routines and reduce wasted energy. And the way we work, build, and power our country, with cleaner and more dependable electricity, solar rooftops, and grids powered by wind, nuclear, and storage. It's impacting how we think about our sustainable future, with green mortgages, pension funds, and savings plans investing in long-term clean growth. Plus, how we connect with nature, with more protected areas, more urban forests, and more opportunities for outdoor recreation close to homes. Mr. Speaker, a net zero future makes a cleaner choice, the cheaper choice, and smarter choice, and ultimately the easiest choice. That's why making foundational changes needed to build a net zero future is economically smart, fiscally responsible. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, it's essential to protecting Canadians and the places they call home. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that addressing climate change is both a moral obligation and an economical imperative. That's why the Government of Canada released the Climate Competitiveness Strategy in Budget 2025. The strategy positions Canada to seize these opportunities presented by the global transition to clean economics by reducing our emission and driving investments. It creates the clarity and condition for the investment needed to build an affordable net zero future. A future where Canadian businesses and industries are well positioned to compete and lead in the global economy, where Canadians have the security of a strong economy and good jobs, and where Canada leads in the global clean energy transition. The Climate Competitiveness Strategy, Mr. Speaker, is a central pillar of the government's plan to become the strongest economy in G7. It's about building certainty for investors while continuing to take strong action to address climate change, building new infrastructure and building major projects more efficiently while ensuring they contribute to a clean and competitive economy. It's about supporting clean Canadian innovation, scaling homegrown solutions, and capitalizing on projects that future Canada's standing as a clean energy superpower. It's also about exploring nuclear and renewable energy, and investments in low-carbon fuels and initiatives aimed at improving the emissions intensity of oil and gas sector, expanding into emerging opportunities like critical minerals, carbon removal, resource efficiency, and high-value manufacturing. Training workers to participate in these opportunities and engaging with Indigenous partners and rights holders as appropriate. All of these, Mr. Speaker, are investments in long-term prosperity. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, Canada is not just entering this race. Canada is in this race with some of the smartest and most talented workers, some of the cleanest power, unique energy and resource sectors, and world-class industries, and a strong domestic market where Canadians can be our own best customers. Mr. Speaker, in sum, Canada's climate competitiveness strategy aims to grow our economy to build a stronger, more sustainable, and more competitive Canada and create lasting prosperity. Mr. Speaker, let me close with a picture of what Canada can look like if we stay the course. A Canada where the power in our homes and the air in our cities is clean. A Canada where jobs in our communities are future-focused and where students can look forward to working in global leading industries. A Canada where Indigenous engagement is rooted in respect, reciprocity, and responsibility. And a Canada where climate action is a catalyst sparking innovation, inspiration, and investment. This is the climate competitive economy that Canada is moving towards. And we are doing it working hand in hand with Indigenous governments, with provinces and territories, with industries and all sectors, because climate action is an opportunity for everyone. This is the Canadian way: cooperation, practical progress, and determination with courage and with confidence. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question en commentaire. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech today. One of the reasons we're in such a quagmire of a country, as a country, is because for 9 years of Justin Trudeau, the Government of Canada ignored every opportunity to build additional resource infrastructure. In fact, the German Chancellor came to Canada, the Prime Minister said no. The Japanese President came to Canada, the Liberal government said no. The Dutch government came to Canada, all looking for our natural gas and other resources, and the government said no. Would the member agree that because of the disastrous energy policies and anti-resource policies of the Liberal government, that Canada is behind, and what's at stake now is our sovereignty? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
I want to thank the member opposite for that question. And I wanted to say that we are no longer in Justin Trudeau's government. This is a new government, and we have invested in a very future-looking budget, and we are in the process of voting on that. And I hope the opposition would get on board and support us building Canada's future. During the last election, we pledged to make Canada an energy superpower and build nation-building projects while protecting our environment, and I hope they will get on board.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Madawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, her very interesting speech. She spoke about the importance of working with First Nations. She recognized that we are on unceded territory. The Assembly of First Nations is calling on the government to renounce its MOU with Alberta to build a pipeline. So I'd like to ask the following to my colleague. Given that statement, the government said that there would be consultations with First Nations. If First Nations say no, we don't want the pipeline, can she confirm that the government will commit to not building this pipeline? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. The federal government and the Alberta are committed to and will continue engaging in early, consistent, and meaningful consultation with Indigenous people. So we have committed to making sure that they sit on the table as equal partners. And we have been extremely clear that this project should only be able to go ahead with sustainable, substantial opportunities for Indigenous co-ownership. And that is our commitment. So that this means that the Indigenous communities have to agree for this pipeline to go forward, and there's no railroading that. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I really appreciated the optimism and hope that she brought with her words, and I compare that to the Conservatives that keep to this day saying that Canada is broken. Perhaps she can reflect on these divergent points of view.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to assure that Canada is not broken, and we are in a trade war, and we are trying to forge our path forward, and we are working in collaboration with everyone to move the country forward, to create jobs, and to find diverse trade opportunities, and so that it benefits all Canadians, not some Canadians, but all Canadians. And this Memorandum of Agreement is such document that elaborates that cooperation with a province, with the Indigenous peoples, and with private partnership, something bigger, a better future can be forged for our younger generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a short question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, and to the member, thank you for that speech. She emphasized a lot of clean energy initiatives, but countries like Germany and Britain now experience the highest energy costs around the world. How does the member plan to incorporate clean energy in Canada while keeping life affordable for Canadians in terms of their energy bills?
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn, in 15 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the clean energy question that we have here. We are actually working with the partners to build this right now. And I could say that in my riding, Pickering, Brooklyn, we have the biggest nuclear plant there. And we have invested a lot in nuclear energy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to stand before the House today to speak about the monumental agreement that has been signed between the governments of Canada and Alberta. We know that this country is facing a pivotal, once-in-a-generation moment, and that to overcome the challenges of our time, we must bolster and diversify our economy. Working hand in hand with provinces, Indigenous groups, and private sector to achieve lasting prosperity for all Canadians. This Memorandum of Understanding is proof that the federal and provincial governments can work collaboratively to enable and attract natural resource development while protecting the environment and respecting Indigenous rights. This agreement includes important commitments that create a path to conditions for investment in Western Canada and at the same time foster the means to lower greenhouse gas emissions and achieve critical environmental goals. Canada's progress on climate targets depends on a collaboration across all levels of government. We are strengthening federal-provincial collaboration in the energy sector to achieve our Paris targets and net zero emissions by 2050. Canada and Alberta agreed on a new framework to build a stronger, more sustainable, more competitive economy, while not backing down on our commitment to lower emissions and protect our environment. In this agreement, Alberta agreed to advance multiple ambitious clean energy projects and measures that will drive down emissions and build a more sustainable economy, including strengthened industrial carbon pricing, carbon capture, enhanced methane regulations, clean electricity regulations, and ensuring Alberta achieves a net zero electricity grid. By the looks of the motion before us today, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party doesn't agree. They've even had a chance to revise their motion through amendment and still refuse to see how important the comprehensive climate action is to this country. What the Conservatives don't understand is that for Canada to achieve net zero and be competitive at a global scale, we need to drive innovation and climate action across the country. The agreement specifies how Canada will work with the province of Alberta on the assessment of all major projects, including clean energy projects. The MOU confirms a shared commitment by Canada and the province of Alberta to deliver dependable, cost-effective, net zero electricity grid. It is contingent upon completion of a new carbon pricing agreement with Alberta, which will be finalized no later than April 1st, 2026. We're working with the clean electricity regulations, not around them, in collaboration with the province of Alberta to get to a net zero grid. Every provinces face unique realities, and we are working close with Alberta to find an approach that fits their needs. This MOU also includes concrete commitments to ensure meaningful consultation with Indigenous groups who may be affected by the development of major projects, as well as opportunities to advance economic reconciliation through Indigenous ownership and partnership, so that all can benefit from this country's resources. In fact, the commitments in the agreement demonstrate that there are real opportunities for federal and provincial governments to work in the spirit of cooperative federalism to overcome challenges and create new opportunities to build a strong and resilient economy for all of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the one commitment in the Memorandum of Understanding that I want to speak to you about specifically is the commitment to sign a cooperation agreement on impact assessment with Alberta by April 1st, 2026. It was only a few months ago that the First Ministers met and agreed to work towards the effective and efficient implementation of the goal of a single assessment process, or one project, one review, that respects our leading environmental standards and Indigenous rights for all major projects. Cooperation agreements under the Impact Assessment Act are a key tool for creating an effective and efficient system that enables us to build nation-building projects faster and responsibly. They allow the federal government to rely on provincial processes in cases where the province confirms that its assessment or regulatory processes will address potential adverse effects within federal jurisdiction. Importantly, cooperation agreements would enable the use of new and full flexibilities in the Impact Assessment Act to defer and work through provincial processes to achieve one project, one review. Cooperation agreements apply when a project is subject to both a federal and provincial assessment, which could include a project scheduled under the Building Canada Act. One project, one review processes may differ depending on the project, its potential impact, and the provincial processes that would apply to it. By working together under a cooperation agreement, we can streamline assessments, provide greater certainty to proponents, while maintaining the flexibility to implementing the appropriate approach on a project-by-project basis and ensuring meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities. Once signed, Alberta will join other provinces that have also committed to the one project, one review, including New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Manitoba, and Ontario, with whom we are finalizing new cooperation agreements after a public comment period in keeping with this government's commitment to transparency and engagement with Canadians. I am confident that we will soon have draft agreements ready with other provinces as well. Mr. Speaker, the commitment to cooperation agreements under the Impact Assessment Act began in 2019, with the first being signed with my home province of British Columbia. This has enabled most projects being assessed by both the federal and provincial governments under the Impact Assessment Act to undergo a single assessment process. We have further extended the collaboration to improve coordination on permitting for critical minerals projects and continue to have a collaborative and productive partnership with British Columbia. These agreements will be essential to achieving this government's commitment to streamlining regulatory processes for major projects so they can be completed in 2 years. Streamlined assessments for major projects do not reduce regulatory requirements, but rather focus the assessments on the most critical issues early in the process instead of at the end, in order to inform mitigation strategies and decision-making. It will also be up to the federal government to provide guidance to proponents on early and meaningful engagement with Indigenous peoples to address areas of concern well before any decisions are made and to explore opportunities for meaningful partnerships. As stipulated in the agreement with Alberta, the government remains committed to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And I just want to touch on this a little bit, Mr. Speaker, because the Constitution has been talked about a lot over the last 2 weeks, and Section 35(1) of the Constitution recognizes and affirms Aboriginal treaty rights in this country. And I come from the Musqueam First Nation on the mouth of the Fraser River, where that section was tested for the first time under the Sparrow decision, where we proved that we had the Aboriginal right to fish for food, social, and ceremonial purposes. And since then, we've come a long way in reconciliation, not just through jurisprudence, but for the commitment of reconciliation that we must work in collaboration and partnership. And a sad day was one day of almost 20 years ago when the former Prime Minister stood up and apologized about residential schools, and the Leader of the Opposition showed what he did feel about First Nations people by saying that they need to learn the value of hard work. And he continues to show his disrespect to Aboriginal people by calling them our First Nations today in this House. Well, I don't belong to anybody, Mr. Speaker. And Indigenous people across this country have a deep connection to their lands, territories, and resources, and that the way forward is in partnership with them. The partnership of Indigenous peoples in the impact assessment process is an essential way to fully understand the impacts of major projects, including impacts on Indigenous rights, and to mitigate those effects to the greatest extent possible. Under cooperation agreements, the federal government will coordinate consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples through the assessment process. We will strengthen partnerships with Indigenous groups by prioritizing early and meaningful consultation and upholding the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. It's important that we recognize that across Canada, the lands, waters, and are the traditional territories of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Indigenous peoples have cared for these environments for millennia, and their knowledge and leadership remain essential. Our journey towards reconciliation continues to be a priority for myself, and it is one of the reasons I'm standing on this side of the House today. Mr. Speaker, standing in the House today to talk about this government's commitment to building one Canadian economy through cooperative federalism and reconciliation has been an honor. This government is pleased to work together with Alberta, and I am confident that we will further strengthen our relationship and put in place the conditions necessary to collaborate on all future assessments and a cohesive climate plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member mentioned his community's involvement in the jurisprudence. My band was involved with the High Court case in 2004. We intervened. And I just want to ask the member, through the Speaker, of course, 8 months of negotiations on the MOU, and there was no involvement for First Nations. The table they've set up is a tripartite table between Alberta, BC, and federal government. Again, they excluded First Nations. When will the respect for Aboriginal rights and title start with this Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you to my colleague. I've known the member opposite for many years, and I know that he's done great work for his community. I know that this government respects Aboriginal title and rights in this country. I do know that those conversations are going to be important as we move forward, as we go towards major projects in this country. And I'd like to ask the member opposite myself, who represents many of those coastal First Nations in northwestern British Columbia, if he goes and speaks to them about how they want him to vote on the MOU.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We see that the Liberal government just wants to do what it wants. The Prime Minister wants to manage the state like a big board of directors. But here are the facts. The Assembly of First Nations asked the federal government to renounce their MOU with Alberta. Other voices in the government, experts on carbon neutrality, well, some members of that have quit because the government isn't listening to scientific experts. So we have a government that's not listening to First Nations, it's not consulting First Nations, it's not consulting scientists. Who are they not consulting as well? Canada's chief scientist. I asked questions to her when she came into committee, and she said that the current situation is one where the government is trying to skirt every law of the land. It's a nightmare, she said. So my question to my colleague is as follows. Does he still believe in science? Does he still believe in climate change? Or do they just want to become conservatives?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
The short answer is no, I do not want to be a conservative. The long answer is I do believe in climate change. I do believe in Aboriginal title and rights, and I do believe in the respect to come and speak in meaningful consultation, and that's what the commitment has been. In fact, I today had the honor of sitting down with Coastal First Nations and letting them know that I'll continue to meet with them, and this side of the House will continue to meet with them in person at their convenience, so that we can make sure that they are fully on board collaborating with any future project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're quite blessed in this House to have in our parliamentary secretary colleague someone who has experience in First Nations governance, in provincial government, and in federal government now. And I'm wondering if he could just share the perspectives that he's gained over the years in relation to the motion before us.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here as the first member of my First Nation for my home riding of Vancouver Quadra. And I've watched over the years as my mother, who was chief, as my grandfather, who was chief, as my uncle, who was chief, have further succeeded in making sure that our interests were always first and foremost. And this government on this side has made great strides in ensuring that we respect Aboriginal title and rights. I sat on the other sides of the table, and I know that I've spoken with many people on this side of the table. That's why I'm comfortable for being on this side of the table, because first and foremost, Aboriginal title and rights will be respected on this side of the government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very short one. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for Vancouver Quadra, but I'm troubled that UNDRIP was excluded from reference in Bill C-5 when they said laws can be broken to build things fast. I'm very troubled that the MOU doesn't reference UNDRIP to say we will, in clear language, respect free, prior, informed consent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 25 seconds or less.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands. And that is why, in my speech today, I did indicate that free, prior, informed consent is something that we will seek to achieve with Indigenous communities right across the province of British Columbia.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it's always great to speak on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Hope in the House, and today we're speaking about a Conservative motion that basically calls on the government to stop speaking out of both sides of its mouth. And that's what we have seen over the last number of weeks. A government that goes to Alberta and says one thing to Danielle Smith, and a government that comes back to Ottawa or goes to BC or talks to people in other parts of the country and says something completely different. And that's what we've decided to seek some clarity on today with our motion that acknowledges the MOU that was signed between the governments of Canada and Alberta, but also seeks clarity to try to get an idea of where this government actually stands, because we're not getting the same message from depending on which member you talk to. We had when the Prime Minister's trying to get a standing ovation at the Calgary Chamber of Commerce, he talks about how much he supports pipelines. Well, that's very interesting, considering the record of the government that he now leads. This is a Liberal government that cancelled the Northern Gateway pipeline, a pipeline that was approved to go from Alberta to Northern BC. It had the proponent, Enbridge, had spent over $1 billion working its way through the approval process. It had been approved by the regulator. It had a number of conditions attached to it. It had Aboriginal equity partners, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is a tragic part of this story that often gets overlooked. I knew some of the negotiators on that, Mr. Speaker. My father, Chuck Strahl, the former Honourable Jim Prentice, both Indigenous Affairs ministers who had respect in British Columbia and Alberta, who worked with those nations to help them to benefit from the economic development that would have come from the development of the Northern Gateway pipeline. They had an equity stake in that pipeline worth $2 billion. Wow. And this Liberal government just came with the stroke of a pen and ripped it out of their hands. Shameful. And when we asked the question at the time, when we said, did you consult with those First Nations, with those Indigenous communities, Aboriginal communities, before you stripped away $2 billion worth of economic development from their communities, often communities that had not had anything close to that sort of economic development for generations? This was an opportunity for them to realize potential, realize hundreds of millions of dollars being poured into those communities to improve infrastructure, to improve education, to improve outcomes for the people that live there. When we asked, did you consult with those communities before you ripped away that economic development? They said, we didn't have to, because we were just cancelling it. So when the government was taking something away from Indigenous communities, when they were ripping money out of their hands for generations to come, they didn't even bother to let them know. And now we have this government pretending that they are respecting Indigenous communities through this MOU. We just heard from the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. They've been working on this for 8 months and didn't consider talking to a First Nations leader or First Nations communities, Indigenous communities in British Columbia or Alberta. It was a complete afterthought for this government, and now they retroactively stand up and try to virtuously tell us how committed they are to Section 35 consultation and how respectful they are. We had the Minister of Natural Resources who went on TV and said, you know, maybe I'll have a Zoom meeting with them, dismissively insulting First Nations community and telling them if they wanted to consult with this Liberal government, they should just jump on a Zoom call. What an outrageous disrespect from a government that holds itself pretty high and mighty when it comes to dealing with Indigenous communities. And what was the result of Justin Trudeau declaring that the Great Bear Rainforest was no place for a pipeline, like that it was some sort of magical forest that couldn't have a pipeline, when it already had, I believe it was 207 conditions for the building of that pipeline. The work had been done, the engineering had been done, the agreements had been reached with the communities along the route. So what happened when Justin Trudeau just declared that it was a pipeline that shouldn't be there is that we sent the message, Canada sent the message, Justin Trudeau and these Liberals, many of whom are still there, many of whom are still getting up after every speech and asking questions time after time after time. This is the same government with a new leader. What happens when you tell the business community, the investment community, that even though you put $1 billion into a project and have done everything right and have crossed every T and dotted every I, that the government can just rip away that approval? What happens to investment into that country, into a jurisdiction that would allow that? It evaporates. And since that decision by the Liberal government, we have lost hundreds of thousands of jobs, and tens of billions of dollars that have gone elsewhere. Because this government, this Liberal government, does not foster an environment where things can get built. When we left office in 2015, there were at least 4 major pipelines. I'm sure I'm forgetting some of them. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you know what they are, the ones that I don't know. But there was the Energy East pipeline that was proposed to deliver Canadian oil to the Atlantic provinces. That was, by the way, proposed by a private company, TransCanada Energy. There was the Keystone XL pipeline, again, TransCanada, that proposed to send Canadian crude to the Gulf Coast. There was the Northern Gateway pipeline that I've talked about by Enbridge. And there was the Trans Mountain pipeline by Kinder Morgan. Notice the common denominator, Mr. Speaker. When Conservatives were in government, private sector investors were prepared to put their own money forward to invest in this country, to invest in big projects, billions and billions and billions of dollars. Just a couple of short years later, those were all gone because of the regulatory environment that this government put in place. They made it so difficult to build anything in this country, so difficult to invest in the country, that TransCanada abandoned both of their projects and changed their name entirely and moved their operations primarily to the south. They're now TC Energy, because TransCanada Energy, after the debacle of this Liberal government, didn't sound as attractive as it did to investors as it once had. Enbridge abandoned their project after getting a $1 billion kick between the pockets. And Kinder Morgan had the project was so risky after this government took over and changed all the rules and regulations, they completely abandoned the project, and the government had to buy it. Bill Morneau had to pay taxpayer money to get something that, under the Conservatives, the private sector was willing to do. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard that they found the light and that they are super in favor of pipelines. But we have the comments from the Prime Minister himself. Apparently he told the BC caucus about the pipeline. If BC doesn't want it, it's not going ahead. The member for Vancouver Granville said that the pipeline must have BC and First Nations consent, and we will all work to ensure that our BC coast is protected. The member for Fleetwood Port Kells said the pipeline must have consent of the Premier of British Columbia. David Eby is apparently been promised a veto by this Prime Minister. So forgive us if we don't take these guys very seriously when they talk about how pro-pipeline they are, when every one of their members that stands up talks about how we're going to give consent to the BC NDP Premier. If we don't have consent from David Eby, it's not going ahead. That doesn't sound like much of a commitment to me, Mr. Speaker. So this motion provides an opportunity for clarity. This House can declare, the Liberals can declare whether the Prime Minister, when he speaks in Alberta, is telling the truth, or the Prime Minister, when he speaks in Ottawa, is telling the truth, or whether Liberal members of Parliament from BC are the ones expressing the views of the government, or whether the Minister of Natural Resources is. It's very clear. It's laid out in the motion, which came, by the way, from the Liberal MOU. The words are drawn straight out of that Memorandum of Understanding. So we want to see pipelines built. We want to see Canada prosper. We want to see people get back to work so that we can all prosper as a nation. We can build our infrastructure, build our schools, build our education system, build the country that Canadians expect us to build, not have a government that stands in the way of that progress, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just one quick question. I'd just like to have some clarity, if the member opposite could clarify. Is the Conservative Party for or against the industrial carbon tax? Simple.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
I was told by the Liberal government every day in question period that that's an imaginary tax that doesn't exist. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confused here. Of course, we are opposed to the carbon tax. We were the ones that got the consumer carbon tax. We drove the agenda on that until the government flip-flopped and agreed that that needed to go. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that wants a carbon tax without a pipeline. We want a pipeline without a carbon tax.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you to the member for his speech. Great colleague, great parliamentarian. And he's been around here to see those previous efforts by previous companies to try and get a pipeline done. I'm the representative from Prince George. We saw over 4,000 people and their interests represented in the consultations to do with Northern Gateway. And the project had sort of, like the member said, crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's, and still the former Liberal Prime Minister just simply canceled it. You know, the government's accusing us of just playing games with this particular motion. Are we really serious about getting a pipeline done in BC? To the member.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, I'm not convinced that the Prime Minister is serious about it. I think if he wanted it to happen, he would make it very clear to his caucus that it is going to happen. He would shut down this ridiculous idea that the Premier of BC, the NDP Premier, has a veto over this pipeline. And he would make it very clear by voting in favour of this motion that he supports a pipeline just like the Conservatives do.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is topsy-turvy. The Conservatives are accusing the Liberals of not doing enough to buy a new pipeline. Mr. Speaker, who already bought a new pipeline with taxpayer money? It was the Liberals. The Conservatives have never bought a pipeline. So let's get the record straight here. $34 billion. The pipeline is called Trans Mountain. And it costs 6 or 7 times more than the initial price. And if you asked tomorrow morning the PBO, you know what he would say? He would say, we're losing money. But the Conservatives, as the great watchdogs of taxpayer money, are saying, no, let's buy a second one and lose even more money. They say it'll be good for the economy, it'll make the oil patch richer. But can the Conservatives explain what is good for Quebecers about a new pipeline? The honourable member for Chilliwack.
Conservatives didn't buy a pipeline. When we were in government, the private sector was lining up to build pipelines in every direction in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's the Liberals who had such a convoluted bunch of red tape and rules and regulations that drove that private sector investment away. So he is quite correct. Conservatives have never bought a pipeline. We didn't have to. And for this government now to say there's no proponent for this pipeline. Of course there's no proponent from this pipeline. They've driven them all out of the country. They've created a business environment that does not allow for certainty. These investments are billions and billions of dollars over decades. And when you have a Prime Minister like Justin Trudeau who will rip up a signed deal, that sends the message to invest elsewhere.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Contrary to what the member might believe, the Conservatives never built an inch of pipeline to the Pacific Ocean. Not an inch. The question I have for the member is very clear. The Premier of Alberta, the Prime Minister of Canada signed an MOU. Why will the Conservative Party not support the MOU?
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Every word in our motion is from the MOU, so I'd invite that member to put his money where his mouth is and vote to support a pipeline from Alberta to the north coast of British Columbia. He can do it in about 30 minutes.
It being 5:15, and this being the final supply day in the period ending December 10th, 2025, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Uppal, seconded by Mr. Hallan, moved that the House A. Take note of the Memorandum of Understanding between Canada and Alberta of November 27th, 2025, and B, support the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen from a strategic deep-water port on the British Columbia coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. Amendment. Mr. Poliver, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by inserting after the word including the word one and by adding after the words Indigenous peoples the following: 2. Green lighting the world's largest carbon capture, utilization, and storage (CCUS) project for the purpose of making Alberta oil among the lowest carbon intensity produced barrels of oil in the world. 3. Providing meaningful opportunity for Indigenous rights holders to participate in consultation processes and economic opportunities through Indigenous ownership, partnerships, and benefits. 4. Engaging with British Columbia immediately in a trilateral discussion on the pipeline project and during the potential development and construction of the bitumen pipeline referred to in the MOU, and to further the economic interests of BC related to their own projects of interest that involve the province of Alberta, including Interties, and Canada working with BC on other projects of national interest in their jurisdiction. If a member participating in person wishes that amendment be carried or carried on division, or if I see the member for Chilliwack Hope rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would request a recorded vote.
The question is as follows. Mr. Upal, seconded by Mr. Halan, moved that the House, A, take note of the Memorandum of Understanding between Canada and Alberta. May I dispense? A, of November 27, 2025, and B, support the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen from a strategic deepwater port on the British Columbia coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé par Monsieur...
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by inserting after the word including the word I, and by adding after the words Indigenous peoples the following. 2. Greenlighting the world's largest carbon capture, utilization and storage CCUS project for the purpose of making Alberta oil among the lowest carbon intensity produced barrels of oil in the world. 3. Providing meaningful opportunity for Indigenous rights holders to participate in consultation processes and economic opportunities through Indigenous ownership, partnerships, and benefits. 4, engaging with British Columbia immediately in a trilateral discussion on the pipeline project and during the potential development and construction of the bitumen pipeline referred to in the MOU, and to further the economic interests of BC related to their own projects of interest that involve the province of Alberta, including entities and Canada working with BC on other projects of national interest in their jurisdiction.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rood.
Miss Rood.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albultaev.
Mr. Abultaev.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Googlemine.
Mr. Googlemine.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Miss Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Miss Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Oljevsky.
Ms. Oljevsky.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Pittspa-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Frangiscato.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Belanger. Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger. Destination, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Miss McKnight.
Miss McKnight.
Miss Chartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mrs. Golmasty.
Mrs. Golmasty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zericelli.
Mr. Zericelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Miss Latenzio.
Miss Latenzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Laiteo.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi. Mr. Miles. Mr. Biddle. Monsieur Cormier. Miss Dillon. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Eolfson.
Mr. Eolfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Coto.
Mr. Coto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. McDonald Kerrigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Nathan.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
La Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
pas de main levée.
I see no hands raised. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
139, 139. Mais contre, 196, 196.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Upal, seconded by Mr. Halan, moved that the House, A, take note of the memorandum of understanding between... Dispense? No, I didn't think so. Take note of the memorandum of understanding between Canada and Alberta of November 27, 2025, and B, support the construction of one or more pipelines enabling the export of at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen from a strategic deepwater port on the British Columbia coast to reach Asian markets, including through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, while respecting the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. If a member participates... Yeah, if
Are you going to take that?
We're having a vote here. We're having a vote. If a member... Yes, the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this one, with Liberal members voting nay.
The Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply, but Conservatives will be voting in favor of this motion.
The Whip.
The Bloc Québécois Whip, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will be voting against.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
The New Democrats will apply the results of the last vote, again voting no.
And the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to apply and votes against.
The table will now compile the results of it.
Will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 139, 139. Yeas contre, 196, 196.
I declare the motion defeated.
The next question is on the supplementary estimates B. The question is as follows. Mr. Ali, seconded by... Ali, seconded by Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, moves that the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026 be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Chief Government Whip.
Carried on division, Mr. Speaker.
Carried on division, agreed? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Okay. Mr. Ali, seconded by Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, moves that a bill entitled an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026 be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Ali, appuie.
Mr. Ali, seconded by Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, moves that Bill C-17, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. If a member participating in person carried on division, agreed?
Non, oh, je déclare, oui, c'est ça, oui, j'ai déjà déclaré à présidence. Là, maintenant,
Je quitte maintenant le fauteuil.
I will now leave the chair in order for the House to...
Oui. OK. Je quitte.
I am now leaving the chair for the House to go into Committee of the Whole.
Order. The House is in Committee of the Whole to consider Bill C-17, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, that's right. Where's the light? Monsieur le Président, puis le Président.
Mr. Chair, we would like the bill to remain in its habitual form.
Mr. Speaker, the form of this bill is the same as the passed in the previous supply period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall Clause 2 carry? On division. Shall Clause 3 carry? On division. Shall Clause 4 carry? On division. Shall Clause 5 carry? On division. Shall Clause 6 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 1 carry? On division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? On division. Shall Clause 1 short title carry? On division. Shall the preamble carry? On division. Shall the title carry? On division. Shall the bill carry? On division. Shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-17 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Mr. Ali, seconded by Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, moves that Bill C-17, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating... Carried on division? Agreed? Okay. Carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Monsieur Ali.
Mr. Ali, seconded by Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, moves that Bill C-17, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member participating on division? On division, agreed. Carried on division.
Bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
C'est fini? It being 6:10, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Merci.
Private members' business consideration at second reading of Bill S-210, the Ukrainian Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. Baker.
Moi, exactement. Sinon, ça va.
private members' business. If members wishing to leave the chamber could do so quickly and quietly.
Donc on a lu Elle est déjà proposée.
Non, elle n'a pas.
Mr. Baker, seconded by Mr. Fonseca, moves that Bill S-210, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today in the House to speak to Bill S-210, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month. This legislation, if passed in the House, would designate the month of September as Ukrainian Heritage Month in Canada. Speaker, the first Ukrainian immigrants to Canada arrived on September 7th, 1891, and since then, generation upon generation of Ukrainians have come to Canada, many of them fleeing oppression and seeking a better life. Ukrainian Canadians have helped to make Canada the great country that it is today, and their contributions span our economic, political, cultural, and social life. That is why, for example, in 2011, the Ontario legislature passed a law unanimously supported by all parties to declare September 7th as Ukrainian Heritage Day. When I was president of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Ontario Provincial Council at the time, I was proud to have been one of the people who wrote the bill and helped to get it passed. And that is why I'm so proud, as your Member of Parliament, to have introduced my own bill in the House of Commons in the last 3 parliaments to designate the month of September every year as Ukrainian Heritage Month. I'd like to thank the member of the other place who introduced this bill and the many members for co-sponsoring this bill with me, and I hope that members on all sides of this House will support this legislation. You know, Speaker, watching the debate at home right now are members and leaders of the Ukrainian Canadian community. Some of them are immigrants to Canada from Ukraine. Some of them are the children and grandchildren of immigrants to Canada from Ukraine. My mother and my grandparents were immigrants to Canada from Ukraine. My grandparents, Ivan and Olena, came to Canada fleeing oppression and seeking a better life, like so many people who've immigrated to Canada from Ukraine over the past almost 135 years. My grandparents were incredibly proud of their Ukrainian heritage, but they were also incredibly proud to be Canadian. And in fact, I've said it many times, many of you have heard me say this before, that my grandparents were amongst the proudest Canadians that I've ever known. To ensure that I learned about my Ukrainian heritage, my parents and my grandparents insisted that I attend Saturday school. And Speaker, this was not unique to me. This is common to members of our Ukrainian Canadian community. After Saturday school, every Saturday, my grandfather used to pick me up, used to have lunch together, and then he would help me with my Saturday school homework for the following week. And during classes, and as I did this homework, I learned the Ukrainian language, culture, history, traditions, etc. And Speaker, I have to tell you, I have to admit that when I was a teenager and when I was a kid, I just wasn't so fond of Saturday school. And I really didn't enjoy doing homework on Saturday afternoons either. And there was one day in particular where I was very frustrated. I was struggling with whatever it is we were working on with my grandfather. And I said to him, Dido, I called him Dido. I said, Dido, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to stop. And he said to me, Ivan, you cannot stop. And he said, let me tell you why. He says, I'm incredibly proud of my heritage and my homeland, and I think as you know more, that you will be too. But then he also said, I want you to learn about the history of the Ukrainian people because so many of them came here to Canada. They came before you did, they came before I did, and they helped to make this country great. And I want you to learn about the people who made Canada great. Since 1891, Canadians of Ukrainian descent have left a historic mark on our country. Their contributions span communities from coast to coast to coast in all the ridings represented here today. They've impacted our economic, our political, our cultural, and our social life. And the significance of this bill goes beyond just cultural recognition. It's not merely a symbolic gesture that we're undertaking here today. It's a national acknowledgement. It's a national acknowledgement of people whose contributions, who shaped Canada for almost 135 years. Since 1891, Ukrainian Canadians have played an important role in making Canada the great country that it is today. And through this bill, Parliament, among other things, is recognizing these important contributions. Since 1891, Ukrainians have been coming to Canada seeking a better life, and since 1891, Canada has supported them. That is why Canada was the first country in the world to recognize Ukraine's independence in 1991. The first country in the Western world to recognize Ukraine's independence in 1991. That is why Canada was among the first countries in the world to recognize the Holodomor as a genocide. And that is why our government has been a global leader in supporting the people of Ukraine as they defend themselves against Russia's brutal invasion. And we are relentless in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Through this bill, Parliament is also recognizing those contributions, the steps that Canada has taken to support the Ukrainian-Canadian community, but also the people of Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, there's never been a more important time to adopt this bill than today. You know, I told you a story about my grandfather helping me with my Saturday school homework. Now I want to tell you a story about my grandfather from around 1991, when Ukraine declared its independence from the Soviet Union. I was with my Dido Ivan that day, and we were watching the news coverage of what was happening in Ukraine. And for context, Speaker, my grandfather was born in Ukraine, grew up in Ukraine under Soviet occupation. And on many occasions, he, like many others, like many of the people who are watching at home, their families risked their lives to achieve a free and independent Ukraine, like the people of Ukraine are doing as we speak. And so you can imagine that in 1991, sitting in his home in Toronto, in Bloor West Village, watching the news, seeing Ukraine declare its independence, what may have been, one of the most proud days of his life. At one point in our conversation, my grandfather said to me, now that Ukraine is independent, we have to continue the fight for Ukraine's independence. And I was about, I think I was 13 or 14 years old at the time, and I said, Dido, what are you talking about? Like, it's over. This is done. The Ukrainian people want independence. The world has recognized it. It's done. I said, Dido, you are wrong. And of course, I was wrong. In 2008, Russia invaded Georgia, and the world got it wrong. And in 2014, the world invaded Ukraine. First in eastern Ukraine and then Crimea, and the world got it wrong. We can't afford to get this one wrong again. And there are really, Canada's a global leader in supporting Ukraine as we speak since 2022. And I believe that there are two key reasons that we support Ukraine, that we need to support Ukraine. The first reason is because it's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. Ukrainian people are bravely fighting back to defend themselves against a brutal invasion and war crimes that are occurring daily, and we see that in the news every day. But the other reason is because supporting Ukraine is the right thing for Canada, because Ukraine's victory is vital to Canada's security. If Russia wins, it's not going to stop at Ukraine. And we know this because Vladimir Putin has told us so over and over again. Just recently, Vladimir Putin has sent Russian drones over European military bases, NATO military bases. Putin has claimed in the past parts of the Canadian Arctic as Russian territory. And European military and political leaders, elected leaders in Europe, in Western Europe, are publicly saying that Europe has to be ready for a full-blown land war with Russia in the coming years. So Russia's invasion is not just about Ukraine. Ukraine is just the first step in Russia's expansionist ambitions. And if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, then they're not going to stop there, and then Canadians and Americans and Europeans will be next. We'll be defending ourselves against Russian aggression, whether that's with our NATO partners in Europe, whether that's in the Canadian Arctic, or somewhere else in the world. So we either pay a smaller price now, to help Ukraine win, or we pay a much, much, much bigger price later in Canadian dollars and in Canadian lives. That is why we must stand with the Ukrainian people now until they win. Now, as I said, Canada, this government has been a global leader in supporting Ukraine. Since 2022, Canada has committed over $22 billion in support for Ukraine. And I want to highlight some of the types of aid, Mr. Speaker, that Canada has provided. $6.5 billion in military assistance alone. This includes a range of things. I won't list them all, but it includes air defense missiles, howitzers, Leopard 2 tanks, drones, armored vehicles, other critical equipment, etc. Canada's military training mission, Operation Unifier, has trained over 44,000 Ukrainian soldiers And over 300 CAF members, Canadian Armed Forces members, remain deployed on this mission as we speak. Canada has also committed $389 million to train Ukrainian fighter pilots for the F-16 jets that have been contributed by allies, and more than $140 million to support Ukraine's domestic drone production. That's military aid alone, Speaker. On the financial side, Canada has provided over $12.6 billion in direct financial assistance. Canada is the largest contributor of financial support to Ukraine, whether that's direct or multilateral, per capita in the world. This includes more than almost $7 billion in loans through the IMF, $500 million in direct bilateral loans, and Canada's over $5 billion contribution to the G7's new Extraordinary Revenue Acceleration Loans for Ukraine. Canada has also played a leadership role in strengthening Ukraine's economy and long-term resilience, including the modernization and parliamentary ratification here in this Parliament that many members here voted in support of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Since 2022, Canada has sanctioned nearly 2,300 people and more than 1,000 entities in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, and in total, almost 4,900 individuals and entities are currently sanctioned under Canada's autonomous sanction laws. Speaker, Ukraine is fighting on the front lines of the global struggle between democracy and tyranny, and its struggle is our struggle, and that's why we must support the Ukrainian people until we win, and that's why that's why Canada is a global leader in supporting Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, coming back to the legislation before us, this bill, it honors the past, it strengthens the present, and inspires the future. Ukrainian Heritage Month will offer a special opportunity for us to celebrate Ukrainian heritage, the role that Canada has played in supporting Ukrainian Canadians, and the contributions that Ukrainian Canadians have made to Canada. This is not just a symbolic gesture, it's a concrete, enduring recognition of a community that has shaped this country and continues to do so today. It continues to do so every day in every riding represented here by members of the House of Commons. For me, as I mentioned to you earlier, this, as a descendant of Ukrainian immigrants, of Ukrainian Canadians, this legislation, of course, has a personal element, but it is profoundly national. Mr. Speaker, by passing Bill S-210, Parliament will be affirming that Ukrainian Canadians are integral to Canada, that their heritage deserves celebration, and that Canada stands with the Ukrainian people, not only in wartime, but all the time. So I urge all members of this House to support Bill S-210 and to join me in designating each September as Ukrainian Heritage Month in Canada. Speaker, I want to finish with some words from Ukraine's most prolific poet, Taras Shevchenko. Taras Shevchenko once famously said, in Ukrainian, and then I will translate, he once famously said, "Вчитеся, брати мої, думайте, читайте. Чужого навчайтесь, а свого не цурайтесь." Translated, this means teach, read, and learn from others, but always be proud of that which is your own. Today, I think what my grandparents would feel, what a lot of the people watching at home feel, what their parents and their grandparents would feel, what generations of Ukrainian Canadians who've come to Canada for almost 135 years would feel if they were here today. Proud of the contributions that Ukrainian Canadians have made to Canada since 1891, proud of their Ukrainian heritage, and proud to be Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I am a strong supporter of Ukraine, and I find great irony in the member opposite's speech. On the very day that he speaks to this motion, he stood up and voted against getting Canadian oil and gas to world markets. You know what that did, Mr. Speaker? That required our allies to buy Russian oil and gas, directly funding their war effort in Ukraine and leading to more death and destruction. Instead, the member should be focusing on what the government is not doing, turning a blind eye to sanctions evasions and transshipment where Canadian arms and technology are ending up in Russian hands. So will he stand up and explain why he voted against getting our oil and gas and supporting our allies in Ukraine?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Well, I would say to the member opposite that today we're debating Ukrainian Heritage Month, the contributions of Ukrainian Canadians to Canada, what Canada has done to support the Ukrainian Canadians and Ukrainian people, and how important it is to pass this bill at this very time in a nonpartisan fashion, as was done in the other place. And I'll just say, let's all come together and support Ukrainian Heritage Month. I think the people in the Ukrainian Canadian community are watching, Canadians are watching. I think they'd want us to come together on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to make a comment on the question or the comment that the Conservative member just made. I understand that he's new in this House and he'll have the opportunity to see other moments like the moment that's before us tonight, where we have before us a bill for Ukrainian Heritage Month. There are other Heritage Months that already exist, others that are on the table, and usually that's a moment where members from all parties come together with a certain amount of collegiality, and there are other moments to criticize poor decisions from the government. But this evening, I join my voice with that of my colleague from Etobicoke to highlight the importance of Ukrainian Heritage Month, as proposed in Bill S210. I've worked with the member several times in the Canada-Ukraine Friendship Group, and since February 22 and the war caused by Russia, we've seen all the damage that's been caused. If this Ukrainian Heritage Month is put in place, it will certainly allow everyone across Quebec and Canada to learn more about the history of the Ukrainian nation. And I would ask my colleague to explain why it's important that we understand more about Ukraine and that we learn more about Ukraine than just what we see in the news. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the words from my colleague. And I have had the opportunity to work with him and other colleagues on the Canada-Ukraine Friendship Group Committee. He's a great ally of Ukraine and the cause of Ukraine, and I really appreciate his work and his efforts. In terms of his question, it is important, I think, that we celebrate Ukrainian heritage because it's an important part of Canadian multiculturalism and our society. But particularly right now, at a time when we're fighting to defend that heritage, I think it's very important that we understand that. So I appreciate my colleagues' support. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a comment, not a question. I think that it's necessary.
The Honourable Member, not only for his speech on what I believe is a very important issue, and I think that I join all members in this House in saying that we look forward to voting in favour of that, but I also want to commend the Honourable Member for his steadfast work in advocating for the support of the people of Ukraine. He is amongst a select few members of this House that have been steadfast, that have never stopped advocating and fighting to bring the voices of the people of Ukraine here to this House. And I want to thank him for that, not only as a Member of Parliament for Vaudreuil, but all members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Well, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his kind words, and I want to say that the work that Canada is doing on Ukraine is a result of the work of many members. It's a real team effort, and I want to thank him and other colleagues for their support. We wouldn't have gotten here without that, and so this is a team effort. It's in Ukraine's interest. It's the right thing to do, but it's in our interest, and we got to make sure the Ukrainians win. So thank you for your support, colleagues. Thank you.
We have time for a very, very short question. Question et comment. The member for Terra Nova de Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There's been a lot of talk about Ukraine and Russia, and Canada has been supporting Ukraine in that war. Newfoundland and Labrador has a great opportunity to be able to provide oil and gas to the rest of the world, including Germany. Councillors from Germany came to Newfoundland and Labrador looking for natural gas, and the Liberal government said, no, sorry, there's no business case for that. Will this Liberal government repeal C-69 and...
Did say a short question. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre in about 20 seconds or less.
Well, 2 points I would make. First of all, when Canada actually, in the last government, enabled the pumping of much more natural gas to global markets, which ultimately helps ensure the gas gets to Europe and to other allies and brings the price down for our European allies and gets the supply up. And secondly, the Prime Minister just signed an agreement with the Premier of Alberta for an MOU for a pipeline. So we're working on energy, we're working on supporting Ukraine.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The friendship and the ties between Canada and Ukraine are deep and historic. The first recorded arrival of Ukrainians to Canada took place in the month of September, more than 125 years ago. In the decades that followed, many more Ukrainians made the journey to Canada in search of opportunity. While they settled in communities across the country, their mark is particularly significant on the prairies, living in difficult conditions that and enduring harsh prairie winters, they worked tirelessly to build new lives and communities. They cleared farmlands, built churches and schools, raised families, and helped shape many of the prairie towns and villages that still stand today. For generations, Ukrainian Canadians have played a foundational role in building not only the prairies, but also the very fabric of our nation. They have enriched Canada's social, economic, and cultural life, founding businesses, contributing to local economies, advancing the arts, preserving their language and traditions, and strengthening the civic life of their communities. Canadians of Ukrainian heritage have also defended our nation and our values in combat. In fact, Ukrainian Canadians enlisted in great numbers to fight for Canada in the Second World War. Their enlistment rate was the highest of any ethnic group outside those of British descent. And in a country like Canada, where hockey occupies such a big place in our hearts, they also brought victories on the ice, with names like Wayne Gretzky coming to mind. For myself, as a proud Canadian of Ukrainian heritage, I'm actually a great-granddaughter of Ukrainian immigrants who settled in southeastern Saskatchewan, both on my mother and my father's side. They are the ones who helped plow the land. They helped clear the bush. I actually recall stories of my grandparents and even my parents who would recall the times where they would be in the field picking stones by hand. And it was something that we were often threatened with when we were younger, that we would have to go out and pick stones from the field. There is a strong connection between Canada and Ukraine, and this is deeply personal for me. Today I'm wearing my Veshevenka, a traditional embroidered shirt. Ooh, I didn't think I was going to get emotional. That reflects the rich culture and history of the Ukrainian people. I want to add that my mother is the one, my late mother, who passed away 5 years ago, is the one that embroidered this for me. My parents felt very strongly to preserve our Ukrainian heritage, and I actually Ukrainian danced for 14 years of my childhood. And this is one of the Veshevenkas that she embroidered for me so that I could display not only our heritage, but the importance of preserving that. So this represents the endurance of a community that has preserved its language, oh, thank you very much, traditions and culture despite hardship, displacement, and attempts to erase their identity. My family, like so many others, settled in the prairies and passed down values, culture, and traditions that continue to shape our communities. Today, the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada stands at nearly 1.4 million people. By designating September as Ukrainian Heritage Month, we celebrate this remarkable heritage and honor the contributions of Ukrainian Canadians to our shared history. We also recognize that nearly 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians who continue to contribute to our nation. And we celebrate their traditions, their language, and culture that they have worked so hard to preserve for generations. The designation of Ukrainian Heritage Month is significant not just because of the fact that Canada has the third largest diaspora in the world, but because of the strong bond between Ukraine and Canada. The bond between Canada and Ukraine has always been rooted in our shared values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Conservatives have always stood firm in defense of those values, and we have always stood firmly in support of Ukraine. In fact, Conservatives have a steadfast record of standing with Ukraine. On August 24th, in 1991, Ukraine declared its independence from the Kremlin rule. And it was on December 2nd, 1991, that Canada became the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence under a Conservative government. Later, in 2008, it was another Conservative government that officially recognized the Holodomor genocide. This recognition commemorates the deliberate starvation that was carried out by Stalin's regime, which killed millions of men, women, and children in Ukraine between 1932 and 1933. After Putin's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, Prime Minister Stephen Harper delivered a blunt message to Vladimir Putin to get out of Crimea. Conservatives also negotiated a free trade agreement. We launched Operation Unifier, a military training mission to support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We also imposed the toughest sanctions in the world on those responsible for Russia's aggression at the time. When Putin launched his full-scale invasion in 2022, we have continued to stand with the Ukrainian people as they defend their freedom, independence, and sovereignty. It is against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, of resilience that Ukrainian Heritage Month takes an even deeper significance. So as we in this House consider the designation of September as Ukrainian Heritage Month, it is in this context. It is in the context of Ukraine being at war with Putin. It is in the context of democracy, freedom, and territorial sovereignty being under attack. And it is the context of its people standing firm in defense of rule-based international order. A Ukrainian Heritage Month offers all Canadians an opportunity to reflect on the values that unite us. It reminds us that freedom is precious and must always be defended. It reminds us of the strength that comes from standing together, and it reinforces what binds us as a nation. It celebrates the courage of those who came before us and the contributions of those who continue to enrich our country today. And it inspires future generations to carry forward these values and contributions with pride and determination. Again, Mr. Speaker, by designating September as Ukrainian Heritage Month, we celebrate the rich history and enduring contributions of Ukrainian Canadians to the Canadian story. We celebrate the nearly 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians who continue to contribute to our nation in every province and territory. We recognize the traditions, the language, and the culture that they have preserved against tremendous odds. These rich traditions are already celebrated across the country through festivals, provincial proclamations, community events, and cultural gatherings. These celebrations inspire pride, reflection, and a deeper understanding of the vital role Ukrainian Canadians have played and continue to play in shaping our country. The federal designation will give these celebrations national recognition. It will amplify the message that standing with Ukraine and honoring its people and their heritage remains a priority for Canada. I look forward to supporting Bill S-210, and I hope that this bill will have the support of the members of this House. By embracing this designation, we do more than celebrate heritage. We reaffirm our commitment to freedom, to democracy, and the enduring bonds between Canada and Ukraine. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great humility that I speak to this bill, especially after the speech given by the member for Battle Fords, Lloydminster Meadow Lake of the Conservative Party, and the speech from my colleague from Etobicoke Centre. They have ties with the Ukrainian people, community, and Ukraine. I don't have any familial links with Ukraine, so it's with great humility that I'm also standing up to defend S-210. Why am I doing so? to bring a message that I have shouldered since I've been part of this friendship group. Being part of this group has allowed me to learn a lot and to realize how in Quebec we haven't been as lucky as other provinces that have been able to benefit from Ukrainian immigration over the last 100, 125 years. To be honest, Mrs. Speaker, and I will be humble in communicating my ignorance, is that I knew that Ukraine was part of the USSR back in the day. And as such, I believe that its culture would not be able to extend very far under the USSR. But it's very important to do so, especially given the current context. I joined the group a few months before the pandemic. We had meetings, but meetings were rarer and rarer. Then, the current situation began in February 2022 with the monstrous invasion of Ukraine by Russia, with the brutalities and horrors that we have seen, heard about, and read about almost daily since. Having the opportunity to better understand Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian history, which is a rich history and that needs to be learnt, that needs to be celebrated, would allow us to better embrace our support for Ukraine in this conflict. Mr. Speaker, the groups that I have had the opportunity to meet are divided. There's political groups, meetings that are calls to help, support, logistical support, financial support for Ukraine in its struggle against the Russian invader. There are also meetings, I wouldn't call them social meetings, but human meetings between humans that are absolutely fabulous. For example, when we celebrate Vyshyvanka Day, we discover a wonderful an irresistible part of Ukrainian culture. We talk to young people, old people, who are proud of their culture and who want nothing more than to share it. Once again, I would like to share this tool, the tool that would be created under this bill, creating a Ukrainian Heritage Month. This would be essential given the current context where these people don't have enough opportunities to shine. They don't have a sufficient number of opportunities to show the excellence that they can share. And this Ukrainian Heritage Month, that will be every September, will be used judiciously by the Ukrainian diaspora because, once again, it will be the opportunity to share culinary traditions that are, and you know that I do love my food, but they are outstanding. Ukrainian food is outstanding. Music is outstanding. Ukrainian dances are outstanding. These are all elements that are part of the Ukrainian culture, but that's not what we see every day, but that's what we should be able to see. So what we should, on our end, be able to highlight. Mr. Speaker, I'd never heard of the Holodomor. I'd never heard of the Holodomor before I took part in the group, the Canada-Ukraine group. This nation lived under the Soviet thumb for so long. And so we were not able to get information that would have given us a better idea of what the population and the nation lived through. But when I learnt about all of that, I told myself, it's wild that we weren't exposed to this and we weren't aware of this, especially in Quebec, because there wasn't a lot of Ukrainian immigration in Quebec. In Quebec, I think it's wild that currently we don't communicate these stories. So every year, I remind everyone here how important it is to transmit and to share information, awareness, education, communication, especially communicating horrors that should never happen again. We need to remind ourselves of what happened to avoid it happening again in the future. Education, awareness, information sharing, sharing culture, enriching our common culture as well. That's what we want to see when we welcome immigrants. People who come with such a rich culture, we hope that they will integrate to enrich our common culture. And that's what a Heritage Month could do. There are Heritage Months for many different cultures, Mrs. Speaker, but I believe that this one is very dear to me because I believe that we would all benefit from learning more about Ukraine. And if people learnt more and heard more about the beauty of Ukrainian culture and history, I think that we would all push for an end to the conflict. Quebecers and Canadians alike, we would be more mobilized, we'd be more awareness of the horrors that are being perpetrated. So, Mr. Speaker, unsurprisingly, you will have guessed that we will be vigorously supporting Bill S210. We will be strongly supporting the instauration of a Ukrainian Heritage Month. We will support this proposal with enthusiasm and with pride. I would like to remind everyone, as I finish, that rarely do we have the opportunity to debate in a cordial fashion here in the House of Commons. Often, we have tense bills being debated that lead to disagreements, but when we have a bill like this one, Mr. Speaker, that are consensual bills, generally speaking, I think that it's perfectly pleasant to debate it and to discuss it and to hear MPs from various political stripes speaking with the same point of view and with the same level of passion on something that unites us rather than divides us. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, please the debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's quite an honor here to rise in this House today to speak on S210, Ukrainian Heritage Month, and to recognize the extraordinary contributions of Ukrainian Canadians across our country, particularly the vibrant, compassionate, and deeply rooted Ukrainian community of Mississauga. Mr. Speaker, Canada is home to over 1.3 million people of Ukrainian descent, a community whose presence here dates back more than 125 years. And that's why I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for looking and bringing forward this bill to designate the month of September as Ukrainian Heritage Month, giving all Canadians the opportunity to learn, to remember, and to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin with something personal. I'm not Ukrainian descent. I was born in Portugal. And like so many families, my parents came to Canada seeking opportunity and a better life. But through marriage, through family, and through community, I've gained a deep appreciation and respect for the Ukrainian community and spirit. My wife, Christina Yaremchuk, is proudly of Ukrainian heritage. Her family comes from the beautiful and historic Lviv region, a region known for its culture, its faith, its fierce commitment to freedom. Through Christina, through her parents, through our extended Ukrainian family, I have come to understand what Ukrainian identity means: perseverance, dignity, cultural pride, and love of community. Christina is also dedicated to the Ukrainian Catholic Women's League, an organization that has done so much, especially in recent years, to mobilize humanitarian aid and support for newcomers, preserve traditions, and strengthen community life. And our two boys, Alexander and Sebastian, who grew up dancing with Barvinok, one of Canada's most celebrated Ukrainian dance ensembles. My wife and I wanted them to learn culture, to feel those stories in the steps, in the music, and the colors. I remember watching them backstage at performances and seeing the pride in their faces that they put on their embroidered Vyshyvanka shirts and their boots. Those are memories that I hold deeply, Mr. Speaker. In Mississauga, we're proud to be home to one of the most active and influential Ukrainian communities in our nation. Walking through our neighborhoods, whether in Cooksville or Applewood or across our broader region, you can see the legacy of a people who came here seeking opportunity, safety, dignity, who helped build Canada. And we know that the Canada that we know today. St. Mary's Canadian Ukrainian Catholic Church, in the heart of Mississauga, has long been more than a place of worship. It's a spiritual anchor, and a gathering space for thousands. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was there with my family meeting Father Jerry and the community for their annual Christmas Bazaar, where hundreds gathered for folklore and festivities. St. Mary's is where families celebrate baptisms and weddings and Christmas Eve liturgies, filled with candlelight, incense, the unmistakable beauty of Ukrainian hymnody. It is where newcomers have found support groups, charitable assistance, and a community that welcomes them with open arms. Nearby, the Barvinok Ukrainian Dance School, under the leadership of Fadir Danilak, continues a tradition that stretches back generations. The dancers, children, teenagers, adults carry forward the colors, the steps, the stories of Ukraine. Every time Barvinok performs in Mississauga or across Canada, and for that matter, the world, they remind us that culture is not only preserved, it's lived, it's danced, it's sung, and passed from one generation to the next. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak of the Ukrainian presence in Mississauga without honoring the role of St. Sophia Catholic School. For decades, St. Sophia has taught thousands of young people the Ukrainian language, Ukrainian history, and enduring values of faith and community and cultural pride. The impact of that school is profound. Many of its graduates become leaders, educators, entrepreneurs, artists who carry their heritage proudly while contributing to the fabric of our country. Not long ago, I spoke with a Mississauga parent who told me that she enrolled her daughter at St. Sophia because she wanted her to know who she is and where she comes from. That young girl is now in high school, fluent in Ukrainian, still volunteering at community events, still dancing with Barvinok. This is how culture endures. This is how Canada grows stronger. Mr. Speaker, one cannot spend time with Ukrainian Canadians in Mississauga without hearing stories about sacrifice and resilience. I met a newcomer mother who arrived with her 2 children after fleeing the war in Ukraine. She spoke about landing at Pearson Airport, 1 suitcase, no job, no certainty about the future. But she also spoke about how St. Mary's parishioners rallied around her, finding her temporary housing, helping her access settlement services, bringing her clothing and food, and ensuring that her children were enrolled in school within days. Canada was the first Western nation to recognize Ukraine's independence in 1991, and we remain steadfast in supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity today. Canada and Ukraine are a partnership of values, of courage, and of friendship. We stand for sovereignty, democracy, human rights, and peace. Beyond recognizing Ukraine's independence in 1991, Canada was one of the first countries to condemn Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, impose sanctions against those attacking Ukrainian sovereignty, provide military training through Operation Unifier, supply humanitarian aid, welcome displaced Ukrainian families, and support Ukraine on the international stage in every forum, NATO, G7, United Nations. Canada has helped rebuild power grids, supply medical equipment, support demining, and strengthening Ukraine's democratic institutions. Ukraine is not only fighting for its territory, it's fighting for the principles that we hold together. And Canada stands proudly beside it. This is why I want to take a moment to thank my colleague, the member for Etobicoke Centre, who has been a true champion for Ukraine in this Parliament, advocating tirelessly for humanitarian aid, military support, and the protection of Ukrainian culture and identity. His leadership has been felt not only here, but in Ukraine and communities across the GTA and Canada. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate culture and heritage, we must also remember the history, especially its darkest chapters. The Holodomor was a man-made famine imposed by Stalin's regime in 1932 and 33, killing millions of innocent Ukrainian men, women, and children. It was a genocide, an attempt to erase a people, their language, their identity, and their existence. In Mississauga, yearly we gather at a memorial organized with the leadership of St. Mary's and the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. The UCC has helped to make sure that Canadians are aware of this. The Holodomor through school programs, public exhibits, their Holodomor bus, which arrives here at Parliament Hill, survivor testimonials, and community vigils. The UCC, both nationally and through its Ontario and locals chapters, is the backbone of Ukrainian community life in Canada. They advocate, educate, organize cultural events, support newcomers, and mobilize volunteers. Their work in Mississauga, actually together with my wife, Councillor Christina Yaremchuk-Fonseca, and Chairwoman Lilia Gulich, held the first Ukrainian flag raising in our city of Mississauga and an art exhibition the city this year. The UCC ensures that the Ukrainian identity remains strong and future generations understand their heritage. Mr. Speaker, Ukrainian Heritage Month is a moment to celebrate the music and art of Barvinok, the faith and community of St. Mary's Church, the education and culture grounding of St. Sophia School, the leadership of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, the resilience of families who came here seeking hope, and the generations who helped build Mississauga into a thriving multicultural city it is today, and Canada into a true symbol of hope. Mr. Speaker, in this House, during Ukrainian Heritage Month and throughout the year, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting Ukraine, defending democracy, promoting peace, and celebrating the heritage of all who call Canada home. May Canada always stand with you, Ukraine. May our communities continue to grow in friendship. May the spirit of the Ukrainian people be resilient, hopeful, and unbreakable. Continue to shine brightly across Mississauga and across our great country. Speaker, Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Fort McMurray Cold Lake and speak in support of S210, a bill which aims to designate September as Ukrainian Heritage Month. The first documented Ukrainian immigrants came to Canada in 1891 and settled east of Edmonton at Edna, which is now known as Star, Alberta. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians came to Canada during this first wave. They brought with them farming practices, culture, language, and incredible resilience. During the First World War, while thousands of first-wave Ukrainians signed up to fight and defend Canada, thousands of Ukrainian Canadians from Austro-Hungarian Empire were classified by the Government of Canada as enemy aliens and interred in camps across Canada. Throughout their time interred, they experienced large amounts of forced labor, building national monuments like Banff National Park that many Canadians enjoy today. But after World War I, there was a second wave of Ukrainian immigrants that came to Canada. During this time, the land in Ukraine had been used as a battleground, leaving entire communities destroyed and thousands of displaced Ukrainians. Many of these displaced Ukrainians were farmers, professionals, and intellectuals who came to Canada so they could rebuild their lives. The already strong, rich, vibrant community of Ukrainian Canadians from the first wave of immigration, combined with the similar farmlands, made Canada an ideal place for these Ukrainians to find a new home. The conditions were incredibly harsh, but Ukrainians came and they persevered. They created communities, built churches and schools, and shared their culture with their new neighbors. My great-grandparents came to Canada from Ukraine over 100 years ago in the second wave of immigration, and they homesteaded in Gilwood, Alberta, outside of High Prairie in northern Alberta. They faced tremendous hardships, like the many that came to homestead in this densely forested landscape. They survived in large part due to the relationships that they were able to forge with local Indigenous peoples, who showed them traditional harvesting of berries, hunting techniques, and how to build homes so that they could survive the incredibly cold prairie winters. Early Ukrainian settlers in the prairies relied on this traditional knowledge from these Indigenous peoples in the region to help them survive and adapt to their new environment. In exchange, Ukrainians then shared their beloved babushkas, flower-printed scarves,
now known by generations of Indigenous peoples as kukum scarves. These kukum scarves, tracing back to Ukrainian trade with local Indigenous communities, have now been adopted into Indigenous cultural practices, including in powwows, in fashion, and homeware. The floral scarf was found to be similar with Cree, Dene, and Métis beadwork, which led to the community's sharing of knowledge and culture and cross-sharing. These scarves then symbolized a shared history between Ukrainian Canadian community and Indigenous groups and created relationships, trade opportunities, and welcoming of each other into their communities. An impression that lasted for generations to come. One of the many symbols of Ukrainian resilience is the spread of a rich and strong Ukrainian Canadian culture through Ukrainian food, dance, newspapers, bilingual schools, and monuments. Ukrainian dance has been a way for many young Ukrainian Canadians to connect with their culture and know their heritage. I was lucky enough as a kid to dance with Fort McMurray's Aurora Ukrainian Dance Community, the dance troupe that my son now dances with today. It was an opportunity for me and for countless Ukrainians to learn about their culture, to learn about their community, and to learn new traditions. But beyond that, Ukrainian Canadians were instrumental in preserving the Ukrainian identity during times of Russian oppression. Because what some people might not understand is the key and the theme of resilience in the Ukrainian community is so incredibly important. Because through history, Ukrainians have had to fight Russian oppression in so many different spaces and places. So these Ukrainian Canadians that came helped preserve their Ukrainian identity, ensuring this rich culture lived on. Over generations, Ukrainian communities kept the Ukrainian heritage and culture alive, even while Ukraine was suffering under Soviet oppression. At a time where Ukrainians were having their culture systemically stripped from them and erased by the Soviet Union. By the Soviet Union. One example of Ukrainian Canadians preserving Ukrainian culture was in dance. Early immigrants brought their folk dances and their vibrant folk dances to the community, and these dances were eventually professionalized, with dance companies like Shumka Dancers in Edmonton as a perfect example of the mark Ukrainian Canadians have left on Canadian society as a whole. Shumka, which was established in 1959, is distinguished and world-class. They have performed for Queen Elizabeth II, prime ministers, presidents, and shared the stage with figures like Andrea Bocelli, Julie Andrews, and countless Ukrainian artists. They have performed cross-Canada tours across the world, including in China and in the beloved Ukraine. This goes to show that Ukrainian cultural expression in Canada is alive and strong, leaving a mark on our nation and around the world. Having a strong Ukrainian community that is resilient and passionate was shown also in our strength and our recognition of the Holodomor, which was a despicable and evil, man-made genocide famine that systemically tried to kill Ukrainians simply for being Ukrainian by Stalin. And the very first monument for the Holodomor in the entire world was built in Edmonton, Alberta in 1983. And this was built at a time where speaking of the Holodomor in Ukraine was not allowed. They were still under Soviet rule. This was the very first time that it was spoken truth to power, and that was in the Western world. It was an incredibly powerful sentiment to the Ukrainian people, and it demonstrated our strong ties and connections. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when President Zelensky came here just a few years ago, he mentioned the importance of that very monument and what it meant for the Ukrainian people. The USSR had intentionally hid this famine that they had created from the world, and so putting truth to words and having a monument to this was incredibly important. The creation of this monument was just one example of the Canadian-Ukrainian community and their strong ties. One interesting piece that I'd like to share that shows part of the Ukrainian-Canadian culture, and if you've driven through the prairies, you will see the beautiful onion dome churches that dot the prairie landscape. Because when Ukrainian communities came to Canada, they brought their strongly rooted faith with them. And so as they set up communities, they built these stunningly beautiful churches. And they are still alive and well on the prairies. Many of them still welcome parishioners on Sundays for Mass. But, Mr. Speaker, there is one of these Western Canadian Ukrainian churches that is here in the National Capital Region, and that is the St. Onufrius Ukrainian Catholic Church, which came from just outside of Smoky Lake, Alberta, and it is located actually within the Canadian Museum of History. And they are an active parish, and they have Mass, I've told, once a year so that they can stay as an active parish. And so it gives an opportunity to commemorate, honor, and remember the continuing importance and impact of the vibrant Ukrainian community has on both Canada's history, but on Canadian society today. This strong community has created generations of hardworking, high-achieving, outstanding figures, whether it was the first Canadian female to walk on space, Roberta Bondar, the Great One and hockey superstar Wayne Gretzky, or people in the political sphere like the first Ukrainian elected to a provincial legislature, which happened in Alberta and was Andrew Shandro, a relative of a former Alberta MLA, Tyler Shandro, who's a great friend of mine and UCC board member, so shout out to Tyler. But also the late, great Gene Zwodeski, who was the former Speaker of Alberta's legislature. But before getting into politics, he was involved with the Alberta Shumka Dancers and went on to become their music director. Growing up in Alberta, that is very common. We also had Ed Stelmach, a former Premier of Alberta, and his spectacular wife, Marie, who came from Andrew, Alberta, and were fundamental in establishing the Ukrainian cultural village that unfortunately did sustain some fires in east of Edmonton, but it is spectacular. And Mr. Speaker, part of why we talk about these things is because it is not just Ukrainian, it is creating a culture that is alive and well today. And so in conclusion, the Ukrainian community are strong, passionate, and important to contemporary culture and society in Canada. And Conservatives have and will continue to support Ukraine as they fight their oppression from Russia and Putin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
And of course, today being a late show, I get a chance to follow up on a couple of questions that I asked on November 3rd. Going back to that time, I asked questions, interestingly, about bonuses being paid to executives. Of course, the responses to those questions had nothing to do with the questions I asked at the time. So we expect that we'll get a chance to hear some of those answers today in the response from the Parliamentary Secretary. The questions were, Mr. Speaker, that we talked about every single dollar that the Liberal government brags about spending coming from the pockets of hardworking Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. And while Canadians, of course, are lining up at food banks in record numbers, their own money is being used by this Liberal government to hand out hundreds of millions of dollars in bonuses. And I raised the alarm that, for example, 100% of Via Rail executives got bonuses averaging $110,000 on top of their regular pay under this government. And I talked about that being incomprehensible and completely irresponsible. And at the time, of course, the Liberals were doing everything that they could to force an election that nobody in Canada wanted, with a budget that was completely reckless. The budget actually came out the next day. We had some hints as to what was going to be in it. Of course, the next day we found out that though the Prime Minister had promised a minuscule deficit of only $62 billion, yes, 62 billion with a B, during the election campaign, that was what was promised, $62 billion budget. And instead, just a few months later, this self-proclaimed economic mastermind put forward a budget that was $78 billion in deficit. So we went from $62 billion promised in the election campaign in April to $78 billion in a November budget. And I raised the fact that it was incomprehensible to me that in this fiscal crisis that we're in, that 100% of Via Rail executives were able to get bonuses. I pointed out in my second question that in 2015, the New York Times reported that Canada had the richest middle class in the world in 2015 when this government came to power. We had a balanced budget when this government came to power. And after that, of course, the finance minister who put forward the budget, he was elected. I raised in my second question the fact that during an epic housing crisis, 99% of CMHC executives got bonuses, averaging $43,000. In the middle of a housing crisis, 99% of CMHC executives got bonuses, averaging $43,000. I asked how that was okay. We got no answers to those questions, no references at all to the level of bonuses executives were getting paid under this government. I hope that, having had a month and a half to research this information, that we'll hear an answer now. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's an interesting proposition the member has just put across the floor. I read his question. And traditionally, what we see is Conservatives that like to downplay Canada. And he's talking about being discouraged because of Canada's middle class and trying to infer that the government's not doing a good job. But it's a common theme that the Conservatives like to say to Canadians, you know, that Canada is broken. So in wanting to be able to address that aspect of his comments, I did a very quick Google. The member can do it, the same thing, you know, best countries in the world to live. And here's what came out, interesting enough. You know, it lists the best countries to live consistently rank high for quality of life, happiness, stability, and well-being. Switzerland, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Australia, and Netherlands. Canada is often at the top. When you take top contenders by category, Canada leads in living standards, family life, education, and stability. And that's just a quick Google search. But you know, as I say, they like to talk down Canada. They're very good at doing that. And there is a lot of good things that are happening, Mr. Speaker, in Canada. And then on the other hand, they like to take what I classify as the pot shots. Try to give some sort of a false impression. Like, if you listen to the member, and here's where he challenged me. He says, give me more details on bonuses. Have I got news for the member across the way? Stephen Harper also gave out bonuses, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives also gave out grand bonuses for performances and so forth. Sometimes justified, maybe sometimes not justified. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, that Canada has what I would argue is the best civil service, that countries around the world look to Canada in terms of how it is we are able to administer the type of public policies that we have and the services that we provide to Canadians. And if I've had the opportunity to be at both levels, the federal level and the provincial level, both for a number of years. And I can assure the member opposite, whether it's a Crown corporation, whether it's civil servants, and I dare say even MPs' offices, that they provide performance bonuses. And in fact, I suspect even the member opposite that's raised the issue has provided performance bonuses. I don't know that, so my apologies if he has not, but I think that's all a part of it. And yes, even I get frustrated at times with the amount of a bonus, certain situations that take place, Mr. Speaker. But I think that at the end of the day, there's great to be able, and this is what I like about the budget implementation bill, Mr. Speaker, is because when you break it down, it goes into many of the different standing committees. And it provides members such as himself to be able to go into the details on some of those bonuses and maybe get some more specific answers that he's looking for. And I would really encourage the member to get more engaged at that committee structure level. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, a committee is as effective as the personalities that make it up. And
the honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know when the last time the honourable member was actually at committee. But Mr. Speaker, he does talk about, somehow he's talking about taking pot shots. I don't know how he defines a pot shot. When I point out that he ran an election where his leader promised an already devastating budget deficit of $62 billion. We're talking record level budget deficits. And then a few months later, they put forward a budget that is $78 billion budget deficit. $78 billion, that somehow that's a pot shot. I asked him to explain how they can justify 100% of Via Rail executives getting bonuses, and he calls that a pot shot. That's a fair question in a democratic society. It's a fair question for this time, and he's got 1 minute. I hope he'll actually answer this question this time. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when I was talking about the pot shots, I was reflecting on the question in which the member had asked and the way in which the Conservatives continue to downplay Canada as a nation. And then you just take a look in terms of the questions that he just finished saying there. He again takes shots in regards to the Prime Minister because he says, well, the deficit. But what he doesn't tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that look at Canada as a nation, and we are number one in terms of the lowest net debt-to-debt ratio in the G7, the lowest. We're number 2 on the deficit. And if you compare who had the worst deficit, just look at your leader of the Conservative Party on an inflation basis, the 2009 budget. But you see, Mr. Speaker, that's what I mean. They tell half. I won't say the next word that follows it. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a lot that we can be grateful here in Canada for.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is a total and complete hypocrite. During the recent federal election campaign, he presented himself as Captain Canada. He wrapped himself around the Canadian flag with his elbows up. He wove a story of having resigned as chair of the multi-billion-dollar investment firm Brookfield to come to Canada's rescue at a time of crisis. Of course, this self-serving narrative is pure fiction because what the Prime Minister didn't tell Canadians was that as chair of Brookfield, he played a key role in helping Brookfield avoid paying billions of dollars in taxes in Canada through Brookfield's shady use of offshore tax havens. In fact, the Prime Minister has the dubious distinction of being chair of Canada's biggest corporate tax dodger. Analysis reveals that of Canada's 123 largest corporations, there is no bigger tax dodger than Brookfield. Brookfield managed to avoid paying a staggering $6.5 billion of taxes in Canada in only 5 years. And I want to emphasize that the Prime Minister was not a bystander to Brookfield's tax dodging. He was an architect, including setting up and registering 3 multi-billion-dollar investment funds in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands, which of course are notorious offshore tax havens. And not only that, the Prime Minister stands to profit from one of these funds that he registered in Bermuda in the way of future bonus pay. In short, this is a Prime Minister who stands to make tens of millions of dollars as a direct result of his tax dodging scheme. So much for Captain Canada, so much for Mr. Elbows Up. And meanwhile, this Prime Minister has the audacity to tell Canadians that they need to sacrifice more. Well, I've got news for this arrogant and out-of-touch Prime Minister. Millions of Canadians get up every day, they work hard, they play by the rules, and yes, they pay their taxes in Canada. Why won't he? He has a responsibility to do so, and in the meantime, he has a responsibility to come clean and tell Canadians how much he has in offshore tax havens.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I do have a lot to say on this particular issue, but let's be very clear at the onset. It's important to recognize when you talk about, ethical standards, if I can put it that way, Canada has some of the, or if not the, most stringent rules in place that were in place now for quite a while. And when you think of the current Prime Minister, look at it from this perspective. He has not only met, but he's exceeded his requirements under those ethics guidelines, and he will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. Now, having said that, let's do a bit of a reflection in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party focused so much of its attention on. What I've always said is character assassination. And we saw a great demonstration of that just now, Mr. Speaker. Brookfield's, what is it, $100, $200 billion company? I suspect that it's got an investment in a lot of things. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, some of the investors sit in the Conservative caucus. Yes. Now, they might have sold off since they've been called out on it, like the deputy leader of the Conservative caucus. There's a number of the Conservatives that actually have investments in Brookfield, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm wondering, if we were to start to say, well, what about this and that and this and this and that, and put on the tin hats, I'm sure we could come up with some pretty mischievous behavior coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. There's a whole pile of them, Mr. Speaker, that have questionable ethics in terms of conflict potential that's out there. But, Mr. Speaker, in fairness, I am not a conservative. I am not a conspiracy theorist believing that everything is a conspiracy in order to try to justify some sort of a statement when we know full well that the Prime Minister has done everything that is required of him, and he's actually exceeded that. But it doesn't stop the Conservatives because they know that they can score some political cheap shots that are unjustified, completely unfounded, but by spreading it, that they believe that they can convince people that there's some sort of real corruption that's there that's not. And that's what we see coming from the Conservative Party when I talk about character assassination. And to the Prime Minister's credit, he has not allowed that to be a distraction as he continues to build and work towards building Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, as this government, is focused in terms of what we can do in order to enhance the lives of Canadians in every region. And a part of that agenda, Mr. Speaker, is one of the reasons why we have a Prime Minister that has been doing a great deal of traveling, ensuring that we can break down and open up doors so that we can have more countries to have trade with, Mr. Speaker.
Literally billions of dollars of potential commitments coming in, excuse me, as a direct result of the Prime Minister's actions. Not to mention the budget and how it is that the budget's there to support things like our military, infrastructure, Canadians as a whole in terms of programs. These are all things that are positive, that are happening. Primarily because no matter how focused the Conservatives are on themselves, Mr. Speaker, and wanting to have participate in character assassination of the Prime Minister has resisted that and focused on serving Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which I believe he is going to continue to do because we have a very straightforward goal. And that is to build Canada strong, to build Canada to become the strongest nation of the G7, Mr. Speaker, to provide hope for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that the Prime Minister set up 3 multi-billion-dollar investment funds in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands, and it's a fact that he stands to make tens of millions of dollars in future bonus pay from one of those funds. Those are facts, not a conspiracy theory, as the member across the way suggested, but it's typical of these Liberals who have nothing but contempt for the truth, nothing but contempt for accountability, and nothing but contempt for transparency. And they have contempt for taxpayers who work hard and pay their taxes in Canada. Meanwhile, we have a Prime Minister who is a tax dodger. Why won't the Prime Minister simply come clean and tell Canadians exactly how much he has in offshore tax havens? Why won't he do that?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is someone that was appointed by Stephen Harper to become the Governor of the Bank of Canada. He was appointed in England to become the Governor of the Bank of England. He's been a successful business person within the Canadian economy for many years. He has an incredible track record. That's something in which we should be encouraging, to have successful individuals like the Prime Minister to become parliamentarians, to become leaders, to provide their visions. That's something we should be encouraging, not trying to tear apart because of, well, character assassination, as I've said it, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's called for. I really and truly don't. As I say, we have rules. Those rules are being followed, and the Prime Minister will continue to be focused on Canadians.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being bled dry at the pump, at the grocery till, on their phone and internet bills, and by mortgages and credit card payments that keep climbing. People are doing everything they can just to get by, but every month it gets harder, not easier. And while families struggle to keep their heads above water, the biggest corporations in this country are posting record profits. RBC made $16 billion. Rogers made $1.7 billion, Loblaws made over $2 billion, and Imperial Oil made almost $1 billion in the last quarter alone. So the question is fair. How much profit is enough? Is there a limit? And when will this government actually take some action? Across this country, Canadians are getting a raw deal. Our phone bills are among the highest in the world. A 2023 study found Canada has the 10th highest median price per gigabyte of data globally, higher than every country in Europe except for Switzerland. Canadians pay up to 26 times more for data than people in France. Yet Bell still made $6.3 billion in profit and laid off 700 workers. This isn't a result of healthy competition. This is what happens when a handful of powerful corporations are allowed to dominate a market. At the grocery store, families are expected to pay about $1,000 more, Mr. Speaker, next year just to feed their households and their families. Meanwhile, Loblaws made more than $2 billion in profit after settling a $500 million case for fixing the price of bread over 15 years. At the same time, food bank usage has hit record levels nationwide. Families are forced to choose between rent and groceries. In the oil and gas sector, it's the same story. Imperial Oil made nearly $1 billion last quarter and more than $5 billion last year. Then what they do, they laid off nearly 1,000 workers. All of this happens while abandoned wells sit unrepaired, environmental liabilities grow, and communities are left to deal with the costs. Profits are privatized, but the cleanup is a public expense. We now have the lowest corporate taxes in the G7 and the highest corporate profits in our history. And at the same time, Statistics Canada report that the gap between the richest 2/5 of Canadians and the poorest 2/5 of Canadians has reached the widest point ever recorded. This is what happens when we normalize out of control corporate greed. Corporate consolidation only makes it worse. Rogers swallowed up Shaw for $26 billion. RBC bought HSBC for $13.5 billion. The result is fewer choices, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians and more power for large corporations to raise prices however they want. And under successive Conservative and Liberal governments, this is what's happened. Even in the UK, Mr. Speaker, Conservative governments recognized that profits had grown out of control. They introduced an excess profit tax on oil and gas companies, a measure that raised over €6 billion in just 2 years and helped support households struggling with the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats want businesses to succeed. We want everyone to win. We believe in innovation, investment, and good jobs, but success should never come from gouging Canadians or driving families into debt. So again, I ask, how much profit is enough? Is there a threshold? Will this Liberal government finally include an excess profits tax in the upcoming spring economic statement? And will they stand up for Canadians instead of corporate boardrooms? It's time to act, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians simply can't afford more excuses. This place is starting to feel like a corporate boardroom. This is the opportunity for this government to show Canadians that they matter and that they're a priority ahead of the big corporations.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the member that whether it's the Prime Minister or the Cabinet or in fact all Liberal members of Parliament, we're very much sensitive to what's happening in our communities on the issue of affordability. That's one of the reasons why, for example, we have the tax cut that is going to benefit 22 million people. By the way, the member opposite is voting against that in regards to the budget. You know, there's many initiatives within the budget that are actually to the benefit of all Canada, including communities in which the member represents. And to give you a specific example of that, we've had a lot of debate about it inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker. All we have to do is just take a look at some of the things within the budget that is a genuine attempt to assist Canadians. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a lot that's there. I could talk about the National School Program. I could talk about the pharmacare program, the dental care program. But if I want to stick to what it is that the member is asking specifically about in terms of corporations, you know, my concern in terms of the issue of the people, if I can put it that way, has been there for many years, even when I sat in the Manitoba legislature, when consecutive NDP governments reduced the corporate tax rate consistently. So I don't think it's as much as the member tries to give this false impression as if, you know, the government is in the pockets of corporations. You know, the other day I said to Corrine, one of my staffers, she's doing an outstanding job. I said, you know, we need to look at ways in where we can promote more competition in cell phone rates. And it was a topic that we had a discussion on. You know, she's found one company, and if the member's interested, I can get him the information on it, and I believe it was less than $100 for the year. So there are areas where we have seen improvement. There are other areas that government has very limited control. When you have, issues that come up, such as, let's say, the avian flu, and it has a direct impact on the supply of chickens, the price of chicken is going to go up. If you have demands on the beef, you can't just instantly increase the number of cattle that are there for slaughter. Prices will go up. There's things that are beyond the government's control that causes that causes inflation. What's important on the issue of affordability, what's important is the government takes actions that are necessary in order to try to maintain what we believe, the Bank of Canada, I think it's our inflation is just at about 2.2%, which is within the target of what Bank of Canada wants to see us at. So I think, yes, there's always going to be ways in which we can improve the system. And I look forward to more federal budgets that will ultimately put us in a better position. But I think all in all, when you take a look at the overall budget, there's a lot of stuff that's there to support Canadians at this difficult time. And I would hope that we'd get more support coming from the Democrats, recognizing how this budget does support Canadians as a whole.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it would be almost funny. It would almost be funny if, you know, the Liberals who blame avian flu for their grocery store prices driving up at the till that are harming people. This is the kind of answer that I expected today, because you will never hear Liberals or Conservatives willing to take on corporate greed, and they'll place blame everywhere else. Meanwhile, companies like Loblaws have record profits, couple of $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. This is not because of avian flu. Big oil and gas, Canadian Natural, $6 billion in profits. Enbridge, $5 billion in profits. Suncor, $5 billion in profits. Imperial Oil, $4 billion. AltaGas, $3.5 billion. Record profits for the 5 big oil companies. Meanwhile, they're using a taxpayer-funded pipeline, a TMX, that costs taxpayers $34.5 billion, and we can't find a buyer for the pipeline. Why aren't the big oil and gas companies buying it? Because of corporate welfare, Mr. Speaker, on the backs of the public. This government's got their priorities out of...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is wrong. We brought in amendments to the Competition Act as an example. You know, when we look in terms of the profits that were in the groceries, you know, the minister responsible called the Big Five to come to Ottawa. We had standing committees. We have the issues that are there that come. The government has done its job in advocating on behalf of consumers, and in certain areas we've seen a lot of success. In other areas, it can be a challenge, and I'll recognize it can be a challenge. But I would also suggest to you that as a government, we are up to the challenge. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I would like to think, whether it's the Competitions Act, whether it's bringing in direct support to Canadians, that we will be there to have the back of Canadians.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.